A monster with countless blood-red eyes roars loudly in the gloomy sky. In the year 2045, Earth is facing terrifyingly brutal creatures. Not a few soldiers participating in the battle have lost their lives. They can't possibly resist those razor-sharp claws. The monster with its massive body just stares down at those who have fallen on the battlefield. At this moment, a young man is turning pale with fear before its attack. Is this the end? He collapses to his knees before the sharp claws, as if surrendering to fate. But out of nowhere, a young guy rushes in, using his sword to slice right through the monster's tentacle. It is so shocked that its eyes pop out, staring intently at the round hole in its own body. Not long after, the monster boils with rage and points its sharp claws straight at the young man. He furrows his brows and unleashes his sharp slashes, cutting those tentacles into pieces. The monster still refuses to give up, swinging a massive tentacle toward the young man. Squinting his eyes, he looks up at the massive object right above his head. The guy immediately pulls out his gun and shoots straight into that tentacle. This man is the commander of Earth's last defense force. Han Sung turns his face back and says, "Get up, we're moving forward." The person behind, who just got saved, finally snaps out of it upon hearing that. He quickly raises his gun and fires repeatedly at the monster. Meanwhile, Han Sung carries his long gun and moves forward. And now, after endless battles, only a few people survive. Han Sung, with a serious face, pushes the gun back to build momentum. He drops to one knee and aims straight ahead. Our target is right before our eyes. Suddenly, a golden magic circle appears right in front of the monster. Han Sung is stunned by this crazy thing, asking himself, "What is this?" Before getting an answer, he is sucked inside it without even realizing. A second later, his teammates notice Han Sung has vanished and panic, turning back to call for the commander. Meanwhile, in a strange space filled with chains, a mysterious voice echoes, "Answer the summons, Han Sung." He is suddenly wrapped around the neck by countless ropes, making it harder and harder to breathe. Han Sung, with his body bound in midair, looks fearfully at the buzzing crowd in front of him. Unbelievable. I actually succeeded. It turns out this is the rumored hero from another world. He glances over at the block of iron in his hand, wondering what these glowing chains are all about. Where am I? Instantly, Han takes off his hood, steps forward, and speaks up, "Hero from another world, welcome to the Empire." He can only listen in silence to these strange words. The man strokes his beard and says in an earnest tone, "I know it's sudden, but please defeat the Demon King and save our world." Han Sung grimaces in confusion. "Hold on. Demon King? What the hell are you talking about? Where am I? Who are you guys? Now is not the time for nonsense. I'm supposed to be in Korea." Han quickly extends his palm, filled with spiritual energy, to threaten them. "Shut up." A second later, lightning bolts quickly strike him along with a chanted incantation. The binding oath has been activated. He controls the magic in midair and warns, "Stop resisting. If you behave while I'm still being nice, this magic won't hurt you." Han Sung gasps for breath, his face covered in tears, silently cursing. "Polite my ass. Nice where?" Afterward, Han brushes his hands off and makes a request. "Please destroy the Demon King." The man drops the sword onto the magic circle on the ground and emphasizes every single word. "And save our empire. If you agree, we can send you back to your world. Will you accept this offer?" Even though it's phrased as a question, as soon as he finishes speaking, the crowd there glares daggers at Han Sung. He bites his lip, his eyebrows furrowing deeply, completely stuck in this difficult situation. Han Sung has no choice but to agree. "Fine, I'll do it." And so, Han Sung is summoned to a completely strange world to fight as an otherworldly hero for an empire. He works relentlessly, participating in countless expeditions. Time and time again, Han Sung swings his sword, slaughtering hordes of monsters and completing every single one of the Empire's endless missions. 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. He sacrifices his youth to kill the Demon King Vourer. Is Han Sung finally free? Every night, he dreams about what he'll do when he returns home. But then Han hears the voice again. "Han Sung, I will tell you your next mission." Standing in the back, he complains angrily. "That's not what you promised." Taking a sip of tea, the man continues. Saving the Empire doesn't just end with destroying the Demon King. There are still those who oppose the unification of the Empire, and they must be eliminated. We can't let the opposition rise up. You just need to handle this threat. Kill him, Bedell of the Teutonian Knights Kingdom, and then you will be free. Han glances over, the corner of his mouth twitching up. Help us a little more, will you? What choice does a dog with a leash around its neck have anyway? Those bastards. So the flames of war break out everywhere once again. When will this ever end? At the Teutonian Knights Kingdom, Han Sung and Bedell are currently clashing swords. After a while, he successfully drives his sword into the man. Bedell gasps in pain. I didn't think you'd be this foolish. Pulling his sword out, he says in a downcast tone, I didn't have a choice. I am sorry, Bedell. The man questions the otherworldly hero. It's Han Sung, right? Bedell, dripping with sweat, continues. Don't apologize to me, Han Sung. He slides down against the castle wall. His next words leave Han stunned. Because soon enough, you'll be discarded too. Han Sung sighs, raising his palm and muttering. It's over, I finally get to go home. Unbeknownst to him, Brandenburg is already standing behind him. Suddenly, two golden ropes wrap right around Han Sung's neck, shocking him. The old man steps up and stabs a sword into Han Sung's chest before he can even react, saying in a dangerous tone, Good job, otherworldly hero. Han Sung hunches over, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood, calling out Count Brandenburg's name. The old man smirks mockingly. Han Sung, you have fought wonderfully over the years. You have obeyed just like a loyal hunting dog of the Empire. I, the Grand General and Holy Knight, acknowledge that. His eyes wide, he struggles to spit out his anger. You vile hypocrites! So it was all a lie. You never had any intention of letting me go home. Brandenburg pulls the sword out of Han Sung's body, causing blood to splatter everywhere, while questioning, why would we? A hunting dog only knows how to bite. As his whole body collapses to the ground, the old man gloats mockingly. Farewell, Han Sung. With a blurry vision, he curses silently. I knew they wouldn't let me go that easily. But damn it, I will never forget this humiliation. Suddenly, a flash of light bursts from Han Sung's body. He holds a deep grudge in his heart. I will make this piece of shit empire pay with its total destruction. That night, one life closes its eyes, while another life is born. At this moment, a newborn boy opens his eyes. Cheers echo in his ears. Congratulations, ma'am, it's a boy. Drenched in sweat, she reaches out to hold that tiny hand and whispers, My sweet child, I am your mother. Han Sung, now in the form of the baby boy Dale, looks at the couple in front of him and wonders in surprise. Who are they? I've seen this face before. Han Sung, now in the form of the baby boy Dale, looks at the couple in front of him and wonders in surprise. Who are they? I've seen this face before. Han Sung reflects in his mind. That man is the strongest necromancer and dark mage on the continent, Duke Saxon. And this place must be the center of the Empire's forbidden magic. Necropolis, where the Black Tower stands. The one-time used reincarnation stone has been activated. It was something he had hidden away, a forbidden item he prepared to break free from his hunting dog chains. But to his surprise, he is reincarnated as the eldest son of Duke Saxon's family, one of the most prestigious noble houses in the Empire. Dale smiles with amusement. So this time I'm born with a silver spoon in my mouth, huh? He thinks of Han and Brandenburg, instantly calculating. When I grow up and master necromancy, I will wipe out every single one of those Empire bastards. Nanny, the boy isn't crying at all. She strokes her chin thoughtfully. How strange, his breathing is perfectly clear, yet the boy isn't making a sound. The lady also worries. Can you take a closer look at his condition? Dale purses his lips with a smug look. I'm not a real baby. Why would I cry so easily? The nanny holds him in her arms and checks him over. His breathing is steady, so there's no need to worry. Alan furrows his brows and asks, Is a child not crying considered a bad omen? She reassures him, Don't worry, sir. But if you really want the young master to cry. The nanny gives his but a hard slap, smiling brightly as she says, You can keep swatting his bottom until he cries. Dale is left dazed by this sudden hit, feeling both hurt and embarrassed. Seeing his face turn blue, the other two laugh and joke. The little guy is quite stubborn. He must have inherited your strong will, sir. The couple looks happily at Dale. She reaches her hands out and calls, Come, let me. Meanwhile, he turns pale and complains silently. You idiots. your son is completely fine. Elena lays him face down again, raising her arm high. Dale shuts his eyes tight, cursing silently as he prepares to take another hit. But instead, she gently rubs his tiny bottom, surprising him. Dale takes a deep breath, taking in everything around this place. The moment the warmth of that gentle hand touches his skin, an image of Han Sung flashes by for a split second. Suddenly remembering something, he pulls up his shirt, wiping his own wound while muttering, "When was the last time I felt that kind of warmth?" In his past life, Han Sung could only stay all by himself, taking care of himself on his own. Now he is Dale, the soft, slightly trembling hand of a young noble lady. His new mother radiates a love that he hasn't received in all these years. Han Sung, who had never shed a tear, finds himself unable to hold back his tears now that he is conscious of his surroundings. He bursts into tears, doing exactly what a newborn baby is supposed to do. Sitting on the bed, Alan speaks softly. "It's already been 8 years since Dale was born, hasn't it? Time really flies." Elena nods in agreement. "That's true. Is Dale still in his room?" Ever since he was 4, the boy has never been away from his books. He takes her hand, showing his affection. He must take after his mother. It seems like he's starting to show an interest in magic. Elena brushes her hair back behind her ear and calls out, "Oh, do you still remember? The oath between the two of us." He thinks of Dale sitting and reading books, continuing, "You mean the promise not to pass down soul summoning magic to Dale, right?" He thinks of Dale sitting and reading books, continuing, "You mean the promise not to pass down soul summoning magic to Dale, right? Don't worry. Dale's birthday is tomorrow. I'm preparing a gift for him." Suddenly, a knock on the door sounds, surprising him. Who could be visiting at this hour? Right at this moment, the maid rushes in frantically and shouts, "Duke!" In the study, young Master Dale just... Her next words leave both husband and wife completely shocked. Shouts echo everywhere. Dale hastily pushes the door open and asks, "Are you okay?" Right now, he is collapsed on his knees, magic power radiating all around him. Dale turns his face back and speaks up, "Mother, father." Elena grips his shirt in fear, stammering, "Dale." She rushes over to check his body. "Are you hurt anywhere? What on earth happened?" Dale grimaces but still politely replies, "I'm perfectly fine, mother." Meanwhile, Alan with a serious face raises his arm to check the aura. I can feel the magic power dispersing in the air. Dale is only 8 years old. On the other side, Elena is still feeling incredibly heartbroken. Dale tries to squirm. "Please let me go." Suddenly, he puts his hands behind his back, walking up to Dale with a surge of murderous intent. "Are you the one who released the magic power in your body?" The boy is scared out of his wits. I knew father would find it strange. "I'm doomed. I didn't expect the magic power to burst out this early either." Dale stammers and speaks hesitantly, panicking inside. "If I don't answer quickly, father might suspect my identity." Contrary to what he thinks, Alan gives a slight smile. He pats his head in praise. "As expected of my son." These words make Dale very curious. "Can't teach me soul control magic? Then what about my revenge?" Standing nearby, Elena suddenly chimes in, "The servants will clean up this place. Go back to your room quickly." He sighs, helplessly obeying, "Yes, mother." Afterward, Dale cradles the book to his chest and leaves. At the same time, Alan walks over to her side and says, "Elena, I just thought of the perfect gift for Dale." A while later, at Dale's birthday party, people stand in the hall whispering and buzzing. Did the count come too? It's just the young master's birthday. Of course I have to be here. It looks like all the nobles in the Dark Duke's territory have gathered. When is the young master going to show up? Right, it's been ages since we've had such a grand banquet. The star of the party, Dale, sits thoughtfully in the second-floor banquet hall, listening to all the gossip. It seems the party is starting later than planned. It's really lively. He feels extremely exhausted, not expecting so many people to gather just to celebrate his birthday. Perhaps because he was used to being treated coldly back when he was a hero, the way they treat him like a young master now still feels really forced. But that incident where I smashed the table the other day still bugs me. I didn't expect that just remembering my days as a hero would cause the magic power inside me to explode so intensely. But that incident where I smashed the table the other day still bugs me. I didn't expect that just remembering my days as a hero would cause the magic power inside me to explode so intensely. How should I convince Father? I overheard a rumor that he already thought of a gift. Should I use this occasion to ask Father to teach me soul control magic instead of gift? No, that's probably going to be tough. At the same time, Elena walks over in an elegant dress, waving and saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, Dale." He calls out happily, "Mother." Smiling brightly like a flower, she continues, "Happy 8th birthday." Dale looks at the completely covered person standing next to Elena, asking curiously, "Who is that standing behind you?" Elena raises her hand to remind him, "Oh, give a proper greeting, sweetie." The mysterious person begins to slowly pull down the hood. This person is the elder of the Blue Magic Tower, a master of water magic, the sage Lord Cephia. Elena reveals further, "She will be the one guiding you from now on." Dale is taken aback, and Cephia says warmly, "It's a pleasure to assist you." She winks, whispering to him, "Happy birthday, son." The elder of the Blue Tower was invited to be my teacher, so that means Mother wants me to learn water magic, the type that specializes in defense and support. As expected, Mother doesn't want me to learn dark magic at all. Cephia spreads her arms out and speaks. "Dale, can I speak with you privately for a moment?" He timidly replies, "Yes, Lady Cephia." Not long after, they stand in a place covered in white snow. Cephia's voice echoes, "I don't know if you've heard about it yet, but I've been tasked with teaching you water magic. Don't you feel any regret? Surely there's another type of magic you'd rather learn." Dale asks in surprise, "How do you know?" She raises a finger and says, "Wanting to learn soul control magic, your father's dark magic, is completely understandable. However, the marriage condition of the Dark Duke is something the whole Empire knows about. When Lady Elena was courted by the Dark Duke, she was absolutely terrified because of his brutal reputation. So to reassure her, he swore an oath never to pass his bad karma down to his children. I still remember the wedding day. The elders of the Black Tower cast off their usual black robes and all wore pure white attire to prove that oath. Because it is a marriage bound by such a sacred covenant, you cannot learn dark magic for the time being. But eventually, I will find a way to convince Lady Elena. Are you willing to learn under my guidance?" Dale speaks up in confusion. "But aren't you afraid of dark magic or soul control magic? Besides, you're an elf, a race that always respects the laws of nature, and doing something against nature like bringing the dead back to life." Cephia chuckles and exclaims, "Interesting. Then what about the priests who save those on the verge of death? Do they do that according to the will of nature?" He listens in silence to her perspective. "Soul control magic or resurrection magic look exactly the same in my eyes." Dale suddenly realizes one thing. Cephia is far from ordinary narrow-minded people. Perhaps she will be a teacher who exceeds expectations. She suggests, "Let's begin the lesson then. I heard that a few days ago, you managed to form a small fragment of a magic circle. The first goal will be to expand that fragment to complete a level 1 magic circle." Dale is incredibly surprised, looking up. "Oh, a level 1 circle?" Coincidentally, most of the magic books I've read lately require reaching that level to practice. So I'll take this opportunity to create my first circle. Cephia begins to guide him. "Place your hand over your heart and concentrate your mind." He follows exactly. "Yes, master." Afterward, Dale gradually opens his eyes. This place is a different world from Earth. This place is overflowing with magic power. However, except for ancient creatures like dragons, directly controlling raw magic power is impossible. Therefore, I need a magic circle in my heart, a filter-like structure that helps refine raw magic power before using. It gathers the scattered fragments of magic power around the heart, assembles them into a complete circle, and then makes that circle rotate steadily around the heart. Feeling the circle surrounding him, Dale whispers, "So, the magic circle is actually the pathway to engrave the flow of magic into the heart? I just need to do exactly what Master Cephia said." On the outside, she is still teaching. Start with the first step. Practice controlling the magic flow to rotate around the heart in a sequential and stable manner. Normally, this process takes at least a month, so don't be too hasty. Dale opens his eyes, looking down at his palm and muttering, "Master, Instantly, a blue circle appears, leaving even him stunned. I did it. Cephia freezes, exclaiming in equal surprise. What? She looks at those tiny hands controlling the magic power in utter disbelief. A child who just started training can create a circle in just a few minutes? If that child truly possesses such innate talent, then. Cephia puts a hand over her mouth, asking curiously, can you try releasing magic power along that circle? Dale immediately closes his eyes, gathering energy into that circle, while saying, I'll try. The master watches as he generates the source of magic, thinking, if it were normal kids, just worrying about expelling magic power out through the circle would be tiring enough. With just that level, not only would it be impossible to take revenge on the Empire, but it would also be hard to even keep up with the Dark Duke. In my past life, I only used magic brands engraved into my flesh to cast combat damaging spells. But this time is different. This body inherits the abilities of the Black Tower Master, so it can absorb magic power naturally. Who knows? I might not only learn the water system, but other magics as well. A surge of energy begins to run all through his body. Dale reminds himself, all right, focus, guide the magic flow that has entered the body to flow out to the fingertips. The image of Han Sung from his past life is also present. And create the piece aimed straight at the Empire's throat. And create the piece aimed straight at the Empire's throat. In an instant, a sharp, gleaming block of ice is formed by Dale. Cephia freezes, swallowing hard as she thinks to herself. Generally speaking, when compressing magic power inside the body and then releasing it outward, the shape of the magic usually breaks apart. But he has crystallized the magic power and created a relatively complete ice orb. Because the focus was on the shape, the destructive power might be a bit lack. She stands from afar, observing his every gesture and action meticulously. After channeling his energy, Dale aims that ice block straight at the ancient tree nearby. Instantly, it creates a blinding explosion, snapping the tree right in half. Cephia turns her head, staring blankly at the ancient tree crashing down onto the white snow. Tension begins to clearly show on her face. Cephia steals a glance at Dale, silently questioning. Sharp and hard enough to pierce through a tree trunk. This is not the kind of meticulousness an 8-year-old child should be able to display. Who on earth is that child? At this moment, he is raising his hand, waving gently with a bright smile. Cephia kneels down and lightly touches the wood, exclaiming, Good heavens, I thought the boy had only just reached the point of mobilizing magic power. Who would have thought he could release magic energy and integrate the ice element into it so flawlessly like this? Even though it's just basic magic, he executes the spell perfectly, completely absorbing the surrounding frost. Seeing her completely dazed like that, Dale asks timidly, Teacher, did I happen to do something wrong? Hearing that, Cephia turns her face back, smiling gently. Looking at that anxious face, she thinks to herself, for an innocent child to unconsciously create something like that, the sophistication in the spell formula is truly extraordinary. The face of his past self before that mental circle suddenly flashes by. These three formulas are the golden ratio of military magic. The face of his past self before that mental circle suddenly flashes by. These three formulas are the golden ratio of military magic. Cephia stares intently at Dale, who is touching his two index fingers together, questioning, can a child unconsciously recreate and execute such a complete and lethally damaging magic? Once again he calls out, Teacher. Cephia unconsciously raises her hand, stammering, Oh, it's nothing. Now I finally understand why the Dark Duke felt so regretful. Not long after, she sits drinking tea in a large room. Alan's voice echoes. You're saying you can't teach Dale? Why? A child who achieves a complete circle in just a few minutes should be nurtured even more, shouldn't he? Cephia interrupts. Young Master Dale just successfully formed the circle and immediately executed a complete, lethally damaging magic. Hearing this, he freezes right in his tracks. Imagining the scene of someone getting hit by those strikes, she explains, It's hard to believe that it was created by an 8-year-old child, a spell containing the golden ratio in military magic formulas. The youthful face of Dale, after taking someone down, suddenly pops up in her mind. She asserts firmly, My Lord Duke, young Master Dale has a natural talent for killing. Seeing this, Alan strokes his chin and mutters, as an elder of the Blue Tower, a place that honors the path of non-killing, are you going to use that reason to refuse to teach the boy? Cephia takes a sip of hot tea and replies, not at all. She thinks of Dale happily playing with the magic in his hands and continues, because he's like that, I want to personally teach and guide that child onto the right path all the more. He furrows his brows, asking in confusion, then there's even less of a reason to refuse. Cephia suddenly drops a line that hits Alan's hidden thoughts right on the nose, making his face turn completely pale. The Duke's dark magic. Young Master Dale already seems to have a magic he wants to learn. I've also heard about the love story of the Dark Duke. I respect the promise between you and Lady Elena, but that doesn't mean you have the right to decide your child's future, especially not for someone who possesses such extraordinary talent like the young master. My Lord Duke. At the same time, Dale is eavesdropping outside the door, but he can't help but feel gloomy. I can't hear what they're saying clearly at all. Dale slides down against the wall, guessing blindly. But they're definitely talking about me, aren't they? He recalls Cephia's shocked expression and feels surprised. I didn't expect my first magic to be that powerful. Even Lady Cephia looked completely astonished. I need to pay more attention to controlling my power in the future. Suddenly, a dark shadow appears right in front of him, making Dale look up. His mood changes in an instant, and he shouts out happily, "Oh!" Dale looks at the man, smiling sheepishly in front of him, and cheers. Uncle Helmet. The uncle just scratches his head and asks, "What are you doing here?" He stands up and questions him right back. "And where are you coming back from, Uncle?" Helmet reaches his arms out to hug Dale, laughing. "Of course, it's because of my duty to protect the Duke's territory." He lifts him up high, excitedly sharing, "I just wiped out a swarm of terrifying monsters." He guesses with excitement, "So you just finished conquering a dungeon?" Dale's eyes suddenly turn thoughtful, just like an adult lost in deep thought. In this world, the appearance of dungeons or the overflowing of monsters are national matters. Ever since the time the Demon King existed, because the damage caused by the monsters wasn't small, the knights of this territory had to conquer the unexplored dungeons within the Demon King's territory. Their main task is to eliminate the monsters spilling out from the dungeons, especially in the Duchy of Saxony, where the situation is twice as severe as other territories. He recalls the image of himself when he was Han Sung in his past life, blaming himself, and the cause of that was none other than me. In his past life, after the otherworldly hero defeated the Demon King, the Duke of Saxony was granted the Demon King's land in order to subdue the monsters there to turn it into the Empire's territory. Back to reality, Dale looks away in annoyance, sighing to himself. In technical terms, people call that taking out the trash. As soon as he is set down, he tells him, "Uncle Helmet, don't get hurt, okay?" The uncle laughs out loud, teasing, "Is the young master worrying about me again?" Suddenly, a voice echoes, "What a heartwarming sight." The two see the person walking out and instantly turn their eyes toward him. Dale calls out softly, "Father." Helmet stammers and shouts loudly, "Greetings, Lord Duke." Crossing his arms, he looks over in praise. "This expedition was hard work for you, Helmet." At the same time, Elena and a few maids walk over, and she speaks up happily, "Oh, is everyone gathered here?" The three turn their eyes over there together. He wonders curiously, what is Mother coming here for? The three turn their eyes over there together. He wonders curiously, what is Mother coming here for? She quickly leans down, caressing his cheek in praise. "I heard you successfully cast the circle? Oh, my sweet child is so amazing." Alan also chimes in, "Congratulations, Dale." Elena turns her face back, giving him a wink. "If there's anything you want, just tell your father, okay?" These words leave him thinking. If I say I want to learn necromancy, would that be a bit too calculating? What do kids this age usually want anyway? After thinking for a while, Dale casually drops a line that leaves the two stunned. "I want a little sister." Alan whispers in embarrassment. "All right, I'll see what I can do." He giggles. "Yes, father." The soldier standing nearby can't help but chuckle at this situation either. A soldier turns and gently reminds Helmet, "Please don't laugh, Captain. Time passes just like that." Not long after, the full moon reaches its peak, illuminating the entire area. Time passes just like that. Not long after, the full moon reaches its peak, illuminating the entire area. As soon as he falls into a dream, his eyes from his past life snap open wide, showing sheer terror. It turns out the scene of Brandon Berg stabbing Han Sung from behind flashes back. The old man's voice echoes, "Good to see you again, Han Sung. How long has it been?" He gasps out in pain. "You." Brandon Berg twists the blade deeper and deeper, lifting Han Sung's entire body up. Humans are so hypocritical, aren't they? How can you change so quickly? Do you feel happy? Living with kind parents in that warm house, with a warm back and a full stomach, you probably think revenge isn't important anymore, right? Radiating a surge of murderous intent, he emphasizes every single word. The Empire will find you, Han Sung. They will hunt you down until they finish you, until every trace of you vanishes from this world. Overcome with fear, Dale suddenly wakes up, his breathing becoming extremely difficult. At the same time, a burst of magic power appears right before his chest. It begins to accumulate in Dale's chest, making him incredibly uncomfortable, as if his heart is about to explode. Is this the legendary phenomenon of magic power eruption? Dale clutches his chest with one hand, struggling to walk outside, cursing silently. Those cursed Empire bastards. They really won't let it go until the end? I thought getting some fresh, cold air outside would make it better. He grips his own body tight, gasping for breath and wondering, but why is it only getting worse? Suddenly, Cephia appears right behind Dale, saying, "You look like you're in quite a bit of pain." It scares Dale half to death. He turns his face back to look at that familiar face, doubting, "Lady Cephia?" At that moment, she is generating a source of magic and suddenly realizes, a magic power eruption? What a talented child, but I still can't shake this sense of unease. Afterward, she extends her palm, gently touching Dale's chest. Her magic source directly shatters the energy building up inside him. Cephia squints her eyes, secretly worrying. If one day this child's magic becomes tainted with malice, I fear it will be beyond saving. Meanwhile, Dale still innocently looks at the small circle of spiritual energy in his hand, thinking to himself, the magic power eruption phenomenon has disappeared. A second later, Cephia speaks up, "Dale." In confusion, he looks up and replies, "Yes?" She glances to the side, explaining, "The essence of magic is a mirror reflecting the soul. Therefore, even with the same spell, each mage expresses it with their own unique nuance. Your magic carries the power to strip away life, an incredibly dangerous ability. Because of that, I feel truly fortunate to be the one teaching you." Dale takes the book from Cephia, asking curiously, what is this?" He looks at the spiritual energy surrounding it, questioning, "This is a magic book on necromancy." She smiles brightly, saying with implication, "I think our meeting might just be a twist of fate." Dale blankly listens to the birthday wish from Cephia. "Happy birthday, Dale." Out of nowhere, he rushes forward to hug her tightly, catching Cephia a bit off guard. She chuckles and teases, "You are still so naive and ridiculously adorable." A few days later, at the plains outside the North Gate, standing behind her, Dale asks in surprise, "Is it a rabbit?" Cephia looks at that white rabbit, calmly replying, "That's right. Recall the time you went hunting with your father." He quickly summons magic into his hands, while answering, "Yes, teacher." Right at that moment, the white rabbit turns to look at the two of them, clueless about what is about to happen to it. By now, Dale has generated spiritual energy in his hands, swinging his arm back to build momentum. He aims precisely and throws the ice block, sending it flying toward the white rabbit. Right where the two are standing, mysterious circles of dark energy immediately manifest. Cephia intently watches those tiny hands, thinking to herself, striking so ruthlessly, yet the fingertips don't tremble at all. Then she speaks up, "Dale, even though it's the same type of magic, it varies greatly depending on the caster. Do you know the reason why?" Dale answers honestly, "I'm still not quite sure, teacher." Cephia explains, "Because magic, in the end, is a mirror reflecting one's inner self, using mana to materialize what's in the heart. Therefore, in magic, one cannot hide the scenery of their soul." Hearing this, Dale falls dead silent, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. She closes her eyes, breathing out a cold breath. Even terms like wall of fire or other types of incantations are just ways to help steady one's state of mind. The magic of the magic towers isn't much different. The red tower reveres order maintained by power. Meanwhile, the blue tower values the order of harmony. The ideology each tower pursues will be reflected in the form of their magic. Depending on the tenets of each tower, the magical system is established. Aside from the red tower and blue tower, there are also the black tower, white tower, and green tower. Having said that, Cephia smiles gently, exhaling a puff of white smoke. But Dale still wears a confused expression, leaving her feeling helpless as well. For a child like him, it's probably still too early to understand such things. But Dale still wears a confused expression, leaving her feeling helpless as well. For a child like him, it's probably still too early to understand such things. That is magic that uses mana to allow a mage to control corpses. He becomes extremely serious, focusing entirely on his task. At this moment, a series of threads shoot out from his hands, shining down on the rabbit at specific points. The head, spine, knees. The magic threads must be tightly connected to those positions. A second later, the rabbit opens its blood-red eyes wide. Seeing his success, Cephia praises him. Well done, Dale. Can you continue to the next step? Controlling it, he replies, yes, teacher. Afterward, Dale gives it his all, creating ice armor on the monster's body. A deep blue energy slowly spreads out from his eyes. Dale slams his palms hard against the ground, making the entire area shake. Sharp ice blocks project upward, forming a circle around the ground he is standing on. The magic power becomes increasingly dense, quickly transforming into a solid block of ice in front of him. Just a few minutes later, the white rabbit is equipped with a layer of ice armor featuring razor-sharp spikes on its back. Cephia observes. The shape of the ice armor actually looks pretty decent. She generates 3 small ice shards at the same time, opening her mouth. Let's test how strong its defense is. A blinding beam of light instantly strikes the ground, cracking the area into pieces. Even Dale breaks into a cold sweat before this source of power. The 3 ice shards fly right past where the rabbit is standing, knocking it over backward because it couldn't prepare in time. The rabbit glances behind it and sees that the spikes on its armor have been completely shattered after that strike just now. Dale is delighted again, clenching his fists and cheering when he sees it's still alive. All right, I blocked your arrow. Teacher. Cephia turns her head to acknowledge it. Good job, Dale. You did very well. It looks like you want to say something. What's the matter? He boldly says, yes, I want to. Please teach me how to apply water magic in a more complete way too. Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitches up slightly. Sunlight gently shines down on one side of Cephia's face, but her rejection still echoes out. No, leaving Dale open-mouthed, his face dropping as he questions, why? Cephia raises a finger, gives a wink, and then sighs. What you just did today is only an extremely basic type of water magic. Just like any other type of magic, the water system requires a deeper and more refined comprehension the more you learn. For an introductory mage, learning just one system is already arduous enough, while using 2 systems simultaneously is called being a dual-element mage. At your age, that's practically impossible. For what I see, your greed is just too immense. These words strike Dale like a bolt of lightning out of the blue. His eyes wide and mouth agape. He blurts out, huh. Dale thinks back to when he cast the spell, silently repeating those words in his mind. Ambition? Did I show off to that extent, and it's still not enough? He speaks softly and gloomily. You were the one who said we would find the path forward together. Caught off guard, Cephia stammers, lost for words, and then uses an excuse to brush it off. That's enough for today's lesson. That night, in the study, Dale is carrying a stack of books, walking forward. He sets them down on the floor, secretly determining, even if I'm all alone, it's not like I can't do it. I will prove it. Dale begins to busy himself, flipping through and reading each page one by one. At the same time, his magic power bursts out intensely once again. Not long after, echoing calls cause Dale to vaguely open his eyes. Cephia asks anxiously at this moment, are you okay? It looks like you lacked sleep last night. Dale lies without blinking an eye. I was just preparing a few things, so I stayed up a bit late. Hearing that, she reminds him, don't overdo it, Dale. With dark circles under his eyes, he reaches his hand forward and replies, yes, teacher. Immediately, a magic circle appears, followed by mysterious magic forces. Once again, he controls that white rabbit with its thick layer of ice armor and the energy source surrounding its body. Once again, he controls that white rabbit with its thick layer of ice armor and the energy source surrounding its body. Suddenly, there's a vibration from the ice blocks on the white rabbit's body. The razor-sharp blocks of ice break free from the armor together, flying straight ahead. Looking at the thick cloud of dust, Cephia questions in doubt. An ice crystallization explosion? The white rabbit then sits quietly in place, looking up and exhaling a source of magic power, leaving her even more astonished. It's not over yet. Out of nowhere, it transforms into a gigantic rabbit with an energy ball right in the middle of its stomach. The white rabbit instantly hunches its back, swallowing that energy source inside. A second later, a terrifying explosion bursts from it, while countless ice needles rush forward. A second later, a terrifying explosion bursts from it, while countless ice needles rush forward. Countless sharp ice blocks are directly attacking her shield, causing Cephia inside to panic even more, thinking to herself. This, not long after, Dale slowly walks up in front of her. Cephia, on the other hand, doesn't know what to say. He raises his palm, generating his energy and speaking up. Corpse explosion and ice crystallization explosion. I have successfully merged the two systems of water and dark magic. Dale summons two sources of spiritual energy simultaneously in both hands, then asks softly, is this enough to become a dual-element mage? All movements practically grind to a halt after Dale's magic trial. Cephia breaks into a cold sweat, her eyes bulging as she looks out at the ruins of the spell formation. This is a type of attack I've never seen before. She stands frozen, analyzing how the combination of the ice armor from the ice crystallization explosion caused the corpse explosion to create a much wider destructive blast. Not only that, the sharp fragments of ice and bone drove into the ground like blades. Cephia steps forward, bending down to inspect the shattered ice fragments scattered on the ground. She looks toward Dale, her heart filled with immense unease. This is exactly like magic refined solely for killing, by someone who has lived their whole life on a battlefield. What on earth does this child's inner self look like? Dale turns around, his eyes filled with innocence. Oh, as soon as he sees Helmet, he calls out joyfully, Uncle Helmet. He raises his hand high to greet them. Young Master, Lady Cephia? Seeing the military uniform, Dale asks curiously, did you just finish conquering another dungeon? Helmet excitedly shows off his achievement. This time we just eliminated a small-scale group of monsters. The Black Armor Knight Brigade had a pretty rough time too. A powerful image of Saxony manifests. The Black Knight Order, the invincible brigade of the Duke of Saxony. They control the battlefield with spear techniques enveloped in aura. Silhouettes flicker in and out of sight, and the man commanding them, the Knight Helmet, is one of the 7 swords of the continent. Dale clasps his hands in delight, reminding him, you still remember promising to teach me swordsmanship, right? In his mind, he is thinking, being able to learn swordsmanship from someone like him is truly an unparalleled honor. Helmet bursts into a loud laugh. I'm always welcome to that anytime. Freeing his head in amusement, he says goodbye to his uncle. Then see you soon, Uncle Helmet. Without chatting any longer, Helmet bids them farewell and heads back. All right, it's cold out. The young master should head inside before catching a cold. Cephia looks toward the castle, telling him, we should head back too. Dale nods in agreement with a smile. Yes, master. That night, the conversation begins. What do you mean by that? Lady Cephia, she blankly asserts, I'm only speaking the truth. Young Master Dale has completely mastered both arts, namely necromancy and water magic. In addition, the boy has already reached the level of a first-tier mage, possessing 1 magic circle. Alan rests his chin on his hand in distress. Lady Cephia, we clearly only requested that you teach the child the water system. As if anticipating the underlying point of that statement, Cephia tells him, yes, only teaching the water system. But as a master, I only want to teach what the child yearns to learn. As I said, what Dale desires isn't just water magic. The atmosphere falls into silence for a moment before Elena speaks up. Then if Dale desires it, could we continue to ask for your guidance in teaching him water magic? Cephia respectfully bows her head, accepting the proposal. Of course. Then I will assist him further in the coming days. Elena replies politely, yes, thank you very much. After finishing the discussion, she quickly departs. But before leaving completely, Cephia stops to offer an apology. I sincerely apologize for forcing the madam to break the covenant of the Dark Dew. After she leaves for good, Elena stretches in admiration. Our boy is truly something else. Only 8 years old and already a dual-element mage. Sometimes it even gives me chills. But that's exactly what makes him my child. Alan's face darkens as he glances at her, calling out softly, Elena. He lowers his head gloomily, expressing his wish to seek her opinion. I want to pass down necromancy to Dale. As a lord, I want the boy to have enough power to shoulder the responsibility of inheritance. As a mage, I want a worthy disciple. And as a father, I just want to pass down everything I have to my son. Alan holds his head in deep sorrow over the mistake in this decision. I am truly sorry, my lady. Elena is incredibly worried because the judgment of society is too heavy, and people still look at necromancy with fear and dread. Everyone whispers that it is the magic of death. It was only because of that I stopped you. So, please train our son into a mage strong enough to make those people shut their mouths. The deep intention in her words leaves Alan silent. Do you understand? Right after that, he pulls Elena into his arms affectionately. I understand, my lady. I will pour everything in to make our son the strongest. And so, the first day of the special necromancy training course begins. Before anything else, Dale is already being reprimanded. This is quite disappointing, Dale. Do you keep summoning without even understanding what it is you're controlling? Dale pouts, silently talking back. But that's all I was taught by Master. In the basement of Saxony Castle, the Dark Duke's magic chamber. As soon as Dale demonstrated what he had learned from his master, Alan just gave a slight click of his tongue and immediately brought him here. He points his finger, giving a harsh command. Once you study under me, never perform those superficial magics again. Start by memorizing the entire bone and muscle structure of every creature. Do you understand? Shivering despite himself, Dale doesn't dare talk back. Yes, Father. The books that Father gave me, even in my past life, only specialized doctors had the chance to read through them. And after a few days, I have memorized every single word. After the test is completed, Alan finally closes the book. It seems the basics are taken care of. Now you can learn actual combat. We will begin the real training course. Dale eagerly follows along quickly. Yes, Father. A moment later, the smile quickly vanishes from his face completely. Dale can't believe his eyes, asking himself, is this the corpse of a goblin? After observing for a moment, Alan chuckles softly and reminds him, you look quite flustered. A weak dark magic practitioner can only make the corpse of Sword Saint move at the level of a zombie. Conversely, someone with true capability can turn a mediocre soldier into a death knight. Now, there's an ordinary soldier corpse here. How do you intend to control it? The goblin lies there silently, regardless of what is happening. Dale opens the magic circle in his mind, completely flustered. His face begins to scrunch up, looking like it's a bit difficult. Dale tries to get the tiny threads to connect. Unlike the rabbit with its small body and few bones, a bipedal goblin has too many joints. Having to connect them with magic threads is such a pain. When everything is fully connected, the goblin moves, rushing forward under his control. Damn it. It's just like controlling a puppet with tangled strings everywhere. I must have been wrong to utilize post-mortem rigidity to increase defensive capabilities. The joints and muscles are completely stiff and can't move at all anymore. In a situation like this, what is the right way to handle it? Seeing him fall into a state of panic, Alan has no choice but to step in and stop him. Dale, your stimulation to stiffen the corpse's body isn't a bad idea, but it also causes the corpse's movements to be restricted far more than necessary. Saying that, he demonstrates it once for him to see. Look here, Alan only needs to lightly raise his magic, It spreads out to envelop the goblin in front. Dale is stunned as he witnesses such a magnificent sight. Alan's magical threads are penetrating into its body. He causes the skeletal structure to expand, saying, "The ribs on the goblin side are puffed up, a part meant to protect internal organs. But for someone who is already dead, what need is there to protect internal organs anymore?" He speaks while driving his magic even deeper, then states decisively, "Understand the structure of the subject thoroughly and modify it into a form that suits your purpose." Dale gapes in horror at this bizarre type of magic. Alan casually destroyed the goblin and capped it off with a line. That is the absolute baseline of dark magic. Dale hung his head as if he had something to say. "Father, please tell me, what is the core philosophy that the Dark Tower pursues?" Alan let out a faint, mysterious smile that carried a hint of satisfaction. He gently leaned down, the magic in his hand still crackling. "It's truth." Alan knelt down and placed a hand on Dale's shoulder. "And truth is always hidden within death." As he spoke, his eyes narrowed with absolute resolve. "That's why we must understand it even deeper. To truly touch that truth, you must comprehend the weight of life itself." Out of nowhere, memories of his past life came rushing back, right as the battlefield was drawing to a close. An innocent-looking civilian was begging him, "Please spare me. I beg of you, Sir Hero." He coldly raised his sword high. "Please spare my life." And then, without a shred of mercy, he punched their ticket to the afterlife. Alan's voice rang out. Noticing Dale's pale expression, he looked a bit worried. "Are you all right? You look terrible." Despite the concern, Dale just stood there completely dazed. Because the memory made him shudder, it took a moment before Dale spoke up to reassure him. "Yes, I'm fine, Father. I'm completely fine." And just like that, time flew by. Dale's magic training steadily improved day by day. The news that Duke Saxon had passed down dark magic to Dale spread like wildfire throughout the entire empire. The fact that Duke Saxon had violated an oath from years ago sent massive shockwaves through everyone, especially since the boy himself was the sole reason the Duke broke. Both the nobility and the commoners of the empire shifted all their attention toward him. On a day, just like any other, Dale was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. A few weeks later, at the training grounds of the ducal manor, Dale was pushing his limits, locked in an intense sparring match with Helmet. Every single swing he unleashed was incredibly precise. This thoroughly amused Helmet. Both sides pushed hard to execute flawless strikes, their blades clashing in rapid succession. After a while, the most intense clash of the entire fight went down. Dale tensed his muscles. On the other side, Helmet also held his sword high, refusing to back down. The captain swung a heavy blow, but luckily, Dale managed to dodge it just in time. Seizing the opening, the boy lunged forward and disarmed Helmet, sending his sword flying. The captain turned his head to watch it land, his face failing to hide his sheer shock. The captain turned his head to watch it land, his face failing to hide his sheer shock. Helmet didn't get competitive at all and quickly conceded. "Excellent job, young master." Naturally, Dale didn't buy for a second. How could a master swordsman like him just drop his weapon? Wiping away his sweat, the boy called him out. "You dropped it on purpose, didn't you?" Helmet picked his sword back up and denied it. "Of course not. Because you actually applied real combat swordsmanship there, young master. An ordinary person probably would have lost their life from that very first slash. Your swordsmanship is truly exceptional. It's honestly a shame that you're a mage. Since mages always have guardian knights by their side, you don't actually need to push yourself this hard, young master. Is there a specific reason you're doing this? There's no need to force yourself to the point of getting injured like this." Dale looked down at his bandaged arm and said resolutely, "Of course there is. A duke's son who only knows how to rely on bodyguards or magical shields doesn't look cool at all, does he?" That was just a cover. In reality, he was thinking, besides, who in their right mind would pass up the chance to learn swordsmanship directly from one of the continent's 7 grand sword masters? Hearing those confident words, Helmet laughed with amusement. He ruffled the boy's hair, laughing out loud in praise. "Well said. If I had a son like you, I'd have absolutely no regrets in life." Dale was thrilled to hear that. Finally, I got a compliment out of him. Right at that moment, the rustle of a dress signaled someone walking up. It was Elena. She called out to them, seeing how happy they looked. Dale cried out in delight. "Mother, what brings you here?" Elena smiled gently and said, "I wanted to see just how hardworking my son is." After a brief pause, she got to the main point. "Plus, I have some news to share with you." The boy asked curiously, "What kind of news?" Elena playfully countered with a question. "Do you remember the birthday present you once asked for?" Dale rubbed his chin, thinking back to a large gift box she had brought before. A birthday present. I only have a vague memory of it. What was it again? Suddenly, he remembered his old request. "I want a little sister." Thanks to that, he instantly realized what Elena meant. Seeing this, she rubbed her stomach with deep anticipation. "So, you're gonna have to take very good care of your little sister, okay?" Dale clasped his hands together, his eyes shining with pure excitement. "Of course I will." Time flew by so fast, and before he knew it, 10 months had already passed. Dale kept poking the baby girl's cheek, making Elena say coordinates of pure joy. "Are you really that captivated by her?" The boy didn't hesitate to reply instantly. "Yes, absolutely. I still can't believe this is actually my little sister." Dale stared intently at the baby girl, unable to take his eyes off her. She was just unbearably adorable. Seeing this, Elena offered, "Do you want to try holding her?" Even though Dale really wanted to, he felt a bit hesitant. "What? Me?" She slowly guided the baby girl into Dale's arms. "Come on now, don't be shy. Holding a baby isn't that hard. When I first held one myself, it really wasn't as difficult as I thought." "Well, doesn't she look exactly like you?" Seeing the baby girl flash a bright smile, Elena got a bit excited. "How strange. She cries every time I hold her, but she didn't cry at all when you took her. She seems really happy." Dale flashed a gentle smile, looking down at the tiny living soul in his arms. Suddenly, Alan walked over and asked, "How do you feel right now?" Dale honestly shared his thoughts. "She feels as light as a feather, and yet she feels incredibly heavy." Alan offered a soft smile, a sense of serenity filling the entire room. "That is exactly the weight of a life." He placed a hand on the boy's shoulder and reminded him, "Never forget that, Dale. Now, it should be about time for your lessons, right? Let's go, Dale. Master Cephia must be waiting for you." Cephia flashed a bright smile and gave a brief introduction to bring him up to speed. "Today's lesson is real combat training." Dale flinched, looking a bit hesitant. "Am I really allowed to fight for real?" Cephia cheered him on. "Don't hesitate. Just give it everything you've got and attack me." The boy began to summon a magic circle. "Yes, Master." Cephia also generated a small magic sphere, ready for battle. "Let's see just how much you've improved." The opening move consisted of sharp, jagged ice shards hurtling rapidly toward her. Cephia casually swiped them away with a single flick, sending them flying. "Your opening strike is way too slow, kiddo." She mocked him while swatting away the ice fragments. "What's the matter? Are you pulling your punches against your master?" Seeing this, Dale took a few steps back, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. Cephia hurled an ice shard right back at him, commanding, "Put up a barrier immediately." Dale's face contorted in sheer terror, facing that terrifying, murderous intent. The attack shot forward, unleashing an overwhelming, terrifying power in the blink of an eye. Dale looked down at his knees and hands, which were frozen solid, terrified. If I hadn't blocked that in time, I definitely would have been severely injured. Cephia was absolutely thrilled when she saw this. He managed to construct ice armor in just a split second. Dale quickly retracted his magic, causing the ice armor shards to drop off. She nodded and requested, "Excellent, Dale. Keep the attacks coming." The boy slammed his hands onto the ground, chanting the spell name, "Composite Elemental Fusion, Ice Citadel Form." She nodded and requested, "Excellent, Dale. Keep the attacks coming." The boy slammed his hands onto the ground, chanting the spell name, "Composite Elemental Fusion, Ice Citadel Form." A massive, sturdy fortress of ice rose directly in front of Cephia. A massive, sturdy fortress of ice rose directly in front of Cephia. By reinforcing the structure of his mana, the kid had raised the density of the ice to an astonishing level. Cephia lightly tapped her hand against it, feeling curious. But why use a defensive spell right at this moment? Does the kid need a breather after taking my last hit? While she was lost in thought, a sound echoing from the other side of the wall caught her attention. Ice burst. A massive flash of light erupted alongside the sound of the exploding spell. At the edge of the ice wall, Cepheus stood dazed for a moment to process what happened, completely stunned as a perplexed drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. An ice grenade. The magic exploded from it, completely engulfing Cepheus' body. Once the explosion cleared, the ice wall lowered as well. It worked. Dale had made the ice wall even denser before forcing it to detonate. The ice molecules, which were already reinforced, were compressed tightly, and then transformed into an actual ice bomb. Dale excitedly thought to himself with absolute certainty, "That's going to be hard to dodge, Master." But then, the sight before his eyes made him panic and yell out, "Master!" Her entire body was cracked and nearly frozen solid, with ice shards piercing through several spots. "Master Cepheus!" But then, she suddenly appeared from right behind him. "Were you calling for me?" Dale let out a massive sigh of relief. "You totally scared me. So that was just an illusion." Cepheus snapped her fingers, melting the ice layer off the decoy, and assessed, "That's a terrifying skill you got there, Dale." Dale couldn't believe that while only being a first-tier mage, he could actually injure an elder of the magic tower. He lowered his head, sadly in apology. "I didn't mean to hurt you, Master." Cepheus smiled softly to comfort him. "I know. Honestly, I'm actually really happy that you managed to hurt me. It means you believed I was strong enough for you to give it your absolute all, right? As your master, that makes me prouder than any compliment ever could." Hearing that, the boy eased up a bit. "Really?" she said resolutely. "Of course. You are an outstanding disciple. But how did you even come up with that magic formula?" Dale let out a humble smile. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Master." She flashed a friendly smile, looking at him with pure affection. A while later, inside Alan's private study, "Lady Cepheus, what happened to the cut on your cheek?" She lightly touched the cut and smiled. "Oh, this? I was just a bit careless while teaching the young master. His magic formula is exceptionally sharp." Alan let out a long, heavy sigh, looking thoroughly drained. "I'm indebted to you once again, Lady Cepheus." She shook her head to dismiss it. "Think nothing of it. Getting to teach such a talented student is a true joy for me." Alan said seriously, "Could I trouble you with one more favor?" Cepheus was always ready. "Of course, please go ahead." Alan recalled the report. "My side received word that a pack of orcs has crossed the mountain range into our territory. A small cavalry squad won't be enough to handle them." The atmosphere around Cepheus turned grim upon hearing the news. However, Alan continued, "I intend to have Dale join this battle." Cepheus immediately stood up to protest. "Young Master Dale isn't ready yet." Alan quickly countered with logic. "When you're standing on the front lines, there's no such thing as a chance to be ready. Besides, protecting the territory is the absolute duty of the Saxon family. As the heir to the dukedom, the boy needs to understand that responsibility fully. Dale cannot be an exception." Cepheus had no choice but to comply. "What do you need me to do?" Before answering, Alan brought up one thing first. "I will be handing my artifact over to Dale. I want you to guide the boy until he completely controls its power." A series of rings materialized, representing the pinnacle of mystery, artifacts. Items heavily imbued with immense power and willpower. They could only be activated by channeling mana or life force. The more powerful an artifact was, the more dangerous and difficult it was to control, and in some cases, it could even prove fatal. Standing before the Saxon family's artifact vault, Alan explained it to Dale so he would understand. The Saxon family mastered this kind of power a long time ago. "Since you are the heir to the dukedom, Dale, you must prepare yourself for the upcoming battle." Hearing this, the boy's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, a real battle? That's awesome." Alan nodded and clarified the mission. "Yes, you will go with the subjugation squad to wipe out the orcs. But before that, you must learn how to control our family's dark power." The moment he stepped inside, Dale's face was filled with pure astonishment. Alan gave a broad introduction. "Look here. These are the Demon King artifacts that our family manages. They have been kept here ever since our ancestors conquered the Demon King's territory. Don't go comparing them to ordinary artifacts." The boy looked around, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. "I can feel a massive surge of mana radiating from them." Alan nodded with satisfaction. "Exactly. The items in here are all extremely powerful and dangerous. Until you learn how to control them, Don't go touching things recklessly. But when he turned around, the boy seemed to have wandered off somewhere. Where did that kid go? A moment earlier, Dale had been strolling around the place with a specific thought. I need an artifact that suits me perfect. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a nearby shield. Hey boy, you have a deep grudge that's desperate for vengeance, don't you? I can feel that burning hatred. Other artifacts chimed in, calling out to him, come over here and pick me. You coward. Choose me instead. Let's explore new depths together. Dale placed a hand over his chest, realizing these dark artifacts are resonating with a lingering hatred left in my heart. But still not enough. I need something even more powerful. Suddenly, he noticed an artifact that had been trailing him for a while. Since when was this cloak sitting right here? Utilizing the vast experience from his past life, the moment he laid eyes on it, he recognized it instantly. Wait a second. This is the Shadow Raiment. Back in the Age of Heroes, Duke Borda of the Demon King's army utilized this peak-tier artifact. Its ability allows darkness to materialize, making him a truly terrifying opponent. Without overthinking it, Dale threw it over his shoulders. Let's give it a test run. The moment they witnessed this, the two adults completely panicked. Dale maintained his absolute composure as puddles of shadow beneath his feet began to rise. So, it has begun. Dale maintained his absolute composure as puddles of shadow beneath his feet began to rise. So, it has begun. This was no ordinary shadow. The entity that once wore, it could summon storms of absolute darkness, controlling the shadows like a living creature. To truly subjugate it, the master must force the shadow entity to yield completely. The shadow entity surged up from the darkness, lunging forward to attack Dale. Looks like this won't be a walk in the park, huh? His eyes widened, completely focused as cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. From the outside, all that could be seen was a sphere of pitch-black darkness. Cephia asked anxiously, "It's been a while. Is this getting dangerous?" Alan rubbed his aching head. If this keeps up, he could lose his mind and be completely swallowed by the shadow entity. Cephia asked anxiously, "It's been a while. Is this getting dangerous?" Alan rubbed his aching head. If this keeps up, he could lose his mind and be completely swallowed by the shadow entity. Before the two could take action, a brilliant light flashed from within, blinding them momentarily. The sphere of darkness gradually dissolved, and Dale reappeared, standing tall and proud. "Yes, father." "Dale!" Cephia rushed over immediately. "Dale, are you all right?" The boy quickly replied as if nothing had happened. "I'm completely fine." Hearing that, she finally let out a massive sigh of relief. "You had me so worried." Dale scratched his head sheepishly. "It just nipped me a little." Over on his side, Alan looked quite curious. How does he not have a single scratch on him? How could a mere child withstand such a powerful artifact? Dale turned over looking a bit anxious and called out, Father, I have a question." Instantly, Alan replied, "Go ahead." With his permission, the boy stated his desire with an excited look on his face. "Can I try out the other ones too?" Both of them seemed to freeze up, completely paralyzed by that innocent question. Alan grimaced, granting permission with a bit of awkwardness. "Go, right ahead." The boy was absolutely thrilled. "Thank you so much, Father." And just like that, Dale began a streak of days exploring the Saxon family's artifact vault, from early dawn until late at night. Over the next few days, at the Ducal Manor's training area, Helmut blurted out in utter amazement, "Young master, that cloak you're wearing, could it actually be the Shadow Raiment?" Dale beamed with a bright smile, quickly admitting it. "Yes, it absolutely is." Helmut asked with deep concern, "That legendary thing is famous for being impossible to control. Are you really doing okay?" Dale scratched his cheek, looking a bit awkward. I'm totally fine. Other than it tickling a little bit, there's no issue at all." Helmut involuntarily rubbed his head, completely baffled. Unbelievable. Maybe it's because it was lonely for far too long. The moment it saw you, the shadow entity attached itself immediately. It was probably just desperate for a companion. Right as he said that, the shadow entity beneath Dale's feet began to whine. The boy stomped down hard on it without hesitation. "Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Helmut. I appreciate you calling me kind-hearted." Pinning it firmly to the ground, he continued, "I actually have a favor to ask." Helmut immediately inquired, "What do you need?" Young master, Dale stated the desire he was desperate to fulfill. I want to train in a real combat format. Helmet instantly dropped into a solid stance, a dense aura of murderous intent erupting from him. You got it. I won't disappoint you. Seeing this, Dale became a bit wary. Facing one of the continent's 7 swords, just the sheer pressure of his aura alone was absolutely terrifying. Helmet smirked to reassure him. Don't worry, young master. I'll only use basic swordsmanship. I won't use my aura. But that statement only annoyed Dale. Pulling punches? A knight should always fight with everything they've got. The true purpose wasn't just a regular sparring match, but rather to train his ability to utilize the shadow raiment. Magic radiated from the cloak, starting to blanket the entire arena. The power of an artifact crafted from a shadow entity determines its true value. Therefore, this battle was a necessary test. The magic unleashed. Helmet raised his sword high, bracing for impact. Shadow Blade. With a single decisive slash, the captain completely cleared out the swarm of shadow blades. Witnessing this sight, Dale admired him even more. Breaking a spell with sheer physical strength? Incredible. Helmet laughed out loud with excitement, praising him. Brilliant. Here I come. Utilizing his combat experience, Dale quickly dodged the incoming blow, while simultaneously leaping backward, leaving his magic lingering right on the spot. From beneath Helmet's feet, sharp spikes of darkness shot straight up, but the captain still noticed it in time, spinning his sword to shatter them all. A surprise attack? Interesting. Realizing an attack was heading straight for him, Dale hastily manipulated his magic into a shield. When the slash connected, his shadow spikes cracked heavily, but didn't shatter completely. Dale tensed his body to hold his ground against the captain's heavy physical strength. Despite being blasted backward, he stubbornly forced himself to skid across the ground, leaving 2 long tracks. Helmet let out a soft laugh, feeling a bit uneasy deep down. He actually blocked it? I put enough power into that to slice an ordinary sword clean in half. Without stopping, the captain charged forward once more. Let's go for 10 more exchanges. That day, the watching knights whispered among themselves in absolute awe. Not a single one of them could last more than 2 exchanges against Captain Helmet. They could feel an invisible wall standing between themselves and the young master. Time flew by in a flash. The day of departure finally arrived. Elena was incredibly worried about Dale. No matter how much I think about it, I just don't understand why your father is letting you go to such a dangerous place. Dale comforted his mother. Don't worry, mother. Father and Uncle Helmet will both be right there. But following a mother's natural instinct, Elena still couldn't put her mind at ease. But what if something goes wrong? What if you get hurt? Dale reached out to hold his mother's hands, speaking with absolute sincerity. Mother, I have to become strong so that I can carry the responsibilities of the dukedom one day. When that time comes, I need to have the strength to protect you, father, and my little sister. I absolutely need this experience. Please give me your blessing to grow stronger so I can protect you. Softened by her son's heartfelt persuasion, Elena finally nodded. All right, please take good care of yourself out there. Softened by her son's heartfelt persuasion, Elena finally nodded. All right, please take good care of yourself out there. Early that morning, dawn was just breaking over the temporary base camp. Helmet conducted a check and reported, My lord, the vanguard is fully prepared to move out. Alan nodded. Good. Then he closed his eyes and turned away. Dale, take my place and order the vanguard to march. The boy was caught off guard. Yes, sir. Alan turned back to look at the massive, imposing army of soldiers and said, Our proud order of Dark Knights will one day take orders directly from you. They are your knights. Dale felt a bit flustered, but he still accepted the honor with pride. Dale's knights, not Han Sung's. This will be my very first battle as a commander. Alan smiled. Exactly. This time will be different. Dale stepped forward, declaring clearly, The hour to march has arrived. Move out, proud blades of House Saxon. Move out, proud blades of House Saxon. Dale gave the order clearly. All units, take your positions. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed, signaling that a new beginning had started. For this campaign, 250 Dark Knights, along with an elite commando unit, had stationed themselves at White Mountain. The Eastern Guard joined in as well. They quickly arrived in front of a massive waterfall. The target, roughly 1,000 orcs. The orcs had crossed the mountain range, heading up to the upper reaches of the Saxon River to escape the cold and forage for food. They would soon head downstream. Alan laid out the plan. We will launch a surprise raid by crossing the Saxon River. There is only one way for 250 troops to cross the deep river quickly. From a distance, Cephia gently walked up. Everyone, please step aside. She stepped forward coldly, her intention clear. I will create an ice bridge. Dale cried out in delight. Master Cephia, you came to support us in person, despite being someone who pursued pacifism. In the blink of an eye, Cephia created a massive, solid ice bridge brimming with power. Once finished, she extended her hand invitingly. Everyone may cross now. Wishing you a victorious return. Alan didn't forget to express his gratitude. I am grateful for your assistance. Dale stepped up, bowing to his master. Master, I am heading out. Cephia silently watched his small figure gradually disappear into the distance. An indescribable wave of anxiety welled up inside her heart. How strange. How can a single disciple make a master worry this much? A while later, at the temporary orc encampment, the commando unit stayed hidden and launched a volley of arrows for an ambush. The arrows, carrying blazing flames, shot straight ahead. Tens of thousands of arrows were unleashed, turning the sky a fiery red. The unleashed arrows cut down a massive number of enemy orcs. Helmut called out an order. Right now, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, all soldiers, get into battle positions immediately. He signaled the spearhead formation to charge forward. Helmut stood on high ground observing, then turned to ask, "What do you think, young Master Dale?" Dale thought to himself, each hoof hits the ground twice per second, which means moving at 40 kilometers per hour. Adding the weight of the rider and the armor, the impact force will be absolutely immense. Combined with the 3 to 4 meter lances locked in place, forming a standard spear formation reinforced with aura, even the ORCs won't be able to stop this charge. He spoke up. It's truly overwhelming. Alan replied as well. Yes, this is the absolute pride of the ducal cavalry. Helmut smiled and said, You can't relax just yet, young Master Dale. This is only the beginning. The ORCs have already dug into a solid defensive stance. The battle between good and evil is turning into an absolute thriller. He announced that the ambush was a success, but it still wasn't enough to wipe them all out. A voice replied, We will fall back, regroup, and take turns attacking. A signal flare shot up, and the soldiers shouted out the announcement. Retreat flare? All units fall back. The warhorses immediately galloped back toward the camp. The ORCs seemed bewildered, unable to fathom what the righteous forces' next move would be. They roared in anger at the sudden retreat. Harris quickly received the order as well, turning his horse around to pull back. But the ORCs refused to back down, hurling their spears right at him. A spear flew in with terrifying force, throwing Harris clean off his horse. Dale watched from the high ground, completely stunned by the sight. He suddenly realized something, shifting into serious thought. A voice rang out, Don't be careless. Wait, a knight has fallen. Dale said loudly, Is he already considered beyond saving? Is a proud blade of House Saxon really going to lie helpless before the enemy like this? He turned to question them. Why are we just standing here watching? Alan seemed hesitant about something, and Helmut didn't make a move either. The ORCs had closed in dangerously fast on Harris. Dale thought to himself, spurring my horse down there now would be too late. From this distance, I need to pierce through the thick hide of an ORC in a single strike. An ORC's hide is much thicker than other monsters. I have to tweak the formula for Ice Flash, adding a high-precision sniper formula, along with a trajectory lock to ensure stability and elevate the level of completion. Dale immediately unleashed his technique. Ice Flash magic style, La Magna. An ORC fiercely rushed forward to attack Harris. Dale's spell shot straight down from above instantly, piercing right through its torso. Helmut spoke up. The distance is quite far, yet the precision is still that high. He asked in surprise, Young Master, do you intend to join the fray yourself? Alan hastily stopped him. Let him go, Helmut. Helmut gasped in shock. Do? He thought for a brief second. To be able to create his own unique magic style and output that level of firepower at this age. Alan and Helmet just stood there observing Dale's every move, thinking that his inner world must be incredibly close to completion. Dale suddenly paused, lost in thought. He realized the goblins had regrouped. Now there were two problems. First, Harris's body was frozen in panic from falling off his horse. Second, the initial magic style was too long and wasn't optimized enough for real combat. That's why one has to learn basic algebraic identities like A plus B equals A superscript 2, B superscript 2. I should streamline mine as well. Dale calculated in his mind, muttering, "Let's go with this." Done calculating, he focused with absolute concentration, his lips whispering, "Ice magazine." Harris was injured, unable to resist, casting a desperate look for help. A sharp ice spike shot from afar, piercing clean through the ORC's head, so fast it didn't even have time to react. The monster was eliminated instantly. Harris spoke in a weak voice. "Young Master Dale, why did you come all this way for someone like me?" Dale didn't answer, only gently dismounting his horse and stepping closer to him. He took another step forward, his voice gentle. "Don't worry. House Saxon never abandons a loyal blade." The other ORCs still refused to back down, rushing toward Harris, causing him to cry out for help again. One with a hideous face roared in fury over its slain comrade. Yet Dale maintained his calm composure, unleashing the Shadow Blade technique. Instantly, streams of pitch-black energy surrounded the ORC. He flashed a satisfied smile, muttering, "Absorb them." Those dark streams instantly drained the monster's strength. They kept absorbing relentlessly, causing the ORC's body to gradually disintegrate. Slowly, only the head was left, until finally nothing remained but a dry skeleton on the ground. Dale chuckled confidently. "There's still more." He fired another shot of Ice Magazine, finally putting the last ORC out of its misery. Dale wiped off the blood splattered on him, saying, "That takes care of that." Harris was astonished. "Young Master Dale, my legs won't move." The comment made Dale a bit embarrassed, but he still cheerfully picked Harris up, cheering softly. "We did it." Then he gently said to Helmet, "I'll leave the rest to you, Uncle Helmet." Helmet took the order instantly, turning to the cavalry squad and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Charge!" All the soldiers rushed forward to attack amidst thunderous cheers. For House Saxon, for young Master Dale. A while later, at the Saxon military camp, a reporting voice rang out. "Young Master Dale, the mission to eliminate the ORCs was a complete success." Alan suddenly spoke in a stern tone. "I called you here because I have something to ask. Why did you charge into the enemy lines all by yourself? For what earthly reason would you do something so reckless, huh?" Dale got anxious from being scolded, his body trembling as he thought to himself, "Why am I suddenly getting yelled at like this?" Alan was still questioning him, demanding an explanation as to why he dove into enemy lines alone. Dale explained, "Yes, Father. You once said that the Knights of House Saxon would be led by me in the future. I only wanted to act in a way that is worthy of that honor, sir." Alan seemed satisfied after hearing that, but he still said, "Your reason is way too weak." Dale thought for a moment. Father is famously known for deeply valuing his own knights. So why is he acting like this? He then questioned curiously, "May I ask why you just stood by and watched a knight get eliminated?" "Father," Alan then explained, "the Northern Demon King's territory managed by House Saxon constantly faces waves of monsters. The knights, standing on the front lines, draw their blades, not to wait around to be saved. They must survive on their own first." Dale was still confused. "But I expected you to save the life of a loyal knight," Alan countered. "Just like you did? Do you want the soldiers to think and act right on the battlefield, yet deep down, keep hoping that someone will come to their rescue? How many knights with that mindset do you think can actually survive out there? The knights in our territory must constantly sharpen their blades to face the dangers lurking all around them. Only when they truly reach their absolute limit do I personally intervene. That is the noble obligation that our family must shoulder." Dale suddenly realized, thinking to himself, "Indeed, this is a truth I can't deny. I knew this perfectly well in my past life, yet I completely forgot about it now." Alan reached out to pat his shoulder gently, saying, "But the way you acted on your own volition is also commendable. Don't lose that spirit, okay?" Dale bowed his head. I understand, father. The light filtering in from outside cast a halo around him. Alan pulled back the curtain, saying, "Let's head back to the castle." The story of the Duke's young heir personally charging into a pack of orcs to save a single knight quickly became a favorite topic of conversation throughout the entire empire. The story of the Duke's young heir personally charging into a pack of orcs to save a single knight quickly became a favorite topic of conversation throughout the entire empire. Even though the person in question blushed with intense embarrassment, the incident blew a fresh breath of life into the dukedom. A few days later, at the training grounds, everyone cheered excitedly upon seeing him. "Young Master Dale is here. It is an honor to meet you, sir." "Welcome, young Master Dale." Dale blushed sheepishly. "I told you guys there's no need to make such a big deal out of it." Seeing this, Helmet shared in the joy, teasing him. "Chest out, young master. For the sake of young Master Dale's future, we have to get even stronger, got it?" All of them shouted back in unison, "Sir, yes, sir." Dale found it strange, thinking to himself, why is everyone so pumped up today? Suddenly, Eve's voice called out from behind, "Young Master Dale?" Suddenly, Eve's voice called out from behind, "Young Master Dale?" "The guest from the Orhart family has arrived." Dale smiled and replied, "Ah, thank you, Eve." Helmet asked alongside her, "Shall we go, young master?" Dale thought to himself, it's finally time to meet this special guest. The warrior of Orhart, family head Bardell of the Holy Sword, was once a great noble of the fallen kingdom of Teutonia. When the empire waged war, everything was burned to ashes, the kingdom, the Holy Sword, and the Orhart family alike. Dale glanced at Helmet, noticing his expression looked a bit different, likely remembering the Holy Sword Master from back then, the very man who had dubbed him a knight. He thought to himself, the atmosphere is really heavy right now. Alan spoke up. "You arrived just in time. You finished training, right?" Dale replied, "Yes, sir." The butler stepped in to announce, "Young Master Dale, the guest has arrived." A voice rang out, quite a grand reception. Charlotte and her mother walked in. Dale thought to himself for a moment, traveling all the way here without a single servant? She bowed her head to introduce herself. "I am Vanessa Orhart. Respectful greetings to the Duke of Saxon." Alan replied, "Welcome." Vanessa turned to her daughter. "This is my daughter, Charlotte Orhart." However, Charlotte looked thoroughly displeased, pouting as she complained, "Mother." That attitude made Dale think to himself, what's going on here? The girl reacted sharply. Why do we have to bow our heads to them anyway? Vanessa hastily reprimanded Charlotte, yet keeping her composure, she said to Alan and Lucia, "The two of you have had a long journey getting here. Dale, could you please escort Lady Charlotte for a tour around the castle?" Dale complied, "Yes, sir." He gently invited her, "Lady Charlotte, please come with me." But Charlotte maintained her arrogant stance, gritting her teeth. "Don't touch me." She slapped his hand away so forcefully that Dale froze on the spot for 5 solid seconds. Alan was also bewildered by the girl's hostile attitude. Charlotte kept her haughty expression, suddenly blurting out, "Imperial nobles are absolutely shameless." Vanessa quickly scolded, "Charlotte, what do you think you're doing? Apologize to the young master right now." Rebuked by her mother, Charlotte turned away in annoyance and stormed off. Dale still called out gently after her, "Hold on, Lady Charlotte." Vanessa spoke in a serious tone. "Please forgive her rudeness. She isn't usually like this. It's just that some things happened recently, so her state of mind is a bit unstable." Hearing this, Lucia instantly empathized, asking, "What exactly happened?" Vanessa recounted, "Not long ago, Count Brandenburg became the new lord governing our lands. He is called a Holy Knight of the Empire, but his notoriety far outweighs his fame. There is a good reason people call him the Pig King. Rumor has it that to obtain a talented heir, he has spread his seed everywhere, even targeting my underage daughter. Fortunately, she escaped by the skin of her teeth, but that horrific memory cannot be erased." Vanessa desperately pleaded, "I only want to protect her, but I am merely a fallen noble with little power left. I beg the two of you to take Charlotte in as a maid for House Saxon, so that bastard can never lay a finger on her again." A while later, Dale caught up with Charlotte, calling out, "Lady Charlotte, do you even know where you're going?" Charlotte replied coldly, "I don't care." Dale thought to himself, How do we end up right at the training grounds? Suddenly, Charlotte turned around and asked softly, "Is your hand okay?" Dale cheerfully replied, "It's fine, don't worry about it." The girl suddenly grabbed the hilt of his sword, saying, "Good." Then, she abruptly drew the sword clean out of its scabbard, her face turning dead serious. "In that case, duel me." The sudden action caught Dale completely off guard, making him gasp. What? He thought to himself. Where on earth is this suddenly coming from? Charlotte still coldly pointed the sword toward Dale, demanding, "Duel me." Dale maintained his calm and said, "There has to be a reason first." She replied, "I've heard plenty of rumors. An absolute powerhouse who single-handedly wiped out 1,000 orcs just to rescue a fallen knight." Hearing the story told back to him, he felt too embarrassed to say anything. Charlotte asserted, "I will defeat you, the one hailed as peerless in the Empire, and prove to the world that I am stronger than you. Then I will prove that I can protect my family from that man." Dale asked curiously, "That man?" She spoke to clarify, "Count Brandenburg, the Holy Swordsman." She spoke to clarify, "Count Brandenburg, the Holy Swordsman." Sharing the same goal, she could make a fine ally, but first, this girl needs a reality check. He coldly turned his back and walked away, leaving Charlotte completely baffled. Then he turned back around, looking at her with disdain. "You're just an oblivious, ungrateful brat." Saying that, Dale drew his sword and commanded, "Come at me with everything you've got." Hearing this, she flew into a total rage. "I fully intended to." With that, Charlotte instantly unleashed a fierce, powerful attack. Yet, it was still a lightweight attack to Dale. He stood perfectly still, maintaining a rock-solid defense. Seeing this, she pulled her sword back and launched a different strike. Charlotte's face was filled with absolute determination, her eyes sharp and cold. Dale seemed quite surprised by her raw power. Charlotte suddenly realized something, thinking to herself, an instantaneous counter, blocking with a wrist, and signs of using aura that is flooding into the sword way too much for the body to handle. Just like mages generate mana through the circuits in their hearts, knights accumulate aura to push their bodies far beyond human limits. Dale thought to himself for a moment, she really is a true knight. She flashed a sinister smile, bringing her hand back as she prepared for a decisive finishing blow. The attack launched as fast as lightning, but Dale still dodged it effortlessly. The clash between the two turned incredibly intense. With a look of pure determination, she suddenly thought, "If I keep this up, I'll gain the upper hand." When I was born, my father was already gone from this world. But every single night, Mother would tell Charlotte stories about him. Mother said you must protect the family in father's stead as the proud daughter of the Holy Sword. Even when the kingdom collapsed and the family fell into ruin, Charlotte's sword never once wavered. Charlotte tensed up, sweat rolling down her face as a sudden thought hit her. Then why? She felt absolutely furious, thinking to herself, "I can't even land a scratch on it." Charlotte kept unleashing wave after wave of attacks. Yet she couldn't shake the sudden feeling that something was fundamentally off. Charlotte once again lunged forward with every ounce of her strength. She thrust her sword straight toward Dale, but she still couldn't break through his defense. Charlotte questioned in her mind, "What?" Dale gently deflected with his blade, executing a smooth counterflick that sent her sword flying right out of her hand. Charlotte was completely stunned, a thought flashing through her mind. "I'm the daughter of the Holy Sword, aren't I?" The sword plunged straight into the ground. She spoke in utter disappointment. "Why can't I win?" Dale calmly followed up, "Because you are not the Holy Sword. There is nothing wrong with being proud of being his daughter, but the current you can't protect your family from that guy. A Holy Swordsman's blade is 10 times stronger than mine." Hearing that, Charlotte regained her composure and blurted out, "Then what should I do? What am I supposed to do?" Dale said gently, "I, Dale of House Saxon, swear upon my family name to provide patronage to the Orhart family until the day you are strong enough to personally defeat him. I and House Saxon will be your shield." Charlotte found it hard to comprehend, so she questioned back, "Why would you?" Dale explained smoothly, "Because your blade is worthy. Therefore, it shall become my blade and the blade of House Saxon." She hastily wiped away her tears, speaking in a firm voice. "How could I possibly refuse? I, Charlotte Orhart, swear upon the honor of a knight." Even if it sounds like a childish promise, That absolute resolve is more than enough to be considered a binding oath. That evening, in the Duke's office, per the request of the young lady of Orhart, Charlotte officially became a maid for House Saxon. Alan spoke up in surprise. I didn't expect her to accept it without a single shred of hesitation like that. Did something happen between you two? Dale answered honestly. We made a promise to each other, Father. I swore an oath to protect the Orhart family under the name of the Saxon family. He asked, You didn't just drop the family name out of pity, did you? He firmly replied, No, Father. Alan followed up. Then what do you want to gain from this? Dale expressed, The sole bloodline of the Holy Sword. Her talent is extraordinary. We have sworn an oath to each other, and what I want is for the new Holy Sword to be raised for our family. Alan, seemingly satisfied with his thought process, spoke up, Good. Dale thought to himself, The last bloodline of the Holy Sword is now under our roof. That's more than enough to give that Brandenburg guy a serious blow. Right at that moment, in the old capital of Teutonia, Malberg, a scream echoed all the way to the heavens. The wine glass was slammed hard onto the floor, shattering into pieces. Brandenburg roared in anger. Those ignorant, arrogant fools dare to strike first. The soldier replied, I'm sorry. He slammed his hand on the table and barked, Idiot! You couldn't even catch a single little girl? The soldier said, We sent assassins, but they died before they could even reach the Saxon estate. We suspect Charlotte Orhart herself took them down. Brandenburg closed his eyes tightly, his face twisting into a hideous expression. He walked out, thinking to himself, Useless trash. Brandenburg gently placed his hand on the table, briefly flashing back to the moment he stabbed Dale in the back. He stroked the sword and spoke. Do you agree, Holy Sword Durandal, my lovely fiancée? Just wait for me a little longer. I will create your perfect heir, no matter the cost. He ordered a connection with the Thieves' Guild, sending men to the Duke's territory. Flashing a scheming smile, he declared, Pay whatever it takes. Just bring that Charlotte girl back to me. While adjusting to life at the Duke's castle, Charlotte diligently underwent rigorous training to become a maid, while also sparring daily with Dale. While adjusting to life at the Duke's castle, Charlotte diligently underwent rigorous training to become a maid, while also sparring daily with Dale. Holding his sword, Dale smiled confidently, of course. Holding his sword, Dale smiled confidently, of course. Helmet smiled gently, his eyes closing calmly. Well then, let's begin. Charlotte immediately clashed swords with Dale. His swordsmanship was incredibly proficient. Charlotte's face remained filled with fierce determination as she looked at him. He continuously unleashed a barrage of slashes at her. Despite the tense situation, Charlotte still managed to block the blows. Helmet watched the duel between the two intently, thinking to himself, a children's sparring match is already like this? And he hasn't even officially become a knight yet. The battle grew intense, the bloodlust and speed sending chills down one's spine. Suddenly, Dale's eyes locked in, and he pulled down his cloak. Before Charlotte's eyes was his true face. Her pupils instantly sharpened as she prepared to unleash her deciding move. Just as Charlotte and Dale's swords crossed, Helmet stepped in just in time to stop them. Excellent, he calmly praised. You fought well, Lady Charlotte. Her face contorted. Don't flatter me. What did I go wrong? Lord Helmet, he slowly asked. Do you know what the absolute core fundamental of holding a rapier is, my lady? She shot back instantly. Thrusting, right? Helmet shook his head. No. The core is the feet. It's the footwork. Young Master Dale evaded the thrust and closed the distance. At that moment, you should have backed off to look for an opening. With a rapier, if you let your opponent force your arm to bend, its entire advantage is dead. The blade loses stability and accuracy completely vanishes. Honestly, you need to tear it all down and rebuild your entire foundation from scratch. Charlotte gasped in panic. What? Helmet continued. I've noticed it for a long time. Your stance and footwork are way too sloppy. She grimaced. That's because I've never had a proper teacher. Helmet slowly smiled. Well, you have me now. We'll fix that bizarre thrusting stance of yours too. Her face flushed bright red. Bizarre. He laughed out loud, gently patting her head. Just teasing. You're just too cute, my lady. Helmet slowly smiled. Well, you have me now. We'll fix that bizarre thrusting stance of yours too. The process of creating a mana ring is quite similar. One must feel the mana flowing in the heart, wait for a solid mana pathway to form, and then engrave that pathway into a complete magic ring. The problem is this process can take decades. Cephia asked in wonder, "You've already completed the second ring?" Dale nodded. Yes. In this world, mana rotation speed is measured in revolutions per minute. A one-ring mage usually averages 300 rounds per minute, meaning 300 revolutions per minute. My current stats. Ring 1 is at 2,000 revolutions per minute. Ring 2 is at 400 revolutions per minute. Opening a new ring requires at least 300 revolutions per minute, which means I've already met the conditions to open the third ring. Now that you have 2 rings, let's test it out. He reinforced a basic ice bullet, increasing the intermolecular bonds to enhance both its size and hardness, while simultaneously replicating a large caliber barrel to amplify the rotation count and firing speed. On the tip of Dale's finger, a targeting magic appeared, armor-piercing round. Power erupted violently as explosive energy flared brightly, spinning fiercely right at the center. The wall in front of them now had a massive hole blasted through it. Holy crap! Since when was firing an armor-piercing round this easy? Cephia clapped in admiration. You learned so fast, my lord. Dale bowed formally. It is all thanks to you, master. From rescuing the knights from the orcs to the growth of Charlotte, a child who knew how to use power properly. Dale was lost in thought, constantly thinking about her. Her talent was terrifying, yet it inspired trust rather than fear. Cephia hugged him, comforting him. You truly are my proud disciple. Dale's cheeks turned red as a beet. He thought anxiously to himself, this is a little too close, isn't it? Dawn broke over the courtyard of the Duke's manor, and Dale grimaced as he recalled. Master really caught me off guard earlier. She probably still views me as a kid. He couldn't focus anymore. Now is not the time. His expression turned serious again, back to training. Suddenly, a massive wall of ice appeared in the middle of the courtyard. A powerful flash of light erupted from Dale's palm. The blocks of ice turned into a barrage of flying bullets. Ice Magazine 0012. They transformed into smooth ice spheres, their crystals exploding to unleash a terrifying amount of energy. Dale stood firmly behind his ice shield and smiled. Next time, I'll try slug rounds. Suddenly, a distant shout broke the atmosphere. It was Charlotte, her face drenched in sweat. Are you training here too? Dale nodded. Yeah. What about you, Lady Charlotte? She softly replied. Just practicing the movement steps Lord Helmet taught me. Dale asked further. You really love swordsmanship, don't you? Charlotte looked a bit flustered. Huh? Oh yeah. For a few seconds, they fell silent. Then she spoke first. I'm sorry for acting so out of line before. I was way too rude to you, young Master Dale. He nodded. Yeah, I'll admit you were pretty rude, but I'll let it slide this time. Only this once, though. Charlotte instantly brightened up. Really? He nodded. Yeah. So stop being so stiff. She smiled gently. Okay. The two leaned against the tree trunk in the freezing weather. The weather here is great, Charlotte said. Even if you swing your sword until pitch black, your body cools right down. Dale looked at Charlotte's relaxed face and chuckled softly. Is that so? I didn't expect anyone else to think the same way. It's actually pretty nice. The sight of Charlotte and Dale talking together looked incredibly heartwarming. Lucia smiled and said, Time flies so fast. Our boy has already grown so much. Lai added, They really look good together. Lucia nodded. We need to keep an eye on them. It looks like exactly what I needed is already falling into place. A mother's duty is to guide her son to be honest with his feelings. Not long after, in the outskirts of the Duke's territory, the citizens bowed politely. Thank you as always, my lady. Lucia smiled gently. Think nothing of it. Please continue to take care of your health. In the slums, where beggars and the homeless lined the streets, Mother would often show up in person to hand out aid directly. Every week, she brought food, daily essentials, and job placement support. Dale looked at her and thought to himself, starting this year, Charlotte and I are tagging along with Mom too. Charlotte, on her end, came rushing over. What's wrong, sweetie? A young boy dressed in commoner's clothes yanked at her hand. Please help me. Looking at Charlotte, the boy cried out desperately. My mom is in critical condition. He kept sobbing uncontrollably, wailing loudly. Please, you have to help me. Dale ran after Charlotte and the boy, thinking to himself, highly suspicious. getting her to ditch the escort knights, running into a complex maze of alleyways, not asking an adult for help, but specifically targeting Charlotte. That's more than enough red flags. A silhouette on the rooftop was watching Dale running down below. He caught sight of the person. That guy was from the Thieves' Guild, probably sent by the Holy Swordsman. I knew it. Their target is Charlotte. But this is a bit too obvious, isn't it? The boy stopped and said, "Wait here a second. I'll go call my mom out." Charlotte hesitated, huh? Oh, okay. Suddenly, a man stepped out slowly, wearing a shady smirk. Well, we're noble kids wandering into a dangerous neighborhood like this anyway. We only have business with that little lady over there. I'd advise you to just shut up and go home, young master, unless you want to get hurt playing hero here. Dale laughed out loud. I, Dale Saxon, have sworn to protect the daughter of the Orhart house from thugs like you. The crook chuckled mockingly. Well, look at Mr. Chivalrous over here. But looking at the situation, kid, you'd be much better off if you knew your place. Sounds like you need life to beat a little experience into you. Charlotte turned around in fear and whispered, Dale, I didn't bring my sword. He smiled reassuringly. It's fine, don't worry. This is the perfect chance to test out the Shadow Garment's new move under the guise of legitimate self-defense. The entire gang of crooks rushed in from all directions. Dale quickly channeled his power, sweeping them all into a vortex. Win! The crook screamed in anger. Dodge it, you idiots! Dale smirked internally. He reacted fast. His level must be pretty high. Dale smirked internally. He reacted fast. His level must be pretty high. The entire gang was sucked in with no way out. Everything went exactly according to Dale's calculations. The entire gang was sucked in with no way out. Everything went exactly according to Dale's calculations. The move. A hint of fear appeared on the crook's face as he witnessed his men being effortlessly taken down one by the vortex. What is he doing? Suddenly, a giant man rubbing his stomach appeared behind Dale, growling, So hungry, I'm so starving. The people trapped in the vortex screamed in terror. It was a zombie. The crook roared. What are you standing around for? Kill him now. He gnashed his teeth in fury. Even if he's the son of the Duke of Saxon, he'll still die if he takes a single slash. He planted his feet and leapt, moving so fast that his silhouette vanished completely. A green light shot out from his palm. No one can block my hidden stealth technique in a narrow alley like this. But Dale's dark magic barrier blocked the throwing daggers. Damn it! He ground his teeth in shock, gripping his sword as he dove down from above. The barrier suddenly tore open a small rift. Spheres of water shot out continuously like a twin 0012 magazine gauge, flying at a terrifying speed, piercing through his body as blood splattered everywhere. Charlotte, hiding behind the wall, watched Dale anxiously. The giant went into a frenzy, devouring the remains of the crook's men. Dale watched as the leader still struggled to stand. He didn't die from just one shot. Aura users are incredibly durable. Blood poured from the crook's mouth, but his eyes remained sharp. Not over yet. The moment the words left his mouth, Dale's dark power sliced his body to pieces. The giant continued to frantically dig his sharp nails into human flesh, blood pouring down like rain. Hungry, so hungry, Dale coldly withdrew his dark power, turning towards Charlotte, who was cowering in the corner of the wall, terrified. Are you all right? She stammered, no. The last remaining thug ran over, just witnessing his allies being completely wiped out. The moment he took a step, a flash of blue light pierced his ankle, freezing him solid on the spot. He screamed in agony, collapsing and thrashing on the ground. Ah, help! I'll tell you everything I know. Dale spoke sternly. Everything you know? He stammered, yes. I'll talk, so please. Suddenly, the moment he finished speaking, a water sphere pierced right through his forehead. Dale looked at the corpse, completely bored. I've lost interest anyway. The last remaining man from the Thieves' Guild was also easily eliminated by Dale. Charlotte looked around at the scene, saying in fear, you don't need to say anything more. This is the true face of the Saxon family that people fear, and it is also the power meant to protect me. Dale stepped closer, asking softly, What does it look up close? Are you scared? Charlotte nodded slightly, but immediately smiled, a little, but it's okay. You fought to protect me, right? I've already knelt before you once. I made up my mind on the day of that oath. Since your family has become my shield, then one day I will raise my sword for you. Thank you for showing me what a real future looks like. I will keep getting stronger and stronger. Dale's expression turned to shock at those words, the look in his eyes shifting completely. Part of the reason he took Charlotte in was due to his lingering regret over Bardell from 24 years ago. He slowly extended his hand, gently placing it in front of her. Dale smiled, thinking to himself, so Charlotte choosing to become my sword. She smiled happily, her cheeks flushing red as she reached out to grasp his hand. To Charlotte, that gesture carried a much deeper meaning than Dale could ever realize. At the exact same time, inside the estate of Count Brandenburg, the old man was throwing a massive tantrum. Brandenburg's expression was incredibly hideous. Damn it, I know inviting a newly appointed count here is a stretch, but I must summon you to the Saxon ducal territory, Alan said sternly. Please maintain the mutual respect between our houses and do not refuse this invitation. The old man roared in fury. This is a summons from the Black Duke to hold us accountable. Even a great holy swordsman cannot defy this order. A few days later, at the Saxon ducal castle, Alan sat on the main throne, speaking slowly. I'm pleased that the Count has made the effort to come all this way. Brandenburg, terrified, kept his eyes locked onto him without looking away. Alan continued, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Forgive the modest reception. Brandenburg awkwardly placed a hand over his chest. Nothing is more urgent than the summons of the Duke himself. His eyes darted toward Dale and Charlotte standing behind him. Following the commotion in the ducal territory, an air of anxiety was spreading across the empire, especially considering it was a kidnapping in broad daylight. I believe I know the reason you call me here, but as a loyal sword of the Emperor, how could I possibly be involved in such a shameful matter? Suddenly, dark magic carrying a purplish-black glow shot straight toward Brandenburg. He tried to resist with his holy sword, but the black wind enveloped his two subordinates, their bodies instantly beginning to decay, burning away in patches. Brandenburg barked in a panic, Lord Duke, please spare their lives. He backed away, as even the holy knights belonging to Magdalene couldn't hold their ground. His face turning deathly pale, he shrieked, this magic, it's the Void Tempest, high-tier dark magic. Alan coldly commanded, kneel. The holy swordsman growled. Does the Duke understand the gravity of his current actions? Alan remained completely unfazed. I advise you to listen very carefully, Count. There won't be a warning a second time. Brandenburg ground his teeth, but his knees ultimately buckled. He thought to himself in terror, damn it, even if the Black Duke has his reasons, I never expected him to go this far. Alan spoke clearly and powerfully. You already know I summoned you here for the peace of the Empire. But if you dare touch a child of the Saxon house again, I will wipe out every last trace of the Brandenburg family. Engrave this deeply into your heart. You must be exhausted from the long journey. Count, go rest and warm yourself up. He kept his head lowered, muttering in a low voice, I am deeply grateful for the Duke's generosity, but unfortunately, the situation does not allow me to remain in your territory any longer. Alan nodded, understood. Then I pray for your safe journey back. Dale stood in the back, wearing a sinister smile. What his father had just delivered to Brandenburg, one of the Emperor's most loyal retainers, would become the spark that would turn the Empire into a blazing torch. Right now, it was just a tiny ember, but before long, the flames would erupt, and their duty would be to take the holy swordsman's head. When the entire world learned that the holy swordsman was forced to kneel before the Black Duke, the very pillars of the Empire would shake. In his private office, Alan boldly pulled off the cloth cover, revealing what lay beneath. Cephia asked hesitantly, this is, Alan explained, the corpses of the thieves' guild members who attacked Dale. Cephia's face turned stark white. All of this. Dale did this. The bodies lay scattered, riddled with holes, their internal organs strewn everywhere. For the first time in her life, Cephia doubted her own teaching methods. Alan spoke slowly. As you can see, guiding Dale's extraordinary talent down the right path requires your wisdom, Cephia. I want to offer you the position of chief advisor. Cephia fell silent for a moment, before gathering her courage to reply. Sephia fell silent for a moment before gathering her courage to reply. Inside the grand and magnificent main hall of the castle, time quietly ticked away. Dale's 10th birthday had finally arrived. Unlike last year, this time even representatives from the Emperor's faction made an appearance. Suddenly, a red-haired young man approached Dale. "Welcome, Marquis Uris." He flashed a sinister smile. "A pleasure to meet you, young Master Dale." A moment earlier, inside the grand and magnificent main hall of the castle. "Oh my goodness, look at these dishes. Truly worthy of the Saxon family name. This is an absolutely exquisite sight. Hard to believe. We are all the way out in the northern lands." Haha, indeed. It seems worrying that the ducal territory was too far from the imperial capital was entirely pointless. Dale stood to the side, intently listening to every single word the guests uttered. He glanced over at the central nobles from the imperial capital, the so-called Emperor's faction. They were the largest, most deeply influential power in the empire, always acting under the Emperor's name. The reason for their presence at tonight's birthday banquet was blindingly obvious. This was an unspoken warning. It was a message from the imperial family that they would not overlook any insult directed at the Holy Swordsman. And the person chosen to deliver that message was currently standing right in front of him. Uris bowed formally. "You must be the young Master, Dale. I am Marquis Crimson Uris. A true pleasure to meet you." Dale thought to himself. So he's the master of the Red Magic Tower, the one who pursues flame, wrath, and power within the boundaries of order. The Crimson Magic Tower's mages are notorious throughout the Empire for their fanatical belief that might makes right. And because of that, they've never hesitated to become the enforcers for the most insane ambitions. Even I was once a test subject for all kinds of their modification experiments. Uris spoke clearly and powerfully, the prodigy of the Saxon family. "I've heard you possess a magical talent unrivaled by anyone in the Empire. Rumor has it that to protect your knight, you single-handedly wiped out an entire horde of orcs when you were only 9 years old." Dale flashed a confident smile and gave a slight bow. "I am indeed the Duke's son. I hope you have a wonderful evening." Uris left with a sinister smile. "Throwing such a massive party for my birthday every year is seriously exhausting. I'd much rather be training with Charlotte. But right now, she's working as a maid for Elena. If word gets out that the Holy Sword's daughter is sparring with me, I'm afraid it'll only bring trouble upon her." Suddenly, a terrified scream erupted from right behind Dale. "Stay right there, you lowlife maid." Dale grimaced that voice. He immediately bolted toward the noise. Eve was sobbing uncontrollably. "Please, sir, I beg of you. I belong to the Saxon house." Petro barked in anger. "A lowly maid like you dares to invoke the Duke's name?" Everyone is busy celebrating the young master's birthday. So instead of standing there wasting time, wouldn't it be much more fun to go have a good time with a woman? "If you keep resisting, I'll slit your throat." He pinned Eve into the bushes. "Just be a good girl and do what you're told." Dale suddenly appeared from behind, shouting loudly, "What do you think you're doing?" Petro spun around in utter shock. Young Master Dale, still clutching his knife, he took a few steps back. "Young Master Dale, what brings you out here? You still look pretty wet behind the ears. You probably don't have any experience yet, do you? You still look pretty wet behind the ears. You probably don't have any experience yet, do you? How about I personally teach you a move or two?" He was locked in his chokehold, unable to break free. Dale's eyes turned ice cold. "Don't worry, I'm getting you out of here right now." In a world built entirely on social hierarchy, nobody expected the young master himself to be the one to strike first. A sharp barrage of ice bullets suddenly shot forward, tearing right through Petro's ear. He collapsed to the ground instantly, letting go of Eve. Dale stood there completely unfazed, having no intention of backing down, even though he knew confronting someone from the Emperor's faction was extremely dangerous. Petro screamed, "What the hell do you think you're doing? Young Master Dale, get down on your knees and apologize to me right now." Dale's face hardened as he pointed directly at the ground. "Didn't you hear me? Kneel down and apologize to Eve this instant." Just as she said, "She serves the Saxon family, which makes her a member of our household." Petro ground his teeth. "This Saxon brat. Young Master Dale, it's a real shame, but today I stand here as His Majesty's representative. Insulting me just to protect a lowly maid is an insult to the emperor himself, Dale countered nonchalantly. Then let me ask you a question. Does His Majesty actually find amusement in forcing himself on a nobleman's servant? Petro was left utterly speechless. You dare talk such reckless nonsense? Dale enunciated every single word. This is my final warning. Watching from a distance, Yuri's couldn't hide his amused smirk, then dropped down on one knee and said excitedly, "Well, this is quite an entertaining turn of events." Suddenly, Alan barked loudly. "Dale, what's going on here?" Dale replied, "This man was attempting to assault a maid of the Saxon house." Petro hastily chimed in, "Yes, Lord Duke." The young master completely overreacted. Dale refused to back down, shouting over him, "Did I give you permission to stand up?" The distinguished guest from the imperial capital bear the heavy responsibility of acting on His Majesty's behalf. Yet this man dared to commit such a disgraceful act, attempting to violate a lowly maid, personally dragging His Majesty's honor through the mud. Therefore, I could not just stand by and watch without handing out a punishment. Yuri suddenly burst into a loud laugh. "Ha ha! Splendid! You truly are a sharp young man. It turns out every single word you said is the absolute truth. For someone entrusted with the mission of representing the Emperor to go and commit such a vile act against a maid. How utterly pathetic." Petro panicked. Lord Yuri's, a bright red flame flared up in Yuri's palm, burning away. The color completely drained from Petro's face as he scrambled to his feet and bolted, shrieking in sheer terror. "No, spare me." Yuri's flashed a terrifyingly sinister smile. A vortex of fire shot from his palm, swallowing the fleeing Petro whole. He was consumed by the sea of flames, screaming in agony. "It hurts. It's too hot." Yuri slowly turned to Dale. "You're absolutely right. Eradicating the vermin who dare humiliate the Empire and the Imperial family is my solemn duty. I'm highly looking forward to your future, young Master Dale." Dale stared right back at him with a serious expression, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Once the incident settled down, the Emperor's faction departed, restoring peace to the Saxon estate. Sometime later, on a morning following the castle banquet, young Master Dale stood silently and formally beside the bed, softly asking, "Is it time to wake up?" Still half asleep, Dale slowly replied, "Thank you for waking me." She bashfully responded, "Think nothing of it, sir." He followed up, "Is there something you want to say?" "If hesitated, thank you. Being able to serve you is my absolute honor, young master." Dale thought to himself, did she really hesitate just to say that? I've lived in 2 worlds now, but this kind of affection still feels so foreign. I guess I'll just have to get used to it. His expression relaxed, and he gave a bright smile. "Thank you. Eve is the eldest child of the Saxon house. I understand the weight of our name, and I will exploit it to its absolute limits, as long as it brings the Empire's downfall." Alan spoke up sternly. "You're highly intelligent, Dale, but your recent behavior seems rather strange." His expression remained completely unfazed. "Why would you say that?" Dale responded slowly. "If the otherworldly hero and the holy swordsman Bardell hadn't perished together in that battle, then the next place the hero's sword would appointed would be the Saxon ducal territory." Alan was taken aback by the words his son had just uttered. This statement was far too blasphemous. He questioned him sternly. "How can you be so sure of that?" The shift in Dale's attitude was because he had caught wind of the Empire's conspiracy against the Saxon family during his past life. The Empire had discarded the hero. They were terrified that once the chains of that golden gift snapped, the rabid hound would turn on them. Even though the otherworldly hero had defeated the Demon King, the Empire still refused to pull the evil forces out by their roots within the Demon King's territory. On the contrary, they issued an insane decree to transform the Demon King's land into imperial territory, unilaterally forcing our family to make the sacrifice while handing that exact plot of land over to you, Father. Until the darkness on that land is completely purified, our blood will only continue to spill. Furthermore, to the people inside the Empire and beyond the northern borders, our Saxon house is viewed as a dark family. Just like the way they threw away the hero, they will attempt to eliminate internal threats, meaning anyone inside who poses a danger to them. Alan questioned, "Throwing away the hero?" Dale cut him off, answering, This is merely a deduction, an argument I've pieced together from the records I've read. Logically speaking, nothing fits better. Nominally, the hero died an honorable death after the battle with the holy swordsman Bardel. It's completely natural to be surprised. After all, very few people actually know the truth behind the hero's demise. If my hypothesis is correct, then the Empire is nothing more than a giant looking to crush all the smaller nations. He stared straight at the boy, lost in thought. The child's wisdom was far beyond his years. Then how do you think the Saxon family should act? He answered slowly, the Saxon family cannot coexist with the Empire. Suddenly, Dale's expression darkened as he emphasized, therefore, we must destroy the Empire. The atmosphere inside the office became suffocatingly tense. Alan lowered his voice. Do you even realize what you're saying, Dale? He replied casually, I don't mean we should raise an army and go to war right this second. Dale pondered for a moment before proposing. 10 years from now. He asked back in surprise. 10 years. He explained, right now, resistance groups across the continent are pushing for independence. Even vassals like you, the Duke of Saxon, are terrified that the Empire will turn its blade against them. The economy is collapsing, and banditry is running rampant every single day. And even though the treaty to unify the 7 continents has concluded, the aftermath of the war is only getting worse. By then, we will need to have built up a force capable of protecting our house from the Empire. We will back the resistance factions across the regions, and I have already mapped out the strategy to bring down the Empire. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon behind the magnificent castle, Dale wrapped up his explanation and asked, What do you think, Father? Suddenly, he just wore a sinister smile for a moment, remaining silent. Then Alan burst into a loud laugh. Your talent truly knows no bounds. I am confident that you see a vision that I cannot. Spoken like a true son of mine. From this day forward, you won't just be the eldest son of the Duke or a mere 10-year-old child. I will officially recognize you as my heir. You will lead the Saxon house. The boy looked taken aback. Father, Alan said softly, as the head of this family, I will listen to and value your words. He smirked internally. He had been waiting for this exact day for a very long time. The moment he possessed enough leverage to wield the authority of the Saxon family with his own 2 hands, he smiled and continued. Don't hold back, Dale. What are you going to do for our family? He replied. You said you'd treat me as an equal, right, Father? Then please grant me permission to undertake the magic trial inside the necropolis. The magic trial, a form of combat that determines a mage's rank, where they face off against the guardians of the magic tower. Defeating a higher-ranked guardian elevates the challenger's standing, and the strongest individual earns the title of Tower Master. The one standing at the absolute peak is granted the title of Magic Tower Lord. He questioned back, do you really want to step into a place so dangerous that it could cost you your life? It's still far too early. You haven't even finalized your 3rd ring yet. Dale countered confidently. I'm almost there. Alan worried. People usually hit their 20s before achieving 3 rings. So even for you, jumping from 2 rings to 3 is going to be difficult. Dale's attitude remained resolute. This decision is for both myself and the Saxon house. Father, he explained thoroughly, if I prove myself through the tower trial, my position as the heir will be further solidified. Your status will be even more secure, and I will gain a reputation that rises above any idle gossip. Alan asked softly, is that the reason you want to take on the tower trial? Dale's demeanor right now was brimming with absolute confidence and determination. Yes. He nodded. Very well. I will leave this matter to your judgment. Dale was thrilled. Thank you, Father. I'll prove it to you. A few days later, at the unimaginably vast dead city of Necropolis, someone was already waiting at the city gates to welcome them. The passengers stepped down from the carriage bearing the crest of the Saxon ducal house. They had arrived. The servants bowed formally, an honor to welcome the Black Duke. Standing beside him, Dale's expression was strained as he thought to himself, did I go overboard again? Whispers and murmurs began rippling through the crowd outside the main hall. Look over there. The Duke of Saxon and the young Master Dale are actually here too. Ah, I've heard he's a magical prodigy the likes of which the Empire has never seen before. Is that for real? But he doesn't look like he's feeling too well today, does he? Hey, I'm serious. I heard his swordsmanship even rivals the knights in the Duke's manor. Felix smirked. How utterly ridiculous. I, Velik, am the top graduate of the Academy, the one destined to conquer this tower trial. Tom added, right? That noble kid looks so fragile he'd probably fall over if you just tapped him. Eris appeared, bowing formally. Greetings, Tower Lord. Alan spoke softly. It's been a long time, Eris. She smiled. It is a true honor to serve you, my lord. Young Master Dale. Eris is the chief administrator of the tower, handling all administrative duties whenever the Duke is absent. Alan turned to him. While the trial is underway, she will be the one assisting you. He nodded. Yes, Father. Dale stepped forward, saying cheerfully, I look forward to working with you. Eris guided them. Yes, young master, please follow me this way. There are a total of 59 graduates waiting for you, and all of them will be participating in the trial alongside you. The doors suddenly swung open right in front of him and Eris, revealing a massive crowd inside. These are the individuals who will be competing with you in the tower trial. Welcome, everyone present here today. I am Eris, the tower's chief administrator and executive director. I will now explain the rules for the first round of the Black Magic Towers trial. Please check the necklace around your neck, the life necklace. This trial is a survival-style format, a life point match. Each necklace contains a barrier magic to shield its owner and a single life point. When you hit an opponent by controlling the undead scattered across this battlefield, the opponent's necklace will activate its barrier and then shatter, meaning they are eliminated. An attacker who lands a valid strike will have 1 life point added to their own necklace. Any candidate who accumulates a total of 3 points will be promoted to the next floor. Finally, anyone caught using a magic artifact will be deemed a cheater and immediately disqualified from the competition. Dale thought to himself, the rules are certainly quick and efficient for weeding out the weak. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, but Velik unexpectedly shouted out loud, How is that monster already a triple ring mage at such a young age? I'm telling you, we should take that monster down first, Tom asked nervously. Are we even allowed to attack him? Velik reassured him. Don't worry, the moment we stepped in here, we became rivals. Dale chuckled internally. He's pretty confident. Let's see if his abilities actually back up his big mouth. The entire group of students opened up their magic circles together, aiming straight at Dale. The trial began. Velik swung his palm, channeling his power to summon an undead creature right before his eyes. Clutching their weapons, they charged in a frenzy toward Dale. A massive undead creature built up momentum to launch an attack from above, but he swiftly conjured a dark barrier to block the blow. Right behind him, an undead giant multiple times larger suddenly materialized. Where the hell did he come from? The giant undead roared, unleashing its raw power. Velik watched as his own undead creature was being frozen solid, water attribute magic. The massive undead pounced forward with razor-sharp claws. Don't tell me he's a dual-element mage? Since Velik's undead was completely frozen, Dale's undead easily shattered them in a single blow. Velik shrieked, You dare lay a finger on my necromantic army? The giant undead raised its massive arm to shield Dale's body. He smirked, It's useless. I've already reinforced them with ice armor. Dale continuously controlled his undead to wage a fierce battle. Velik pointed an accusing finger. Isn't using water magic against the rules? Only necromancy and undead manipulation are permitted. All other forms of reinforcement are strictly forbidden. Dale responded, True, but is there an explicit rule banning me from reinforcing the undead with ice magic? Since the trial hasn't been halted, it seems I am in the right. Velik refused to give up. You too, hold off those undead. Focus all your attacks directly on him. A continuous stream of undead poured from Velik's magic circle, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Dale's expression shifted as he thought fast. Using old magic is forbidden too. He carefully observed every single undead rushing his way, then suddenly built up speed and sprinted straight ahead. This is the only way left. Moving at a blistering speed, he easily broke through the encirclement. Showing absolutely no fear, Dale charged straight into the thick of the undead crowd with supreme confidence. In the blink of an eye, he evaded every single incoming attack. Gripping his sword tightly, he disarmed them, then used his mana-infused fist to shatter the undead creature's arms. He swiftly snatched up one of their massive weapons, planting his feet firmly as he swung the blade back in a fierce counterattack. Tom panicked in utter disbelief. No way. My undead soldiers are being cut down this easily. Vielic's jaw dropped. That sword isn't normal. He reforged the bones to increase the blade's hardness, and there's a purple light radiating from it. Dale's undead slammed its sword into the ground, and Dale leapt to dodge, soaring up into midair. His face was brimming with confidence as every single undead was annihilated in a single strike. Vielic grimaced. He even defeated my final undead. How could a mage possibly wield a sword this flawlessly? Dale wiped out all of his opponents in mere moments, then stepped up close to Vielic. Vielic stammered and begged, "Please, young Master Dale, I surrender." Dale laughed out loud, thoroughly amused. "It's not like you're actually going to die. What are you so scared of?" The moment the words left his mouth, he used the pommel of his sword to give Vielic a light tap on the head. Vielic staggered around, clutching the lump on his head as he muttered, "What a monster!" Vielic staggered around, clutching the lump on his head as he muttered, "What a monster!" Dale lifted his head, a proud expression on his face. "Take a good look. This is going to be my starting point." The beast fiercely raised the magic in its hands. The second floor of the tower trial required defeating a guardian creature known as a flesh golem. Normally, the candidates who survived the first floor would team up with one another to bring down. But the one who completely shattered that traditional rule was Dale. I've already disqualified everyone else. The rules were also different from the first floor. Now, using any attribute of magic was fully permitted, though artifacts were still strictly banned. For him, that was more than enough. This was the perfect opportunity to test the absolute limits of his third ring. The golem slammed a lethal punch into the floor, causing the ground to explode violently. It paused for a few seconds as the dust cleared, wearing a triumphant smirk as if to say, "I am supreme." But a sudden surprise was in store for it. Dale's magic completely enveloped the golem's solid arm. The golem's face froze in shock, while he stood tall and proud amidst the debris, without a single scratch on him. Dale unleashed his shadow magic with a smug grin. Decay, acceleration. Watching from the outside, Alan looked on with curiosity. Standing beside him, Eris murmured in admiration. The young master's magic truly is extraordinary. Why did he choose to rot it away instead of just destroying it completely? Dale silently watched the golem's massive frame gradually disintegrate, thinking to himself, in my past life, when facing this type of monster, this move offered both precision and high firepower. It was called biochemical warfare. He withdrew his mana, covering his nose with his hand as he clicked his tongue. Stinks out here. I wonder if they even comprehend what they just witnessed. The disgusting process of biological warfare simulated through dark magic. That very day, Dale cleared even the level 10 test, setting a brand new record. He was granted a 4-day break before moving on to the level 11 trial. In the meantime, to make up for the complete massacre on the first floor, a re-evaluation trial was permitted for the remaining 59 candidates, excluding Dale, of course. That same night, under the fountain, Dale was spacing out when a voice called from behind, "Dale!" He turned around, calling out in pure delight, "Master Cephia?" Cephia nodded contentedly. "You did a phenomenal job. Hearing you say that makes me so incredibly proud." But immediately following those words, Dale froze, took a deep breath, and said, "Master Cephia, will you go on a date with me?" She was so shocked that she repeated, "A date?" Dale made the first move, suggesting, "There's a festival going on downtown. Let's go." Cephia helplessly gave in to his wish, saying, "All right, fine. Let's go then." She thought to herself, "A date, huh? I guess it's not entirely wrong." Meanwhile, he had a different thought. Is this what people call having a wicked mind? Down at the Necropolis Festival, the streets were bustling with people. In a secluded corner, Cephia asked, "The trials must have been really exhausting, right?" Dale shook his head. "I'm fine. We still have a few days before we have to resume." She smiled gently. "Is that so? That's good then." Right as they said this, both of them suddenly went quiet, and the atmosphere became strangely silent. To break the tension, Dale changed the subject. "The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?" Cephia looked up and nodded. "Yes, it is." He let out a frustrated sigh, completely at a loss for words. Yet this silence felt incredibly comfortable. It had always been this way with his master. Maybe because she had trusted him from the very beginning. He found himself wanting to get closer to her every single day. A few days ago, right when he completed his third ring, Dale finally understood what facing one's inner world meant. His nose started bleeding from pure overwork. Pinched his nose, he pushed himself strictly. To break past my limits, I have to overflow the mana out of the second ring. Only by enduring the rampaging mana can I maintain the third ring. The intertwining magic circles gradually began to manifest. Suddenly, a silver sword from deep within his psyche surged right out of his heart. He looked at the black sword, standing right in the middle of a snow-covered sky. Everything around him was just a vast, white void. All of a sudden, Cephia's voice echoed. When you calm your mind deeply enough, your inner world will open up. Dale cast his eyes down as realization hit him. So this is what it is. This was his inner world, the realm of his own consciousness. Originally, there was nothing here, just absolute emptiness. And inside that empty world, his master Cephia was the one who had reached her hand out to him. Maybe that was why she was the person who brought light into his world. Thinking up to this point, the words naturally poured out of him. Master, I like you. Cephia couldn't believe her ears. What did you just say? Dale's heart pounded wildly against his chest as he clearly declared, I said I like you, Master. She smiled faintly, still treating him like a kid. Cephia leaned down and hugged Dale tightly. Is that so? Her voice was warm and deep. I like you a lot too. Dale had no choice but to accept her response in a way he hadn't hoped for. Thank you, Master. Living 2 lifetimes really does come with a lot of perks. A few days later, it was a peaceful morning at Dale's family estate. Inside the level 11 trial tower, he slouched gloomily and grumbled to himself. Still absolutely no progress with Master. She probably just sees it as some childhood crush from an 11-year-old kid. For now, he just needed to focus on the test. Eris stepped forward and announced, the format for the level 11 trial is a one-on-one duel. The winner will advance to level 12. His opponent held a magic grimoire and bowed his head. It's an honor to face you, young Master Dale. I am Albert von Rosenheim, a master of the 3 rings. Don't expect me to go easy on you just because you're a child. The level 11 trial allowed the use of all kinds of artifacts and magic, meaning the lifeline necklaces could no longer guarantee saving one's life. The restrictions on artifacts had been lifted. Dale thought to himself, I don't have to hold back anymore. I'm going to crush him instantly to establish a massive power gap. Before the referee could even call for the start, Albert unleashed his opening move. It was a fatal strike that Dale found incredibly difficult to fend off. He sneered, I'm nothing like those academy rookies you've dealt with. Your winning streak ends right here. Albert used his magic to conjure a barrage of black arrows, dark projectiles, that flew straight toward Dale. A look of pure annoyance washed over Dale's face. The guy kept right on taunting him. Let's see how you block this one. With that, Albert von Rosenheim fired the entire volley of dark projectiles right at Dale. He continuously dodged every single strike, finally slipping out of the danger zone. Dale was furious because the guy was playing dirty, technically attacking even a second before the referee's signal counted as a foul. But the judges stayed quiet since they wanted to see his true limits. This damn genius treatment. This is exactly why I hate mages. After a barrage of attacks, Albert began chanting a long-winded incantation. Awaken my creations. Oh, you who have sworn eternal obedience to me. Servants from a darkness deeper than the blood night itself. Dale just wanted to dig a hole and bury the guy alive. Man, this is cringe. What kind of itchy-eared incantation is that? But he had to admit, this guy was way stronger than the usual rookies. Dale continuously dodged the incoming strikes from the shadow minions. Albert ran a hand through his hair, striking a pompous pose. How long do you plan on dodging? Do you really think you can beat me like that? As the henchmen rushed him, Dale couldn't just stand around anymore. His magic erupted, and in the blink of an eye, he blasted all of Albert's minions right back to where they came from. Albert smirked, thinking he had the win in the bag. Out of tricks already? Instantly, the bodies of the minions bloated up and detonated one after another. Thick smoke and dust threw the entire arena into absolute chaos. Albert laughed out loud. Today the victor is me, young Master Dale. The smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer panic. Wait, where the hell did he go? From right behind him, a dark shadow silently rose. Dale materialized, mocking him. You look pretty panicked over there. Magic enveloped Albert. It was none other than demonization. Terrified panic was written all over Albert's eyes. But defeating me is going to take a lot more than that. Right at his feet, a swarm of magical phantoms groaned. Hungry, so hungry. Can we eat him? Let us eat him. Let us eat him. They looked at Dale, begging as a mysterious smile played on his lips. Dale spoke softly. Go ahead and eat, but don't stuff yourselves too much. They immediately swarmed him. Agonizing screams echoed all across the arena. They devoured almost every single bit of the magic essence inside Albert's body. He frantically begged for his life. Please, spare me. Once Dale saw it was enough, he ordered them to stop. The loudspeaker blared. The winner of the first round, Dale von Saxon. He closed his eyes and whispered, while behind his back, a crowd of contestants trembled. Everyone turned pale now, terrified of what was coming next. Who wants to step up for round 2? Everyone turned pale now, terrified of what was coming next. Who wants to step up for round 2? Dale only offered a faint smile. Everything was going exactly as planned. From the third round onward, absolutely no one in the tower could match him. He won every single subsequent round with overwhelming dominance. Dale fought while sharpening his skills, perfecting his 3 magic rings while defeating one guardian after another. It wasn't until level 20 that a formidable opponent finally showed up, the Headless Knight, a creation of one of the old Dark Tower masters, a warrior with no head. Even if you are young Master Dale, you won't be able to climb any higher than this. Dale raised his hand as his magic power surged. It would be pretty boring if everything stayed this easy. His eyes turned stark white, looking like a literal monster had just awakened. A dense torrent of black magic surged straight toward the knight. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense. Then out of nowhere, the Headless Knight dropped to one knee right in front of Dale. Everyone up in the grandstands froze in utter disbelief. Inside the inner world, the knight respectfully offered up his own sword, leaving his fate entirely in the boy's hands. Dale issued his command without a single shred of hesitation. End yourself. And just like that, the battle concluded without a single hitch. Dale let out a bitter chuckle as he watched the knight's body disintegrate, loyal enough to literally betray his own creator. He suddenly noticed the stands were dead silent, everyone frozen solid like stone statues. I went a bit overboard. I just want to show off a little bit. Without overthinking it, Dale turned around to leave. Even though I could keep going, there are limits you shouldn't cross. Up ahead is a place that even monsters fear. He stepped through the exit, the pathway meant for those who threw in the towel or reached the peak. The crowd behind him whispered among themselves, "Where is he going? Isn't that the exit? Why is he giving up already?" Dale only muttered to himself, "That's enough." And with that, Dale's trial officially came to an end. Outside, all the students, tower masters, and nobles had lined up neatly to welcome him back. The Magic Tower Master made a personal appearance, and the entire Dark Tower stood at strict attention like a military review. One by one, they bowed their heads to express absolute loyalty to the Saxon father and son. Thanks to Dale's unparalleled performance, the Duke's banner flew high once again across the entire Northern Territory. No one dared question the power of the Dark Duke and his future heir anymore. A few days later, up in the northern part of the empire within the Saxon ducal territory, the knights were putting all their effort into wiping out the entire monster horde. In just a single charge, they had pretty much wrapped up their mission. As they attacked, they chanted their slogan, "For young Master Bedell, for the House of Saxon." Because he had successfully conquered the Trial Tower, the Duke of Saxon appointed Dale as the commander of the Orc Extermination Squad. Wherever his monster hunting unit went, the monsters were completely wiped out. That was a mission not many 10-year-old kids would ever be given, yet absolutely nobody doubted Bedell's leadership abilities. Just like that, the heir of the Dark Duke gradually began unifying the North. Early the next morning, a few days later, back at his family estate, Dale stood formally to deliver his report. "Lord Duke, we have successfully eliminated 145 orcs." Alan cut straight to the point. "Were the cavalry casualties?" Based on the data, he reported 3 men were lightly injured, with 0 fatalities. Alan pressed further to confirm. "Did you use protective magic on them?" Dale replied immediately, "No, This is entirely the achievement of the swords of House Saxon. Once the business was done, Lord Helmet, who wasn't one for casual compliments, noted, "Well done." Instantly, Helmet turned to brag to the Duke. "Lord Duke, young Master Dale has truly grown accustomed to commanding a large cavalry regiment." Dale modestly waved his hands in dismissal. "It's all thanks to Lord Helmet's guidance." He looked back at the past few months with a rush of excitement. Uncle Helmet had taught him swordsmanship, tactics, and military strategy. Helmet had pinned all his hopes on him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the young master could lead a territorial war himself. Despite his excitement, Dale always waited patiently. A territorial war, huh? I'm definitely looking forward to the next stage. A moment later, Charlotte swung her sword as if she were in an actual duel. Her opponent this time around was none other than Dale. Charlotte continuously unleashed powerful spinning sword strikes, but unfortunately, he managed to dodge them right in the nick of time. Not stopping there, Dale maneuvered around so swiftly that she was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. A second later, Charlotte managed to swing her blade just in time to parry his thrust. The two battled from one end of the yard to the other, neither giving an inch. For a split second, Charlotte almost landed a hit on Dale. He offered a word of praise and encouragement. "You've improved a lot." Charlotte looked visibly annoyed, refusing to accept the praise. "Still can't compare to you." Dale laughed out loud, teasing her further. "Did I tease you too much?" Charlotte was too exasperated to even bother arguing. After all, he was already a 3-ring mage and had even cleared past level 20 of the tower. Since then, everyone's been going young Master Dale this and young Master Dale that. Don't they ever get tired of it? Seriously? Seeing her like this, Dale tried to comfort her. "Don't worry, you'll get stronger too." Hearing that, Charlotte's face flushed bright red. Dale thought to himself that she was only 10 years old after all, and Charlotte was already outstanding by any standard. Even though Charlotte was incredibly embarrassed, she still maintained a proud front. "Hey, don't go treating me like a kid." Dale corrected her. "But you are a kid. And so are you." Dale pointed at himself. "Me? I'm already grown up, you know." She waved her hand back and forth dismissively. Yeah, whatever, forget it." Very quickly, their sparring match came to an end. Now, young Master Dale and Lord Helmet sat across from each other, setting up the chess pieces on the strategy board. Today's lesson caught Dale's attention. The hammer and anvil tact. This is when the cavalry is deployed on one or both flanks of the enemy. As if anticipating the outcome, he spoke up immediately. "The key is for the cavalry to punch through the enemy's flank and encircle them." Helmet nodded. "Exactly. The hammer and anvil tactic gets its name because it's like placing iron on an anvil and striking it with a hammer. This is a strategy that relies heavily on the cavalry." Dale rubbed his chin in thought. Indeed, this is only feasible when you have dark cavalry. No matter which world it is, the way of fighting remains pretty much the same. He suddenly remembered. "Oh right. How is Charlotte's training coming along?" Helmet rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. "Charlotte's progress? While it can't compare to yours, it is still absolutely extraordinary. The young lady already has a solid foundation in swordsmanship, and soon enough, she will grasp the aura and swordsmanship of Saxon." Yet, there was one cause for concern. Dale guessed correctly. The compatibility between Charlotte's swordsmanship and ours, right? Mages refine mana into magic using the magic circles in their hearts, while knights refine mana through conversion techniques into aura. Mages build magic towers to master philosophy, while knights establish legions to pass down sword techniques. Among them, the Northern Dark Cavalry are like chariots charging straight ahead. The power of the Knight Raven Knight Order is a prime example of crushing the battlefield with pure, raw strength. The issue is that Charlotte's sword style focuses heavily on speed and fluid movements, wielding a quick, agile blade. With that kind of talent, she could reach the baseline level of the 7 great swordsmen, but she will never become the #1 sword. That sword-wielding style, both powerful and elegant, was once unleashed by the leader of the 7 great swords, who happened to be Charlotte's father back in the day. That sword-wielding style, both powerful and elegant, was once unleashed by the leader of the 7 great swords, who happened to be Charlotte's father back in the day. Helmet understood his point, a look of sorrow washing over his face. If only that swordsmanship still existed. Helmet recounted. However, it was lost to time along with the fall of the Night Kingdom. Dale stared intently at the knight piece on the board. his heart filled with sympathy. Is it really gone from this world completely? After that, Dale's days allowed for even less rest. While balancing fighting monsters with his studies, his reputation grew larger by the day. It was time to show the results of his training. Alan, upon hearing the shocking news, blurted out, "What? The neighboring territory under Baron Parker has declared war to claim ownership of your copper mine." The merchant confirmed, "Yes, that's correct. The neighboring territory under Baron Parker has declared war to claim ownership of your copper mine." The merchant confirmed, "Yes, that's correct." While delivering his report, the merchant pulled a letter out of his coat pocket. "If you refuse to hand over the mine and accept the declaration of war, Count Brandenburg has already sided with the Baron, and with this letter, he is ready to deploy the Magdalena Holy Knights in exchange for a cut of the mine's profits." The moment they heard this, the father and son understood exactly what was going on. Dale grit his teeth in anger. "Want to play it that way, huh?" He still hasn't forgotten the humiliation from that day. If that's the case, we'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Dale's expression grew increasingly menacing. He thought to himself, "Count Brandenburg, you really think you can play this kind of game?" Ever since that day, he must have thought of nothing but wiping away the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Dark Duke. But launching a direct, full-scale territorial war would obviously be too difficult, which is why he picked a border region, a place where it's hard to intervene directly to handle everything. He cursed quietly under his breath. What a cowardly, despicable prick. Then Dale turned to his father and said, "Father, I will personally lead this battle alongside the knights of the Saxon family." However, before he could say another word, his father cut him off. "No, it is still far too early for you to take command." Facing Dale's surprised expression, he continued to analyze. "Do not speak so carelessly. War against humans is completely different from hunting down monsters." Having said that, he turned back toward the other man. "Baron Greenbelt, please do not worry. I will protect your mineral mine." Hearing this, Greenbelt expressed his gratitude and left. Only Dale remained standing there dazed, looking completely miserable like he'd just lost everything. A while later, once he was outside, he let out a helpless sigh, followed by a torrent of complaints to Helmet. "I thought I could do this better than anyone else. Why won't Father just listen to me?" Seeing him like this, Helmet quickly reassured him. "Please don't take the Duke's words too much to heart, young master. You must be disappointed right now, but he certainly has his own reasons. Instead, I prepared something for you." Instantly, Helmet brought over a game board and asked, "Would you like to learn to play a game with me?" Dale was a bit surprised when he saw the object in front of him. He thought to himself that this game looked a lot like chess, but here it was called by a different name, the war game. Seeing that Dale recognized the game, Helmet seemed quite pleased, so the young master knows about it. Then his uncle explained, "This is a game that simulates actual warfare. The rules are highly complex, but if you master them, it will be incredibly useful if you compete with me and delve deep into discussing the art of war." However, before his uncle could finish speaking, Dale snatched the board, happily running off while shouting, "Hee, this is the one." Seeing this, Helmet called out after him, "Young master, where are you going?" A bit later, who knows what Dale had said, but the Duke looked utterly astonished and asked back, "Huh? What's that?" "If you win this match, I'll allow you to participate in the territorial war." Even after hearing everything I said, you still have no intention of changing your mind? Dale clearly responded, "I've come to understand that war is not just a clash of raw power, but a deep battle of strategies. Please judge me through this game, Father." Hearing that, the Duke's expression remained stone-faced. Helmet, terrified the kid was going to get a beating, quickly cut in. "Please forgive him, Your Grace. I will talk some sense into the young master." However, just as the uncle and nephew were about to leave, the Duke called them back. "No need. Let's do it. If you win, I will allow you to have your way." Hearing this, Dale's face instantly lit up with pure joy. "Thank you for trusting me, Father." However, the Duke added, "But if you lose, you must give up on participating in this battle entirely." And so, the father and son engaged in an incredibly intense solo match of tactical moves, getting more brilliant the longer they played. A while later, Helmet seemingly lost his composure and blurted out, "Holy crap! Victory belongs to the young master." The uncle glanced over, thinking to himself, Even though the Duke held back to give young Master Dale the advantage in numbers and easily winnable terrain, he still managed to defeat the Duke of Saxon with a score of 2-1. Then Dale spoke up. Father will keep his promise, right? Hearing this, the Duke could only manage a strained smile and reply, "Huh, it appears so." Then he asked again, "So, when did you learn to play this game?" Dale scratched his head and answered, "I happened to find a rule book in a library a few years ago and just started studying." That's what he said out loud. But in his mind, he told himself, "Of course, that's a total lie. If I don't say that, everyone will just view me as even more of a freak." At this point, the Duke stood up and said, "A promise made must be kept. In the name of the House of Saxon, I entrust the command of the knights in the upcoming battle to you." Hearing this, Helmet said with a bit of worry, "But Lord Duke," before his uncle could finish, the Duke added, "But no matter how much I expect from you, with the honor of the Saxon family placed above all else, failure is absolutely unacceptable." His expression turned deadly serious. "I will ask you one last time. Can you truly shoulder the entire responsibility of this war?" Without needing a single second to think, Dale replied instantly, "Yes, please place your trust in me, Father. I will prove that I can succeed." Hearing these words from his son made the Duke extremely pleased, and his expression brightened as he replied, "Very well. Do not return until you have proven the results of your training." And so, sometime later at the dilapidated castle of Count Brandenburg, the old man was currently roaring in a fit of rage. "Are you out drinking and partying in the slums again? Philip, rumors say the young master of the Saxon family is personally commanding their knight division. What on earth are you doing?" Philip, his godforsaken son, answered back as he stumbled around unsteadily with a liquor bottle still in his hand. "You don't need to worry, Father. Our opponent is just a 10-year-old brat. Please let me and your knights crush that arrogant little Saxon kid. Our opponent is just a 10-year-old brat. Please let me and your knights crush that arrogant little Saxon kid." Brandon grit his teeth, slammed his hand down on the table, and barked, "Did you just call him a 10-year-old brat?" Seeing this reaction, Philip stammered in response, "Yes, I only meant." Before he could even finish, Brandon glared at him and cut in, "An arrogant Saxon kid, you say? He is a monster that you wouldn't even be qualified to touch the hem of his cloak, even if you had 100 years. You useless insect. You're pathetic compared to a 10-year-old kid." Then the old man thought to himself, "I really should have secured Charlotte much earlier." At this point, Brandon continued, "For this battle, I will hand over the command of the knights to you." Philip replied jubilantly upon hearing this, "Yes, I understand, Father." Seeing his attitude, Brandon roared again in anger. "What are you so happy about? You are completely useless on the battlefield." These words irritated Philip, making him quickly ask back, "I don't get what you mean by that, Father." Brandon immediately explained, "The entire war will be commanded by Milvas. You are only there in name." Then he barked an order, "Milvas, take Philip out of here immediately." Watching his son being dragged away, the old man thought bitterly to himself, "Damn it, if it were up to me, I would have taken the field personally, but one cannot go all out against a child. Could all of this have been part of your calculation from the very beginning?" On the other side of things, Dale was absolutely gloating now that he had finally managed to win over his father. Everything went smoothly until a few days later at Greenbelt Castle. Green was living up to his name, turning pale as he stared straight ahead. As the horses came to a halt, the person carrying the heart stepped down. Everyone shouted in unison, "It is an honor to meet you, young Master Dale of the Saxon family." Green immediately asked with concern, "You must be exhausted after such a long journey." However, the reality was that the knights of Greenbelt Castle were deeply skeptical about Dale's arrival. They kept whispering among themselves, "Oh my God, he really is just a kid. I doubt he even knows how to hold a sword. But rumor has it he's a genius, so let's just wait and see." Turning back, Green continued, "Having you here, young master, makes me feel much more at ease." Dale politely replied, "Thank you, Baron Greenbelt." Though he acted confident out loud, Baron Green's mind was an absolute mess right now as he anxiously told himself, "I can't believe they actually sent a 10-year-old boy. Even with the Dark Cavalry escorting him, he is still way too green to have full command." Then Green added, "First, please join us for a welcome banquet prepared inside the castle, young master." However, Dale rejected him flatly, No, we don't have any time to waste. These words left Green utterly incredulous. I beg your pardon, but what exactly do you mean? Instantly, Dale drew his sword, pointed it directly at Green, and said, First, I want to inspect the condition of your military forces. Who is the strongest among the men under your command? He pointed the tip of his blade straight at Baron Greenbelt's face and asked in a serious tone, Among the men you lead, who is the strongest? Standing nearby, a red-haired young man spoke up clearly. That would be me, young master. This young man was Haberk. He pointed at himself and said confidently, Me, young master. The person who can beat me here hasn't even been born yet. He thought to himself, a little brat who only got his position because of his family actually dares to wave his sword around. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Dale locked his eyes onto him, staring intently for a few seconds. After that, he sheathed his sword, gave a slight twirl, and spoke up. It seems everyone here doubts my capability. He continued confidently. Are you really going to entrust an important battle like this entirely to a 10-year-old child without a single discussion? He slammed his sword firmly into the ground and said with confidence, I happen to doubt the capability of the soldiers commanded by the Duke as well. The most certain way to settle our mutual doubts is with the sword. He raised his voice mockingly. But look at this. The strongest knight the Duke prides himself on turns out to be a drunken soldier. At this point, even if I didn't doubt you, haven't you proved it yourself? Are you planning to use alcohol to borrow some liquid courage? These words made Haberk furious, causing him to grit his teeth tight. Then he drew the sword at his waist and replied confidently, I understand, young master. He pointed his blade at Dale and barked coldly. I, Haberk, swear on my honor as a knight to prove the strength of the Baron's house. This bold declaration brought an amused smile to Dale's face. Afterward, the two stepped out to face each other in the middle of the courtyard. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he turned to him and asked, I take it you've heard about my blade? The guy scratched his head and gave a forced laugh. Ha! I am well aware of your peculiar swordsmanship, young master. This laugh made Dale frown slightly, thinking to himself, where on earth does this guy get his confidence from? What kind of backing does he have? The moment the words left his mouth, Haberk took a stance to get ready for the attack and shouted loudly, Here I come. The moment the words left his mouth, he bounded forward, rushing swiftly toward Dale and swinging his sword straight at him. But Dale was quick, instantly channeling his magic power to envelop his body. Then, he directly used his arm to block the incoming slash. This action made Haberk frown slightly in disbelief. He then unleashed a rapid succession of continuous slashes, but Dale easily deflected every single one using only one arm. Dale's eyes looked coldly at him as he thought, there isn't a shred of aura strength on his blade. Only a handful of high-tier knights can utilize an aura blade. Still, since my opponent is going all out, I should show some courtesy in return. Following that thought, he took a step back, assumed a stance, and summoned a magic circle on his arm, releasing a massive surge of magic that blanketed the ground right beneath Haberk's feet. This caught Haberk completely off guard, causing him to blurt out, What on earth is this? This caught Haberk completely off guard, causing him to blurt out, What on earth is this? Without a single moment of hesitation, he swung his sword to shatter the incoming bolts of magic energy. He swore angrily, Damn it, I can't stop my attack. I'm getting distracted because of that stupid treasure. Meanwhile, Dale casually kept firing off magic blasts, leaving the guy struggling desperately to hold his ground. He thought to himself, his actual strength is pretty mediocre. But then his eyes suddenly sharpened. Wait, what's getting stronger? Caught off guard for a split second, Haberk was struck by Dale's magic bolts, sending him crashing heavily to the ground as he cried out in agonizing pain. Seeing this, Baron Greenbelt rushed over anxiously and called out loudly, Lord Haberk, are you all right? Dale's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment as he thought to himself, Seriously? He collapsed that easily. The Baron looked at him anxiously and asked, Young Master Dale, what is the meaning of this? He looked back, gritting his teeth in thought for a moment before speaking up. Baron Greenbelt, do you not understand your current situation? With that kind of pathetic strength, our Saxon family will be doing all the heavy lifting in this battle. Were you planning to just stand by and watch comfortably? His words turned Greenbelt's face stark white as he stammered, That is, he looked at his opponent and mocked. Is this truly the strongest knight you take such pride in? Our Saxon family never hesitates to act as a shield for loyal houses. But that does not mean you are permitted to neglect your own duties. Therefore, until the battle takes place, your knights, we will become your sword. Then he got back to the main point. Now, make your choice. Follow me, or throw away the very foundation of your livelihood by your own hands. After they hesitated for a long moment, the entire crowd dropped to one knee in unison without needing a single word. They bowed their heads low and spoke out together. We swear absolute loyalty. The scene shifts back to the Saxon estate. During this time, Alan was comforting his wife. There is no need to worry so much. For a child like that, he is at a level beyond our wildest imagination. He is a child who possesses so many things. Later, when Dale grows up, the kind of world that kid will create is something even I find hard to envision. He smiled and continued. Our son will eventually become the master of this world. Shifting back to Dale, he was currently scratching his head in sheer frustration, groaning to himself. This is a lost cause. I really was just a frog at the bottom of a well. And I come to realize just how atrocious the world outside the well truly is. The whole lot of them are just a disorganized rabble. The Sword Saint must have known the state of this territory beforehand, which is why he designated Baron Greenbelt's land. Since it's turned out like this, I have a plan of my own. The scene shifts to the next day at the training grounds of the Greenbelt estate. Haberk was currently wearing an exhausted expression as he dragged a massive boulder behind his back. Unable to keep going any longer, he collapsed to his knees on the ground, panting heavily. I beg of you, please don't make me continue. Helmut walked over to remind him, barking loudly, floundering on the ground already after just that. Get up, you weakling. Do you dare call yourself a northern knight with that kind of display? He stammered in reply. No, I'm a wounded soldier. On the other side, Dale rested his chin in his hand and mocked. It's barely been any time, and you're already complaining. Teach the knights of Baron Greenbelt down to every single detail, starting right from physical conditioning, because every single one of them fails to meet the standard. Helmut nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. He continued. Additionally, send someone to Baron Parker's territory to convey that I want to propose negotiations. The person beside him questioned in surprise. Negotiations? He nodded to confirm. Exactly. It's not that I intend to accept some humiliating peace treaty. It's just that before jumping into a war, there's a face I want to take a look at first. The scene shifts to the negotiation site, located right on the border between the two baronies. Inside the negotiation tent, only Dale sat there by himself. His gaze turned dead serious as he pondered. The Magdalena Holy Knight Order is currently undertaking a long-distance march across the continent. Given their atrocious supply situation, there's a very high probability they will launch a preemptive strike. Furthermore, Baron Parker's forces are not to be underestimated either. The moment he saw the two men step inside, the young man wearing glasses leaned over and whispered to him, Lord Philip has entered. Looking toward them, a faint smile played on Dale's lips as he thought to himself. Just as expected, they sent two people, a hollow-looking title, Commander Philip. They even wrapped him up carefully before bringing him here. And standing right behind him is none other than Lord Milvas, the actual combat commander of this war. Dale spoke up to greet them. Welcome, Lord Philip. The man didn't reply, merely offering a smirk as he sat down in his chair, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You want to negotiate after all this time? You little brat. It looks like you're wetting your pants at the prospect of a real war, huh? Dale paid absolutely no mind to the taunt and immediately cut straight to the point. Why did you agree to my request for negotiations? Philip maintained his arrogant expression and sneered. The reason is, before he could even finish his sentence, Dale cut him off. I wasn't asking you. This took Philip by surprise. What? Dale smiled and continued. I am not speaking to a puppet pushed forward as a figurehead for this war. I am speaking to the actual commander standing behind you, Lord Milvas Pure. Milvas's eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a flash of anger. Meanwhile, the color drained completely from Philip's face as he demanded loudly, What did you just say? Dale replied confidently, Is it not true? Otherwise, why would a sword saint entrust the command of an entire battlefield to someone without a single shred of talent. Hearing these words made Philip absolutely furious. Seeing this, Milva spoke up from behind. "Lord Philip, do not let his words rattle you." Philip's mouth growled. Of all the goddamn, Milvas thought angrily to himself. The fact that Count Brandon views Philip as a mistake, an embarrassment, is a secret known only to a few of us. How the hell does this kid know about it? Dale continued to needle him. What does it feel knowing that even your esteemed father doesn't have an ounce of trust in you? Just as things were about to spiral completely out of control, Milvas held up a hand to stop it. This negotiation is over. Lord Philip, we have no reason to stay here any longer. Let us return immediately. Philip clenched his fists so hard they trembled violently, right? Dale added one more mocking remark. Do you seriously need permission, even to speak? You are bowing your head and taking orders from someone of lower status than you. You look like nothing more than a slave. Is that an appearance worthy of the eldest son of a count? This is literally like a dog putting a leash on its master. Philip repeated in pure rage. A dog putting a leash on its master? Philip's emotions were rapidly spiraling out of control. Milvas turned to calm him down. Lord Philip, don't listen to him. But Philip loudly cut him off. Shut up. Afterward, the two of them began shouting back and forth at one another. Dale watched the spectacle with amusement from his side, then threw more fuel on the fire. At this rate, I really can't tell if you were the Sword Saint's puppet or Lord Milvas's puppet. He smiled to himself. My entire strategy is to throw the enemy's high command into disarray. I never had any intention of negotiating from the start. Then he turned to the person beside him and said, Lord Bale, step outside for a moment. Bale nodded. Understood, Lord Dale. After he left, Dale looked toward the remaining two men. He smiled. Now, can we speak privately? Just between the two of us, the actual top commanders who are responsible for this battlefield. These drippingly sarcastic words made Philip scream out, fine. Milvas worriedly interjected. Lord Philip. Philip cut him off. Let's discuss this, Lord Milvas. Didn't you hear what the top commander just said? Milvas was flustered. But my lord, Philip cut him off again. Handling that Saxon brat is my responsibility. Realizing the problem, Milvas thought to himself anxiously. This is bad. He fell hook, line, and sinker for the trap. Hard as it was, Milvas still had to nod. Understood. Then he took his leave. Once it was just the two of them, Dale praised. Thank you, Lord Philip. As I stated before, I requested this meeting entirely for the sake of negotiation. Philip followed up. Are you implying that you can actually convince me? Dale nodded. Precisely. If the Magdalena Holy Knight Order pulls out of this battle immediately, the Saxon family will provide all the provisions necessary for your army's return journey. The offer caught Philip completely off guard. What? He slammed the table and jumped to his feet, shouting loudly. You dare call that a negotiation? Dale calmly replied. That is exactly what it is. He added, and I apologize if my earlier words caused you any offense, sir. However, please withdraw your troops. His voice suddenly turned frosty, carrying an explicit threat. Otherwise, your army will be annihilated and hundreds of your knights will be taken prisoner. Furthermore, the Sword Saint's reputation will crumble, and your own name will be dragged through the mud. This is your absolute last chance to salvage even a shred of your dignity. The corner of Philip's mouth twitched. Then he burst into a loud laugh. Ha ha, Lord Milvas was right. You intended to make a mockery of us from the very beginning. Dale laid his cards on the table as well. A real shame. But this is your final opportunity. Philip was startled. What are you talking about? Are you not afraid of me? Dale explained with confidence. When this battle ends in failure, the one who will take the fall won't be Lord Milvas, the actual commander, but the incompetent, useless eldest son of the Count. These words infuriated Philip further, but he still forced himself to maintain his composure. Cut the crap. You won't be smirking for long. Soon enough, I will prove myself in front of everyone here. Facing that assertion, Dale happily replied, Please hold on to that confidence for as long as you possibly can. And so, the negotiations have failed. A short while later, back at the Baron Greenbelt territory, a soldier was keeping watch using binoculars. Milvas approached from behind and asked, What is the enemy's movement looking like? The soldier replied, The knights of the Saxon family have begun mobilizing. Hearing this, Milvas's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought to himself, That Saxon child, That gaze, that absolute composure. He is absolutely no amateur. Even though he is just a 10-year-old kid, he is not an opponent we can afford to take lightly. But this is exactly our chance. While he is still just a 10-year-old child, we must crush or take him down and decisively put an end to his growth right now. We must crush or take him down and decisively put an end to his growth right now. On the other side, Haberk rushed over in a hurry to report, Lord Dale, the enemy's main force has started to move. This was entirely within his expectations. Dale maintained a perfectly calm expression. Well done. After putting on his gear, he turned around and raised his sword high. He addressed the crowd. O blades of the Saxon family, your time has come. Let's show them the bloodline worthy of that very name. Following his rallying cry, the entire group raised their swords in unison, shouting loudly with sheer determination. The battle between the two sides erupted immediately after the war horns blared. The soldiers of both factions charged in, engaging in an incredibly fierce clash. From afar, Milvas led a detachment of troops into the fray. He shouted loudly, "First Cavalry Unit, charge!" He mapped out the plan in his mind. The key to this battle is containing the Saxon family's Dark Raven Knight Order. However, the current situation makes it impossible to gauge their firepower just yet. Therefore, to guard against any unexpected incidents, I must place young Master Philip at the center of the formation rather than the front line. Baron Parker's forces will be deployed on the left flank to tie down the Green Belt Knight Order. Meanwhile, Brandenburg's elite forces under my command will strike the flank of the Saxon family's Dark Raven Knight Order. The center army and the left flank will utilize a direct frontal tactic to halt the enemy's advance. Right after that, he turned back to remind his soldiers, do not let this opportunity slip away. At that moment, a soldier suddenly screamed, "It's too dangerous." Another soldier charged fiercely into the battle. For the house of the Count, both sides threw themselves into a seemingly endless combat. Afterward, the red-haired guy in the rear spotted something, and his gaze suddenly locked onto it. Dale stepped forward from behind at that exact moment. Things won't go quite the way you want them to. Seeing him, the two soldiers turned around and let out a sigh of relief. We're safe, they shouted in unison. It's young Master Dale. Young Master Dale has personally come to the front lines. Dale reminded everyone, no one back down. Fight to the bitter end. For the Saxon family, following his command, they surged forward as one. Returning to Milvas's side, he commended. It seems from the very start, he intended to use his main force to decide the victory, putting himself out there as bait. He truly is extraordinary, but this happens to be exactly what I wanted. He raised his weapon high and roared. For Holy Magdalena, for the house of Count Brandenburg, everyone charge, a soldier shouted out. Don't let anyone get near the young master. Full army charge. Both sides clashed like a raging storm, making the atmosphere more suffocating than ever before. First Cavalry Unit, follow me. Take down young Master Dale and bring this battle to an end. Prove your status as the elite right here today. He rushed forward to strike down an enemy soldier, but was instantly targeted by another soldier nearby who was getting ready to attack. Right as the spearhead was about to pierce his neck, utilizing his exceptional agility, Milvas easily swung his weapon around and eliminated that soldier. Afterward, he went on a wild killing spree like a savage beast. After a brief lull, he suddenly sensed something bizarre. Something is very wrong here. How are we managing to overwhelm the enemy's elite forces like this? The Dark Raven Knight Order is being pushed back far easier than I anticipated. On the other side, someone shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Reform the lines quickly." Milvas continued to ponder. Aren't our opponents the Dark Cavalry? The ones known as the literal annihilators of the battlefield. What is this sense of mismatch? A soldier ran up to report. Reporting to the Knight Commander, Baron Parker, who is in charge of the left flank, is helplessly struggling to hold his ground. Only now did Milvas snap out of it in shock. What? The left flank. The scene shifts over to Baron Parker. He was utterly dumbfounded by the sight before his eyes. How on earth can those idiots from Green Belt use aura? At the center position, a soldier stepped forward to report. Young Master Philip, there's a request for reinforcements from the left flank commanded by Baron Parker. The Aura Knights of the Saxon family are punching right through Baron Parker's defensive line. Another soldier chimed in. That's impossible. How could the Oranites have gotten over there? Then he turned to ask the young master, "What are your orders now, sir?" Philip grit his teeth tightly, recalling the words Dale had spoken earlier. When all is said and done, the responsibility will merely fall on the useless eldest son of the Count. He fumed inwardly. "I'm not going to let things play out exactly the way that brat wants." Another soldier approached from behind to report, "Young master, this is a message from Lord Milvas. Merge the center and rear cavalry into Baron Parker's left flank to bolster their defense." Hearing Milvas's name, Philip screamed in a fit of rage. "Shut up!" He turned back and barked an order. "Assemble the entire rear cavalry to my position. I will punch through their left flank before our own left flank collapses. I'm going to kill that goddamn Saxon brat myself." A soldier rushed back to report, "Knight Commander, the young master is personally leading the rear cavalry toward this position." This caught Milvas completely off guard, causing him to blurt out, "What?" He held his head in sheer frustration. "I explicitly told him to go reinforce the left flank. That goddamn brat," he thought to himself. "Our right flank forces already have the upper hand against the enemy's weaker left flank. Shoving more troops in there will only congest the infantry and hinder their maneuverability. Yet that idiot is currently blinded by the sole thought of killing the enemy commander, completely ignoring the plea for help from his struggling allies and making a catastrophic misjudgment. At this rate, our left flank will be completely shattered, and we will find ourselves encircled by the enemy." Then, out of nowhere, a soldier ran up to report, "Commander, we need to retreat immediately." Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice echoed, "No, not yet." The voice instantly caught everyone's attention. It was none other than Dale. He was facing them head-on, declaring, "This battle isn't over yet." Staring into Dale's brimming, confident eyes made Milvas furious, and he roared, "That look on your face, are you that certain of your victory? I'll break it right off your face." He raised his sword high, shouting a rallying cry to boost morale. "First Cavalry Battalion, there's only one way out." Following his call, the soldiers were instantly filled with absolute resolve. "Give us the order. Please give the order. Order us." He and all his men held their swords out in front of their faces, beginning to pray. "In the name of Holy Magdalena, may this pure blade be blessed. May the goddess Sistina watch over us. May the love and mercy of the sister goddesses always be by our side." As the prayer concluded, his eyes snapped open with fierce determination. "From this moment on, we will smash through the enemy lines and claim the enemy general's head. Raise your swords high and follow me." A thunderous roar accompanied by the sound of trampling hooves erupted from behind. "For Holy Magdalena!" The booming shout caught Dale's attention. He smirked, thinking to himself, "So you finally decided to give chase." The field of vision for someone standing right on the front lines is always prone to narrowing down. The sheer pressure and impatience of war will inevitably cloud their judgment. It seems even Lord Milvas couldn't escape that heavy burden. Seeing the technique Dale was about to unleash, Milvas blurted out in utter shock, "Is that magic?" Dale instantly cast his ice bullet spell. He mocked sarcastically, "What? Is this your first time seeing magic?" The moment the words left his mouth, the projectile flew straight ahead from his hand, striking a horse and causing it to collapse instantly. Witnessing this scene left Milvas completely astounded. Achieving that level of accuracy while riding at full gallop? The projectile magic itself is astounding enough, but without a perfect blend of high-level technique and superb skill, it's something you can't even hope to replicate. Dale confidently reached his hand out behind him, commanding, "Rise, walls of ice." The moment he spoke, a colossal wall of ice manifested right in front of Milvas's unit, completely cutting off their path. Seeing this, a soldier screamed, "Our path has been completely blocked by an ice wall." Seizing the opportunity, Dale turned and rallied his men. Now is the time. Full army counterattack. Following his command, everyone charged straight ahead into the fray. Don't let a single one of their blades touch the young master. Offer up your lives to become the young master's shield. Watching his men get cut down one by one, Milvas held his head in absolute fury. I fell hook, line, and sinker into his trap. Their objective isn't to take me down, but to protect their commander and buy time. On top of that, Philip made the absolute worst move possible. Because of young Master Philip, our center infantry got completely bottlenecked on the right flank, causing our entire front line to be warped into a grotesque distortion. He swore fiercely under his breath. Damn it, then the only option left is to, without a single shred of hesitation, he swung his heavy sword straight into the ice wall, shattering it into pieces to face Dale head-on. He roared at the top of his lungs. "This is the end of the line, young Master Dale. Let me personally send you to your grave." Even as he watched the blade rushing toward him, Dale's face maintained its perfect confidence. Then, a sudden spray of fresh blood erupted. By dusk, Milves's entire army had been thoroughly defeated, with several men taken prisoner. Dale looked toward them and let out a long sigh, thinking to himself, that overconfident nature born from an Aura Knight's strength really never changes, does it? The combat doctrine established by the Magdalena Knight Order can sometimes become their most fatal weakness. After all, the very warden who oversaw me in my past life was the sword saint who led that exact Knight Order. Therefore, whether I like it or not, I know everything about the Magdalena Holy Knight Order he commands like the back of my hand. A soldier approached from behind to report, "Young Master Dale, the Knights of Baron Greenbelt have successfully broken through the left flank. The left flank commander, Baron Parker, has also been captured alive." Hearing this, which was entirely within his expectations, Milves grit his teeth and cursed. "It's all because of that idiot Philip." Dale walked up close and noted, "It seems you really didn't have much faith in young Master Philip, did you?" He replied dejectedly, "You set a trap to lure us into your snare right from the very beginning." Dale continued, "The battlefield is always chaotic, and no one can ever predict what will happen next. Triggering your own destruction amidst a chain of continuous chaos is ultimately due to nothing but your own stupidity." He confidently declared, "In accordance with the grand tradition of the Empire, I shall grant mercy to those who use a few gold coins to beg for their lives. Will you be begging for your lives as well?" Hearing this, an enraged soldier screamed out, "Don't you dare mock us. I would rather die than beg." An amused expression appeared on Dale's face. "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and die." He snapped his fingers, and a magic bullet pierced straight through the soldier's chest. Then he turned to ask, "Lord Milves, what are you going to do now?" Milves pondered in silence for a brief moment, then bowed his head low, much to the sheer bewilderment of the soldiers standing behind him. He choked out, "General," he thought to himself, "I cannot afford to die here. I have to let the other knights know that this kid is truly dangerous." He commanded his men, "Everyone, drop to your knees. We will surrender in accordance with imperial tradition and request fair treatment as prisoners of war." Dale was quite surprised by this choice and remarked, "You are actually kneeling to beg for your lives." Milves thought to himself, trying to provoke him any further is entirely useless anyway. But Dale suddenly cut his thoughts short. No one is leaving this place alive. He gleefully issued the command, "Kill them all." Even the Knights of the Dark Raven Knight Order were momentarily stunned, catching their breath at those words. According to imperial custom, releasing knight prisoners for a ransom was standard practice. Even so, Dale's voice remained completely unyielding. And so, one by one, Milves's men were sent to the afterlife by Dale's soldiers. To the Knights of the Saxon family, Dale's orders were more absolute than anything else. And on this very field, there was one final person who had brought about his own doom. Milves grit his teeth tightly and cursed, "You filthy piece of garbage." He lunged back to his feet, screaming, "Do you honestly think I will go down this easily?" But before the words could fully leave his mouth, a spear thrust from behind pierced straight through his chest, and he fell helplessly to the ground. Dale walked over, leaning down to whisper, "Lord Milves, do you happen to remember my death?" The utterly cryptic words caught Milves completely off guard. Dale joyfully reminded him, "On that very night, I remember your face being there. Your lord drove a blade right into my back, and you were standing right there too. I will ask you one more time, young knight. Do you remember my death or not?" Realizing something, Milves gasped in sheer terror. "No, it's impossible. You actually survived and came back from that. You persistent son of a bitch." Without letting him utter another syllable, Dale instantly summoned dark magic, skewering his body countless times over. A hint of madness washed over his face. "Yes. Now I finally feel a little bit relieved." A battle is still raging on. Philip stands frozen, watching his troops get wiped out one by one. At this moment, his face is a mix of sheer horror and terror. By the time he snaps out of it, he is already lost. Looking around, Philip begins to assess the situation seriously. The right-wing cavalry has been crushed. Lord Milbah and all the knights have fallen in battle. He clutches his hair in frustration, cursing under his breath. The left wing was breached long ago, and the black cavalry is now surrounding the headquarters. Damn it, right now, Dale's image is the only thing occupying Philip's mind. Why do that gaze and that mocking smirk keep flashing through his head like this? The surviving knights cry out with all their might. Young Master Philip, please make a decision. Young Master. But when they receive no meaningful response, they gradually fall into a state of panic. We can't lose like this. A voice then stammers. Sir, what did you just say? Philip turns his head back and barks out an order. All troops, fight to the end. Do not retreat. Our knight order will absolutely never kneel. The words are barely out before met with resistance. But young master, we will be completely wiped out. However, he bluntly uses his authority. Do you dare to disobey the orders of the Supreme Commander? Philip shouts his command. Charge the final assault. Little did he know, a voice rings out at this exact moment. Young master. In the very next second, Dale's knights launch a sudden attack. Philip can only order in terror. Stop him, and protect me. Yet his mind is drifting to completely irrelevant things. Damn it, if I knew this would be the last time, I would have drunk more or held someone more. Philip's face clearly displays utter resentment. I want to die in bed rather than on the battlefield. Back to the present. It is late afternoon, and the knights are surrounding Dale with victorious cheers. Back to the present. It is late afternoon, and the knights are surrounding Dale with victorious cheers. Forced to his knees, Philip raises his voice to demand, "Let me go." At this moment, Dale delivers a sarcastic remark. It seems you really hate surrendering, don't you? To everyone's surprise, Philip becomes even more stubborn. Even if you win, we would rather break than bow our heads. Facing this attitude, Dale just tilts his head and shoots back. That's rich coming from someone who ran away just to save his own skin. However, another absurd argument is brought forth. I'm the commander of this battle, so I have a duty to survive until the end. Then, drawing his sword, he declares, then the battle is over, so you don't need to live anymore, do you? Philip's attitude changes instantly. Wait a minute, he still confidently proposes. Fine, I am ready to accept your challenge. I will gladly accept the duel wagering the fate of the battlefield that Dale of the Saxony family requested. This nonsense makes Vale feel annoyed. What rubbish is this guy talking about? However, Dale just calmly replies, it's fine. He looks at Philip before nodding in agreement. All right, it is as if he was just waiting for that exact moment, immediately rushing forward with the intention of launching a surprise attack. I see an opening. He is feeling extremely confident. I knew right away that you would accept. The blade slashes toward Dale mercilessly. Die, you arrogant brat. Little did he know, before it could touch him, it was stopped by the power of darkness. Philip turns pale with fear. He collapses to the ground, begging with all his might, save me. No. Please spare my life, I beg of you. This pathetic display only makes Dale feel more annoyed. Only now does he make a comment. In the end, you couldn't even keep a shred of dignity, could you? Just like that, this noisy battle ends with a ridiculous scream. Very quickly, Dale's army returns in triumph. Cheers echo with every hoofbeat. Young Master Dale is here. The young master has returned victorious. They even start spreading rumors. Word has it that he successfully executed the ultimate encirclement and annihilation strategy against the St. Magdalena Knight Order. The enemy corpses are countless. Surprisingly, amidst the joy, a real buzzkill of a voice rings out. It's not exactly a happy matter. Didn't a lot of blood flow in that battle? Removing his hood, the old man continues. Does your lordship truly want to kill everyone? Nikolai smiles brightly, but his words are full of sarcasm. That child's blade is currently pointed at the enemy. However, Cardinal Nikolai of the Sistina Goddess Church knows there will be times he strikes without hesitation, even against allies. Dale has finally returned home. Welcoming him is the adorable cry of a little girl. big brother. Dale is thrilled to see his younger sister, Lisa. Lisa herself is just as cheerful. Dale gently catches the little girl with an affectionate attitude. "Did you miss me a lot?" Lisa obediently replies, "Yes. I missed you so much." Standing to the side, Helmut also smiles and speaks up. "Congratulations on your victory in the first battle, young Master Dale." Dale politely accepts his kind words. "Thank you, Uncle Helmut." He then takes Lisa's hand and heads inside. Dale walks past and strides forward, only to kneel before his father and mother. He clearly declares, Dale of the Saxony family officially presents the victory report to the Duke here. At this moment, a voice speaks from above. "You have led us to victory brilliantly." Dale replies neither too fast nor too slow. It is a victory achieved thanks to the sword of the Saxony family. Then he says to the person next to him, "Lord Vale, thank you for guiding Dale so well." With the formalities out of the way, Elena chimes in with a smile. "You must be very tired since you just returned from battle." She gently advises, "Go get some good rest first." Dale obediently replies, "Thank you, Mother." A satisfied smile plays on his face. Dale looks at his parents and sister, thinking to himself, "How many months has it been since I was last at the Duke of Saxony's castle? It's been so long, it really feels like coming home." There are happy places, but there are also sad ones. Meanwhile, at the same time, Brandenburg gruffly questions the wounded soldiers who just returned. "Hey, where's Philip? Why are you the only ones left?" They hesitatingly present the truth. Lord Milbaugh and the entire St. Magdalena Knight Order, including the Aura Knights, have fallen in battle, and the Saxony family has captured young Master Philip along with a few attendants as prisoners. Then convey the demand from Dale's side. They're demanding a massive ransom from us. Hearing this, he can only mutter. Brandenburg roars in fury. "You lost so miserably, yet you still have the nerve to flee back here?" His voice is thoroughly menacing. "Are you ready to pay the price for running away?" The poor knight is so terrified that he stammers. "We have no face left to show. Please, please forgive us." He waves his hand and barks out an order. "Take them down to the dungeon. I'll make them beg for death." The others beg desperately for their lives. "Count! Count!" As for that day's battle, it comes to be known as the Black and White War. Through word of mouth, it gradually becomes exaggerated. From that day on, in front of enemies crying and begging for mercy, Dale is called the Black Prince, a man who doesn't grant even a shred of mercy. Time continues to pass just like that. Dale has turned 11 years old. Observing his surroundings, Dale thinks to himself, "I'm 11 this year, aren't I?" Across from him, someone is presenting during the official birthday ceremony not long after. "After this, I will title you Viscount of the Saxony Duchy." These words successfully surprise him, because a Viscount is a title with real executive power, acting as the representative of the master. "So father has kept his promise to respect me as an equal head of the house." Dale respectfully replies to him, "Thank you, father, since you put it that way." A proposal is made accordingly. Though it is a bit sudden, there is something I wish to execute as the Duke's representative. Father tilts his head in confusion. "What is it?" Dale explains neither too fast nor too slow. Rumor has it that the Black Prince showed utter ruthlessness in that battle by showing no mercy to any prisoners. The subjects being referred to are none other than those on Nikolai's side. Since the knights armed with the faith of the Goddess Church became sacrifices to my ruthlessness, the Church will probably not be pleased about this, accompanied by a dominant solution. Therefore, I want to make a pilgrimage to the papal state of Sistina. There, I will directly face the weight of the notorious reputation I have sown. On this side, Alan is watching him with a worried expression. He begins to voice his thoughts. "I cannot understand. Fear is a massive asset that nothing can replace. Yet you plan to deny your notorious reputation just to please the Church." To those words, Dale merely declares, "That is a power worthy of me accepting it." Hearing this, Alan questions again, "Do you have another calculation?" He nods to confirm, "Yes, that's right," then briefly outlines his plan. "I intend to make them an offer they can't refuse." But the truth is, Dale's plan is even bigger than that, aiming to seize those forbidden grimoires while he's at it. Speaking of which, a few days ago, he was constantly disturbed in his sleep by voices calling out. Do you remember? A giant skeleton, seemingly wanting to take Dale's life, appears in his mind. Do you remember my death? At that time, Dale weakly replied, I remember our death, and that skeleton used a cruel action. Remember death. Memento mori. Dale snaps awake from the nightmare. He gasps for breath, his mind constantly wondering. What was that nightmare just now? That skeleton is called the abyss of thought. The darkest scenery in the mind is forced open to reach the third circle. Controlling and forging one's own mental world is both the beginning and the end for a mage. Dale's hand tightens into a fist, yet he becomes miserable due to loneliness and nightmares caused by that very world. What pathetic joke. He looks down at himself and concludes, I am still too weak. I need greater power to completely control my mind. In Dale's heart at this moment, he thinks to himself, just as a sword always accompanies a knight, an outstanding mage also needs a grimoire by their side. The next day, in a forest, the group is crossing through this area while Dale makes his calculations. Once the border between the territory of Baron Greenbelt and Baron Parker, the site of the Black and White War, the end of the Empire's northern region, and the beginning of the central region lies beyond the reach of the Duke of Saxony. He himself knows clearly that for Baron Parker, who was defeated by Dale, there is only one option left. That option is nothing other than turning to banditry. Mac leads the group and signals to shoot. A volley of arrows immediately flies out, startling the horse ridden by Vale. At this moment, those bandits block their path and demand in a loud voice, You dare pass through Baron Parker's territory without permission? Dale just smoothly asks back, What do you want? Little did he know, these words only agitate the opponent further. Paying a toll when entering a noble's territory is only common sense. He maintains his calm demeanor and replies, I see. Coincidentally, I have prepared a small amount of money to pay the toll. Hearing this, Matt can't help but feel satisfied. Not bad. Looks like you know how things work. The lackeys quickly check. Seeing the gold coins glittering under the sunlight, they can't help but feel excited. The toll is quite generous, isn't it? Once confirmed by his subordinates, Mac speaks up. Fine, since you show such sincerity, I'll make an exception and let you pass. The others chime in, come back next time. They just watch the group leave like that, but every single one of them has a wicked smirk on their face. The carriage continues to move through the forest. Unexpectedly, they are blocked once again. Mac declares with delight. Baron Parker arrives. Show some respect in front of the Baron. Followed by enthusiastic support from Parker. You dare pass through my territory without paying the toll? These words leave Vale utterly confused. A toll, he kindly reminds them. Just a moment ago, we paid that amount to the Baron's subordinates. Charging a toll twice in the same territory is against the law. However, those people don't care at all. Paid? What kind of nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? They put on a blatantly wicked face. We just met for the first time. Keep in mind that we are people who follow imperial law more than anyone else. Only now does Parker chime in. If you value your lives, obediently hand over everything. A man next to him eagerly supports. That's right. This gentleman is the one who survived to the very end in the famous Black and White War. These words successfully make Dale chuckle. A veteran warrior, Baron Parker. His laughter catches the bandits by surprise. Finally, Dale pulls off his hood. A veteran warrior? Huh? That's a far cry from what I remember. The moment he sees the face of the person across from him, Parker's attitude changes instantly. He stammers out a few words. Could it be? Young Master Dale, though visibly terrified, he still tries to order his subordinates. Don't panic. There are only two of them. They immediately raise their weapons, preparing to attack. We can win this fight. Archers, take aim. Down below, Vale just smoothly asks back. Please give the order, young Master Dale. Dale replies neither too fast nor too slow. All right, the play ends here. An order is then given by him. Kill them all. Parker points forward and roars. Fire. A rain of arrows appears accordingly, flying straight toward Dale. However, Vale quickly blocks them all. His face becomes many times more dangerous as he replies. Understood. In contrast, those people can't help but panic. Arrows. The arrows were blocked. Before they can snap out of it, Vale closes the distance. He unleashes a slash, and the opponent immediately screams, My hand, my hand. He unleashes a slash, and the opponent immediately screams, My hand, my hand. He sweeps through the enemy formation. Parker can only stand frozen in place. Please spare my life. He stammers weakly, completely unable to accept. Then he despicably drops to his knees to beg for mercy. Young master, please forgive me. I swear absolute loyalty. Every word makes Dale scoff. I beg you to grant me the mercy of the goddesses. Only now does he shoot back a question. Why should I do that? Dale walked past countless plundering nobles and knights like that, crossing through the center of the continent. Time passes until a few weeks later, when he is currently on a boat. Vale looks ahead while announcing that they have finally arrived. Young master, the place they are heading toward is the papal state of Sistina, the Star City Puzzle. This naming makes Dale feel nauseous. Calling it the Star City is truly ridiculous. In his mind, he recalls Nikolai's face. Although it said they are here for a pilgrimage, in reality, the word judgment would be more appropriate. Very quickly, Dale and Vale are led inside. Standing before Nikolai, they kneel and speak respectfully. Greetings, Your Eminence. The person across from them responds with a smile. Cardinal Nikolai Machia. At this moment, Dale secretly comments in his head. A six-circle white mage, and also one of the 12 holy prelates standing at the pinnacle of the goddess church. Nikolai speaks neither too fast nor too slow. I heard that a lot of blood was spilled in that battle. He begins to soothe. The sacrifice of the St. Magdalena brothers is deeply regrettable news. Dale responds in a similar manner. The outcome of the Great Black and White War leaves me deeply regretful as well. He presents his case with feigned inspiration. My flawed judgment caused unnecessary sacrifice. Therefore, to atone for that blood, then he states his purpose. I have hidden my power and status to come directly to the papal state on a pilgrimage. Hearing this, Vale, despite his reluctance, can't help but show a helpless expression. Dale's presentation ends with a wish. I hope this sincerity is not wasted in vain. Nikolai thinks to himself, Dale of Saxony, son of the Black Magic Tower Master, rumored to be the #1 genius of the Empire. He looks down at the tiny figure kneeling before him and calculates. Did the cruelty of the battlefield create some sort of guilt complex? No matter how outstanding his talent, in the end, he's just an 11-year-old kid entirely confident in his own thoughts. Nikolai begins to choose his words carefully. If so, that is wonderful. The goddess's mercy is always wide open and equal to everyone. Dale chooses to stay silent instead of replying, then shoots a question back at him. Are you saying there is no sin in this world that cannot be cleansed? Nikolai answers with a face of mercy. Yes, of course. To his surprise, he freezes upon hearing the next words. Is that why you sold out the goddess's nation to the Empire? Nikolai's smile gradually turns unsightly. Your joke goes a bit too far. However, before he can finish a sentence, Dale cuts him off directly. Just before the Holy Kingdom was forcefully annexed by the Empire, word has it that 12 bishop-level cardinals persuaded the previous pope to accept the annexation. The story is retold in vivid detail. Cardinal Nikolai here was also present. However, the previous pope rejected the Empire's annexation treaty to the very end, despite even the brutal methods he utilized. As a result, due to the betrayal of the White Magic Tower and the bishop-level cardinals, the Pope was eliminated by the Empire's hounds. Only now does Dale look at him and question, the crime of selling out your homeland, Cardinal, has the goddess forgiven it? These accusations make Nikolai grind his teeth in rage. While his surroundings gradually shift, the boy claims he wants to atone. Nikolai unleashes his pressure to suppress Dale. Yet that mouth dares to bring up a forbidden truth? You believe the goddess's mercy will be with you? How ridiculous, but it has absolutely no effect on him, not even a little bit. Do you think killing a representative of the Duke can silence this? Dale steps closer while laying it out. The Duke did not come here to investigate the stain on the church. What we want is merely a very small price for our silence. However, in his heart, he knows clearly. Version of the truth, of course, it's all a lie. The Duke of Saxony can't even fathom what is happening here. At this moment, nothing remains on Nikolai's face but pure discomfort. He closes his eyes, trying to suppress the anger in his heart. That golden aura is also retracted. A question is raised accordingly. What do you want? Having waited for just this, Dale immediately states his desire. I heard that beneath the basement of the Apostolic Palace lies a secret library holding the forbidden books of the church. He smiles and speaks without any hesitation. Grant me permission to read the Inferno Library. At the lowest level of that place, the most terrifying grimoire in the world lies sleeping. What Dale targeted when moving to this place was the Book of the Black Goat. He steps down into this place alone. The only person allowed to enter and leave the Inferno Library is the young master himself. He steps down into this place alone. The only person allowed to enter and leave the Inferno Library is the young master himself. He repeats those words over and over, being allowed to take out only a single grimoire, with absolutely nothing else permitted to be taken. And he doesn't forget to add another sentence. In return, you must maintain eternal silence regarding the stain on the church. Only now does Dale reply. As the heir to the Black Duke, I swear upon the honor of the Saxony family to prove the truth of my words. Dale even places his hand on his. So, to serve as proof for the holy oath, what they are doing is binding each other with a Hayes contract. Nikolai's voice rings out. I will take both my heart and yours as collateral. At the same time, it feels as if a chain wraps around both of their hearts. And just like that, the Cardinal and I have formed an oath through the gas contract magic that the White Magic Tower is proudest of. The train of thought ends there. Now there is no room for doubt. Because the moment the Cardinal detects any breach of contract, the Hayes will explode my heart. It's not a massive secret anyway. Within a short period, he stops before a door. This is the gateway to hell. Dale shines his lamp forward and mutters what is written on it. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Surprisingly, as soon as he finishes speaking, the door reacts. It opens, drawing in a cold blast of wind. Dale immediately raises his guard. He cautiously steps inside and tells himself, it's not a coincidence that this place is called hell. Very quickly, Dale spots the books displayed on the shelves. This place is a massive dungeon masquerading as a library. The forbidden books imprisoned here are all out-of-control treasures capable of summoning disasters. He begins to make comparisons. However, just like a renowned knight is always paired with a famous sword, to a mage, a grimoire holds the same meaning as a knight's blade. No matter how dangerous and imperfect it may be, the desire to possess an outstanding grimoire is far too obvious for a mage. Within a short period, Dale collides with several mysterious figures. Looking at the armored figures with lifeless faces moving toward him, Dale secretly concludes, are they the guardians of this place? He looks at their expressions and mutters again. Those who preach about light all day long end up commanding corpses no differently than the Black Magic Tower. At this moment, the opponents charge to attack simultaneously. However, Dale easily uses the power of darkness to suppress them all. A satisfied smile appears on his face. Since no one can see him here anyway, there's no need to hide it anymore. Dale begins to cast large-scale skills, phantom bullets. After dealing with everything completely, he looks at the battlefield before him and mutters, not having to hide my power really is refreshing. Next, Dale takes a small knife and cuts his own blood. Then let's finish up what we're doing. The red liquid is controlled skillfully. Dale continues his incantations. The legitimate descendant of the family inheriting the immortal Duke's blood declares here. The targeted subject is quickly listed. Oh, Black Goat of the Woods, commanding 1,000 young. Fulfill the contract you signed with the Shadow Clan and manifest right before me. Just as he finishes reading those words, urgent voices echo from the void. Blood is blood. Blood containing very powerful strength. The sound seems to echo everywhere. The mage's blood is fresh. It desires to form a contract with us. Come here, little boy. I will give you power, but there is still a voice stronger than all the rest. Move aside. That child is my contract. At this moment, the surrounding space even shifts. Dale can feel the hatred and killing intent. It is the scent of bloodlust. Dale looks at the transformation of the space and thinks to himself, is this pool of blood and scattered corpses the world inside the book? From behind echoes the voice of a mysterious entity. Sign a contract with me, and I will slaughter all of your enemies. Mass Massacre appears with a smile on its lips. I will open a festival of bloodbaths with the corpses of those who block your path. Very quickly, Mass Massacre looks down at Dale and makes an offer. I will slaughter all of your enemies. He continuously pitches. I will feast on corpses and turn the blood of those who dare block your path into rivers. But Dale's mind at this moment is only occupied by the surrounding space. Looking at the scenery here, he thinks to himself, is this the mental world of the grimoire of Mass Massacre? The identity of this entity is none other than the grimoire of Mass Massacre, the secret of the ultimate evil blood magic containing the essence of mass slaughter. Its power and value are, just like its name, indescribable. Despite possessing such a VIP pro profile, he is still rejected. However, Mass Massacre couldn't help but feel enraged when he heard his next words. The one I am looking for is not. He even swung his weapon. You dare reject me? Right now, his scythe is pressed right against Dale's neck. Do you actually think you can leave this place alive? Even so, the boy merely sneered. Nothing is impossible. Dale then directly activated his shadow skill. His voice rang out in a flat, monotone cadence. This place is merely a world inside a book. Your world cannot encroach upon mine. His voice rang out in a flat, monotone cadence. This place is merely a world inside a book. Your world cannot encroach upon mine. Very quickly, that black aura enveloped everything. A world shall devour a world. Mass Massacre couldn't believe his eyes as he witnessed what was unfolding. Clearly, my world is the psyche of a thoroughly evil war criminal who executed forbidden grand destruction magic. How could a world of a high-level, six-circle mage be pushed back this easily? Completely refusing to accept it, he demanded in a loud voice. Why? Being devoured by the world of a mere brat. Hearing this, Dale kindly shot back. The number of people your master killed is nothing compared to my past. I can't even remember all the cities I've slaughtered, because I have killed far too many. I can't even remember all the cities I've slaughtered, because I have killed far too many. His gaze was filled with pure hatred. You think I'll just sit here and let myself be eaten? However, before Mass Massacre could even touch Dale, his body was sliced into multiple pieces. Mass Massacre himself couldn't believe what had just happened. He collapsed to the ground while muttering, "No way." Dale's face hadn't shown a single shred of emotion this whole time. The space created by Mass Massacre rapidly shattered as he vanished. Am I back? A crisp, clear voice called out from behind, startling Dale. Big brother. He slowly turned around upon hearing the question from the black goat. Did you call for me? She smiled and continued to introduce herself. It's so good to meet you. I've been very lonely all this time. Then she tilted her head, playfully asking, will you play with me? Every single word from the black goat put Dale on high alert. It's very cold and boring here. As for the identity of this girl, the Grimoire of the Black Goat was a magic book written by the immortal Duke Frederick to reach the truth beyond death by sacrificing his very own young daughter. Dale cautiously observed the black goat while making calculations in his head. That is exactly why the manifestation of the grimoire takes the form of a little girl. But that child is absolutely not the actual daughter of the immortal Duke. Finally, he made a declaration. Form a pact with me, O daughter of the black goat. The space shifted under her control. All right, then show me your world. Dale easily accepted the challenge. The two of them moved through a space blanketed in white snow, just like that. Is this your world? It's so beautiful. At this moment, the black goat turned her head back to comment. I really like you, you know. She directed her gaze toward the people watching them. But nothing but absolute horror was plastered on their faces. What on earth are those things? Nikolai looked at Dale and the black goat, thinking to himself, young Master Dale, to think that Brad actually obtained that book. Dale himself spoke up politely. Cardinal Nikolai, what brings you all the way out here? He stammered, unable to give a clear explanation. I just happened to. Dale kindly repeated the rule established by the man himself. Regarding occurrences within hell, the contractor shall bear no responsibility, accompanied by a deeply contemptuous smile. It seems you're feeling anxious, aren't you? It looks like the gas covenant alone wasn't enough to give you peace of mind. Dale grew more excited as he spoke. You came all this way to eliminate me, but this place is a world of darkness. For a light affinity mage, you chose the wrong place. However, Nikolai still tried to put on an act. "It's a misunderstanding. I was just incredibly worried about you, so..." But before he could finish his sentence, the black goat cut him off. "Hey, big brother, can I eat those things?" But before he could finish his sentence, the black goat cut him off. "Hey, big brother, can I eat those things?" Then she commented with utter innocence, "It's been so long since I've had a full meal, so I'm super thrilled." Nikolai began to cross himself in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. He unleashed his own power, just like that. "Lord, have mercy on us. Please grant us your compassion." His companions immediately provided backup. "God wills it. May the mercy and benevolence of the goddesses be with us." They flew up simultaneously with one mind. "The light of God has enveloped you. Praise him. Destroy that minion of Satan." Witnessing this amusing spectacle, Dale merely smiled and commented, "As expected, this won't be a walk in the park." Those people locked onto him and attacked all at once. However, Dale gracefully dodged every single strike. He didn't even blink. After a brief moment, Dale unleashed a skill to counterattack. Phantom bullets. Seeing that his attack hadn't injured anyone, Dale was slightly dissatisfied. "Damn it, nice dodging." But the others were incredibly proud. Truly worthy of being my angels. The one most thrilled was none other than Nikolai. Even if he is a genius, he's only reached the third circle. The grimoire of the black goat can't display its full power in his hands either. He poured all his strength into buffing that group. Praise the Lord. The black goat had gradually grown annoyed this whole time. She kept cursing, "Noisy, noisy, so damn noisy," and then directly shifted her own form. "Shut up." Those holy knights switched their attack target to the black goat upon seeing some of the tentacles get severed. Excellent. The tentacles have been cut off. They rushed forward with an unconcealed look of certainty. "Now, face judgment, you fallen creature." By the time they realized it was a trap, it was already too late. The black goat began her counterattack. Nikolai asked anxiously upon seeing them get hit, "Are you all right?" However, he was answered by meaningless muttering, "Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord." The holy knights had gradually fallen under control. "Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord." The voices repeated to a deafening degree. Witnessing this scene, Nikolai completely couldn't believe his eyes. "No way, how can this be?" She watched those people gradually transform with a look of pure excitement. "It's been so long since I smelled this scent." The black goat's smile completely lost its humanity. "I must enjoy this slowly, very slowly, to make the wait worth it." The red liquid poured heavily onto the ground. Then there was the matter of an evil god gnawing on the flesh of the angels, its summoners. The Black Prince was clearly no ordinary 11-year-old child. Only then did Nikolai realize the gravity of the situation. He was not an existence that could be conceptualized by words like the Duke's prodigy or the Empire's #1 genius. He had to look at Dale with a completely different gaze. That was the child of a demon. Only now did Dale speak up, his voice chillingly cold. "The contracting parties shall bear zero responsibility for what occurs here." Those were your words, correct? However, Nikolai's sole concern right now was his own life. "I want to live, please." A question was suddenly posed. "Do you really want to live?" Dale was offering him a deal. "In return, what can you offer me?" Nikolai was momentarily flustered but managed to reply, "Anything." After regaining a bit of composure, he continuously added, "Wealth? I will offer my wealth and even my position if you want. Even the church influence that I currently hold." Hearing this, Dale merely sneered, letting him finish. "Anything, just name it. I will give you everything I have." A comment was then delivered by him. "Sounds appealing." Nikolai thought he had secured his life. "Which part appeals to you?" Dale raised a hand and flashed a brilliant smile as he declared, "Everything you have." Nikolai looked as though he couldn't believe what he had just heard. His face turned deathly pale as Dale continued. "Perhaps we must rewrite the contract. The Heia's restriction mandates absolute obedience through the binding power of the covenant." In other words, at this point, as far as Nikolai was concerned, there was absolutely no chance left to turn the tables. In other words, at this point, as far as Nikolai was concerned, there was absolutely no chance left to turn the tables. She flashed a bright smile and remarked, "Playing with Big Brother is super fun." Every word was uttered by the black goat with complete sincerity. "I really love your world, so I'll wait right here, okay?" At this moment, A vibrant smile was plastered on her face. Yet behind her back were dozens of incredibly terrifying tentacles. "Aren't you scared of me?" To this question, Dale merely responded nonchalantly, "Not scared." She softly asked back, "Is that so?" Meanwhile, in his head, he was calculating. Her existence is far too dangerous to be called out casually. Dale recalled the brutal methods of the Black Goat. "This is still not a power I can completely control. This strength isn't meant to be swung around recklessly. It must be a secret weapon used only in decisive moments." She stepped closer and softly wondered, "Will I get to play with you like this again?" Dale quickly accommodated the Black Goat's wish. "Of course we'll meet again." The smile on her face grew even brighter. What a relief. The Black Goat added one more thing. "Promise me, I'll get to play to my heart's content with you again." And then she just vanished into thin air. "I'll look forward to the day we meet again." Only now did Dale let out a sigh of complete relief. The chaos in hell ended just like that. What followed was that the eldest son of the Saxony family received a formal apology under the name of Cardinal Nikolai. Although conducting the ceremony, Nikolai's face constantly flashed with terror. Furthermore, acting as a bridge of friendship between the Saxony family and the church, a solemn church ritual was performed as an unprecedented precedent. On the way back to the duchy, Dale was no longer a pilgrim who had to hide his identity. He merely smiled and took what belonged to him. For that reason, not a single person dared block the blade of the Black Prince. Time continued to pass until a few months later. Right now, Helmut was helping Charlotte practice. "Shall we begin then, milady?" She energetically replied, "Yes, sir." Then she quickly activated her aura. A black surge of power radiated from Charlotte's body, quickly enveloping the sword in her hand. Only now did Charlotte mutter, "All right." The people around eagerly cheered. Helmut himself proudly assessed, "Incredible. For milady to reach a perfected aura blade state at this age. How is this possible?" A call from behind interrupted the conversation. Charlotte of the Saxony family appeared with an uncharacteristically solemn demeanor. "I, Dale of the Saxony family, question you for the honor of your master and family, as well as for everything you must protect." What he brought forth was a proposal. "Are you willing to take an oath as a knight?" The sword in hand was quickly driven into the ground. Charlotte replied solemnly while kneeling before him, "I swear." Hearing this, Dale gently placed the tip of his blade on her shoulder. He continued the oath. "Will you stand unwavering against self-interest, protect the weak, and punish evil?" Charlotte responded with absolute sincerity, "I swear." And then a declaration was made under the name of Saxony. "Here, I dub Knight Charlotte as my sworn knight." A radiant smile graced Charlotte's face at this moment. Afterward, the two of them took a stroll together. Only then did Dale ask, "Is this really okay?" Charlotte sincerely shared her feelings. "I love the sword of the Saxony family because it is that very sword that made me who I am today." Dale himself gathered a sense of Charlotte's grueling training. She used her sheer willpower to choose the Saxony greatsword instead of the Rabier rapier. He flashed a gentle smile. "It must feel unfamiliar to your hands, right?" Perhaps he was the one who had underestimated Charlotte's talent all along, and then suddenly brought up something else. "Charlotte, there's intelligence indicating that large-scale orc legions are gathering on the other side of the Demon King's territory." Dale explained neither too fast nor too slow. "It seems the orc war chief is directly leading the vanguard. Father has personally mobilized the duchy's forces along with the northern lords, and I will be joining the war as well." Next, he assigned Charlotte a crucial task. "In that battle, I want you to protect me by my side, even as my knight until the very end." Hearing this, Charlotte replied, "Yes, I understand." She tapped her chest and declared with complete confidence, "I will become the shield that protects my master," accompanied by a steadfast promise. "From beginning to end, my sword will only swing for you." That night, Alan looked incredibly displeased as he listened to the report. "We had detected a large-scale southward movement of the Orc Legion from the Darkland, the Demon King's territory in the north." A speculation was raised accordingly. Could the grand migration of the demon race be starting again? And then received confirmation from Alan himself. Most likely. Speaking of what happened in the past, when the hero and the Imperial army subjugated the Demon King, everyone thought peace had returned. But the Demon King's invasion was actually just a faction of the demon race flooding south to find a way to survive away from the barren Darkland. He continued to lay it out. I have ordered the mobilization of the Northern Lords, the Black Magic Tower, and all subordinate nightly fiefs. Alan's face was thoroughly grave. This will be a battlefield of a scale incomparable to anything before. Suddenly, a name was called. Dale delivered a declaration neither too fast nor too slow. Now is the time for me to teach you how to utilize necromancy on the battlefield. That afternoon, in the underground workshop of the Black Duke, the first lesson on utilizing necromancy on the battlefield commenced. Alan folded his arms and spoke up. Dale, what do you think is the difference between a death knight and an undead soldier? Alan folded his arms and spoke up. Dale, what do you think is the difference between a death knight and an undead soldier? Hearing this, he quickly turned the question back, forcing Dale to ponder. So, where does the difference between a knight and a soldier originate? He thought it over before responding. I think it's the gap in martial prowess, sir. Alan shook his head in dissatisfaction. Half right and half wrong. It's not like just having powerful martial prowess allows one to become a knight. Dale hesitated upon hearing his father say that. If not, is it whether they possess an aura blade or not? He immediately answered, exactly. He looked down at the person below in surprise. Dale raised his voice, intending to speak, but his father immediately finished his sentence. Yes, it's a knight who sacrificed himself in the recent Black and White War. When this aura knight was dubbed, he swore that even in death, he would dedicate his body to the Saxony family. And then extending his hand, a surge of power coursed from inside his body into the other person. Alan watched the body sitting up and spoke. In life, the higher the realm of the aura knight, the more powerful of a death knight can be created, whether alive or dead. They must remember that they are still knights full of pride. He suddenly turned around and walked off ahead. Follow me. Dale was slightly confused by his father's words. I have something I want to show you. Both of them walked down a wide staircase together. The sound of boots hitting the ground echoed throughout the space. Dale followed silently without asking further questions. Observing along the way, he thought to himself, just how deep down are we going? Alan suddenly spun around and asked, Dale, do you know about the progenitor of the Saxony family, the immortal Duke Frederick? He immediately thought it over in his head. If it's the immortal Duke Frederick, his magic book currently resides within my heart. Dale hesitated and replied, I only know through books and what you've told me, father. The man looked down at the ground thoughtfully and added, it was a monster of truth, even going so far as to use his own daughter as a sacrifice without a second thought. And what I am about to show you from now on is what he once pursued, and it is also the debt that our Saxony family still carries to this day. It is the darkness of the old era. The two of them stepped through a massive gate. This was a place where only those carrying the legitimate lineage of Saxony blood could enter. Dale was stunned by the sight before his eyes. A crowd of people standing in lines before him left him thoroughly bewildered. What on earth is this? He stepped forward and explained the method of operating the dead without needing to continuously supply mana. That was the great leap forward that the immortal Duke discovered early on, and successive Saxony heads have carried it forward. He turned around, his voice emphatic, to begin building an army of death called the Dead Order. Dale was quickly bewildered by the next statement. I, too, am inheriting the will of the immortal Duke. He grit his teeth with a hint of anger. Everything had been brought to light. Memories of the past suddenly flashed back. The reflection of yourself and your actions is quite impressive. I hope you won't lose that appearance. Right, Dale? Dale clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. The reason the Saxony clan completely cut themselves off from the outside world, and the reason the Black Duke always emphasized morality while controlling the power of darkness, all of it was to maintain the Dead Order safe. The moment he realized everything, the first thought that popped into his head was that it was hypocrisy to a sickening, nauseating degree. Alan extended his arm and began to introduce them. This is our darkness, and this darkness is also the shield that protects us. Facing his question, the boy's face darkened with rage. Dale, are you ready to accept this darkness? Dale placed his hand on his chest right over his heart, slowly speaking. I have been prepared for that since the very beginning, father. Despite his fury, Dale still forced out in reluctant acceptance. Dale of the Saxony house is willing to embrace it, no matter how unrighteous or evil that power may be. Because underneath the guise of a son, I myself am a hypocrite nurturing power for revenge. He raised his arm, his expression slightly hesitant. A stream of power shot out, lifting the body on the ground. The person quickly became a puppet under Dale's control. He reached out, drew his sword from its scythe, and held it before his chest. Swiftly, skillful sword movements were unleashed. Alan stood behind with crossed arms and spoke. The purity of mana is at an unbelievably high concentration. Dale turned his face toward his father and replied, because I am being taught by the best master, after all, but I still can't control a Death Knight without supplying mana like the Knights of the Dead Order. Hearing this, he immediately countered, it is still too early for you to learn that. What I am teaching you is limited to how to utilize necromancy on the battlefield. You need to focus on your cultivation to prepare for the upcoming battle. With a mere snap of his fingers, Alan quickly unleashed a series of power surges. The goblins that were lying down instantly sat straight up. It suddenly lunged forward to attack his puppet. A sword flashed past, slicing through the goblin's waist. The figure spun around, and with a single slash, cut it cleanly in half. Dale stood to the side, controlling it, completely out of breath from exhaustion. Seeing this scene, Alan thought to himself with excitement, truly incredible. In reality, not every necromancer's Death Knight is the same. As for controlling corpses, that is the duty of a necromancer. These figures probably never held a sword in life, but the swordsmanship Dale just displayed has reached a realm far surpassing even that of living dark knights. This is truly too astonishing. Just what kind of talent does this child possess? The scene shifted. Cepheus stood to the side, observing and reflecting. In the end, Dale is still entirely focused on training, completely oblivious to her. Cepheus was thoroughly tangled up in her own thoughts. Ultimately, this emotion is simply that I really like him, ma'am. That day, Dale had pretended to be as innocent as a clueless child. But through Dale's world displayed that day, I felt an unimaginable, piercing coldness and darkness. And the hidden desire within was glaringly obvious beyond any doubt. It was the desire of a man genuinely yearning for affection. Suddenly, a loud noise cut off her train of thought. Cepheus looked up and praised him. Your control over the water element has improved significantly. He smiled without turning his face and replied, yes, because I promised to become a son my father can be proud of. She continued to praise him, leaving Dale pensive for a moment. That is truly a wonderful determination. Cepheus took a few steps forward and asked, but your face looks rather anxious. Is something wrong? Dale looked slightly nervous, his gaze averting elsewhere. Teacher, the question uttered caught her somewhat off guard. Would you still like me even if you saw an ugly side of me? One day, when I accept the dark corners of my family, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed when you see that side of me. Cepheus reached out, cupping both sides of Dale's cheeks to lift his face up. He looked up blankly into her eyes. Seeing Cepheus's flushing face, Dale softly called out. Teacher, Cepheus slowly explained to him. An elf's lifespan is very long, even later on when you become a true man. She spoke while her heart brimmed with confusion. I will probably still maintain the exact same appearance as I do now. Why do I care about this child to such an extent? As the tales of the Black Prince securing a grand victory in the Black and White War and annihilating the entire enemy force spread far and wide, though the imperial citizens praised Dale's talent, they also gossiped about that notorious reputation. And as for me, I couldn't truly bring myself to be happy about it all. Ever since the Great Deity Massacre, Dale had clearly possessed the talent to turn the wheels of history, but I never wanted this child to walk down such a blood-soaked path. Cepheus smiled gently and continued, until the day you finally realize your true feelings, I will always be by your side. Hearing those words, Dale felt a wave of emotion welling up inside, knowing that in that moment, she wasn't speaking as his teacher. But as her next words left her lips, it felt as though time itself froze for him, but rather as a woman. Her words felt like a deeply moving song that touched his heart, as she added, so you won't ever have to be lonely again. After saying her piece, Cepheus turned around, her face completely flushed with embarrassment. After saying her piece, Cephia turned around, her face completely flushed with embarrassment. Dale suddenly rushed forward and pulled her into a tight embrace, catching Cephia completely off guard. And he said, his voice choking up slightly, "Thank you." Dale smiled, his cheeks flushing slightly as he confessed, "I really like you, Cephia." Cephia just smiled and listened to him speak as he continued, "So please wait for me." She returned his embrace while answering his request, "All right," giving her body over to a warmth so deep it made one forget all about the loneliness and biting cold in their heart. That was an unforgettable promise from their childhood days. Sometime later, the soldiers stood in neat, organized ranks, with the men in the front row holding the banners high, to fight back against the massive migration of the demon race. The northern lords had gathered at the duke's estate. A man placed his hand over his heart and announced clearly, "Helm of the John family, leading 30 knights, 100 heavy infantry, and 400 infantry, requests an audience with your grace the duke here." Dale and his father sat above, looking down at the crowd below, which included Kenneth of the Baldberg family and various small to medium lords who had gathered under the command of the Grand Lord, Duke Saxony. Additionally, the eldest son of our best family, Kiel, is also among them. Naturally, there were also highly ambitious nobles who wanted to catch the duke's eye. Additionally, the eldest son of our best family, Kiel, is also among them. Naturally, there were also highly ambitious nobles who wanted to catch the duke's eye. These people kept asking for favors for their sons, endlessly boasting about their children's achievements, because even on the brink of an upcoming battle, noble networking remained an indispensable ritual for a Grand Lord. The process of gathering subordinates and winning over people's hearts was something that couldn't be overlooked, and the same went for the northern nobles and their children, who knew exactly whose favor they needed to curry right now. A man suddenly stepped forward to greet Dale, saying, "Greetings, the Dark Prince. I am Kiel, the eldest son of the best family, and I absolutely want to stand shoulder to shoulder with you to showcase my martial skills on the battlefield this time." Feeling a bit flustered, Dale replied, "Everyone is truly very reliable." The young ladies also rushed over to greet him, exclaiming, "Oh my, young Master Dale, you are even more striking than the rumors say. It's impossible to imagine that you would be such a mature and handsome man." Dale rubbed his head in embarrassment, thinking to himself, "All this attention is really exhausting, but I guess that's politics for you." Jones walked up from behind and called out, "Young Master Dale, rumor has it that despite your young age, you possess martial prowess that rivals adult knights. I would love to witness your skills with my own eyes." Seeing this, the professor rushed over to intervene, yelling, "Jones, you rebellious brat! How dare you use such a disrespectful tone with the young master?" Dale immediately stepped forward and pushed back. He glanced at the kneeling man and asked, "Are you the second young master of Baron Kenneth's family, Lord Jones?" He replied quickly and succinctly, "That's right." Hearing his answer, Dale asked further, "You want to witness my martial skills with your own eyes?" He continued to question him, "Meaning you want to challenge my strength?" Jones showed no fear and spoke completely bluntly. The Empire's #1 genius, possessing overwhelming talent in both swordsmanship and magic, who led the Black and White War to a grand victory at such a young age and created a miracle out of the blood of the Saint Magdalena Knights. I don't doubt your strength, young master. I am simply a martial prodigy myself, standing right in front of you. The professor couldn't take it anymore and screamed, "You bastard! How dare you be so disrespectful to the young master? Get out of here right now." But despite the professor scolding him with all his might, Dale just curled his lips into a smile and let out an amused hum. He took a step forward, his voice startling them both. "The second young master of Baron Kenneth's family, Lord Jones. I heard you are leading a mercenary group of 100 men, aren't you?" Dale rubbed his chin, thinking as he spoke, knowing that Jones had set out to train as a wandering knight and had built that mercenary squad from scratch all on his own. A mercenary and the second son of a baron. Under the law of primogeniture, it would be very difficult for him to inherit any land, which was why he used this high-stakes gamble to prove his worth. For a wandering knight with no backing to build a mercenary group of 100 men was impressive, and while Dale quickly calculated this in his mind, he maintained a bright smile on his face, saying, "Quite useful indeed. All right, I accept your challenge. Everyone parted to clear a space for the two of them to compete against each other. The duel between the second young master of the Kenneth family and Dale suddenly got underway. This match was a perfect opportunity to establish the hierarchy before the war began, and the Dark Prince had absolutely no reason to decline it. Dale extended his hand and asked, "Jones, you surely know that my sword is different from ordinary swords, right?" He immediately answered his question, "Yes, I have also heard about your Dark Shadow sword, young master." Hearing that, Dale spoke up, "Go ahead and use your aura." He smiled with excitement as he looked at him. "Give it everything you've got." Noticing that Jones seemed to hesitate in silence, Dale called out loudly, "That's an order." Jones could only quietly comply, saying, "Understood." He unleashed a massive surge of power, causing the cloaks of both men to flutter wildly in the sudden gust of wind. Dale looked at Jones and silently evaluated him, thinking, "So he hasn't reached the realm of using an aura blade yet, huh?" He suddenly let out a smirk, thinking, "But his control is incredibly neat." Dale's shadow on the floor quickly began to shift as he murmured, "Well then, I shall also." A sword suddenly erupted from the ground. Seeing this, Jones wondered to himself, "Is that the Dark Prince's sword?" Jones gripped his sword tightly as Dale said, "Come at me." He kicked off the ground with force and rushed rapidly toward him. Dale merely pivoted his body slightly and effortlessly dodged the attack. He cast his eyes downward, observing everything with meticulous detail. Jones's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp red light. He swung his blade forcefully against Dale's sword, creating a loud, clanging sound. Jones looked at Dale and thought to himself, "Dark Prince, you are different from me. You've had everything since the day you were born." The clash of their heavy blows sent them both reeling back as Jones declared, "I will prove that someone who has nothing can still defeat someone who has everything." He gritted his teeth and lunged forward again with lightning speed. Jones spun around, keeping his sword firmly in a defensive guard. Seeing Dale freeze for a split second, he swung his sword with a hint of joy. Spotting the opening, he brought his sharp sword slicing down from above, which Dale quickly blocked. A loud noise instantly echoed out as Jones's following strike slashed completely into empty air. Dale's sword thrust forward so fast it startled him. Jones leaned his body all the way back, narrowly dodging the young master's strike. The surging energy flickering beneath Dale's feet left him completely stunned. It shot directly toward his feet, but Jones quickly sidestepped to avoid it. He was caught even more off guard when multiple swords began protruding from the ground, with a whole array of blades flying up simultaneously. Dale stood right in the center of it all, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. He lowered his stance and swept his hand out, sending the swords launching straight forward in an instant. They swarmed ferociously all at once toward Jones, while a dark aura began to envelop Jones's body. Dale gathered his energy while thinking to himself, "Not a bad movement at all. This martial skill definitely befits a mercenary leader, and this much is enough for an opponent to prove his reputation." He spoke up, saying, "Come on, I won't move from this spot." Taking it as a provocation, Jones immediately shot straight in front of Dale, shouting, "You're going to regret looking down on me." The two swords clashed once again, producing a piercing metallic screech. The onlookers standing on the sidelines couldn't help but marvel at the sight. They began to whisper among themselves, saying, "As expected of the eldest son of the Saxony family, his aura is truly on another level. To think he's already reached this standard at just 11 years old is truly astonishing." Jones swung his sword and called out provokingly to Dale, "Let's see you dodge this move too." But before he could even unleash his strike, Dale used his power to strike first, gaining the upper hand. Jones stumbled back quite a distance and looked up at Dale. Realizing that the young master was displaying such overwhelming might, it felt like he was just playing with a child, making him wonder if the prince's target from the beginning hadn't been him, but rather the lords and their children who were watching this duel. He kicked off the ground hard and launched forward again, refusing to just be trifled with like that. Jones unleashed a barrage of strikes at Dale, but not a single blow could land on his body. He tried his absolute best, widening his eyes to track the movements, thinking, "Faster, I have to be even faster." Jones didn't want to admit it, but the supreme talent the Dark Prince possessed was simply the ultimate unfairness of this world. And with that, his sword broke into two pieces under the immense strain, proving that all his struggles at this point were entirely futile. With a dull thud, Jones sank down onto the floor, propping himself up with his broken sword to keep his balance. He bowed his head low, pondering for a moment before cursing aloud. I don't even know how to overcome this anymore. Damn it. Dale stood tall, pointing his sword straight at the kneeling Jones as Jones muttered, I admit defeat. Dale only now realized that the power surging inside him was thanks to the Book of the Black Goat. Throughout the entire match, it felt as though the whole world had slowed down, and he hadn't expected to win such an overwhelming victory against an opponent who had gone all out with aura. Now, the Sword of the Shadow cloak seemed to have become an extension of his own body, as if he were using tentacles to manipulate the shadow blades. Thanks to this fight with the Knight Jones, he was finally able to feel this change, but he still needed to make an example out of him for the others, right? Dale extended his hand, a look of surprise washing over his face as he called out, Shadow, bullet. The swords hovering in midair suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Jones raised both arms to shield his body from the debris. Dale turned his face around and asked loudly, Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Is there no one left with enough courage to doubt my reputation and try to prove themselves? A sword stabbed heavily into the floor, drawing Dale's attention. The other man suddenly knelt down with deep respect. His voice rang out loudly across the room. We swear our loyalty to you, young master. Inadvertently, Dale remembered his father's favorite catchphrase, fear ensures loyalty. And it truly was the absolute truth. The scene shifted as everyone present in the room began laughing and talking with one another. A group of men walked out of the room. Boss, the man behind him asked, You look terrible. Jones chugged down a bottle of liquor and cursed. What a dogshit world. The two men behind him stood listening to him rant. As he went on, No matter how hard I swing my sword or try, I can't even touch his heels. So how the hell am I supposed to look good? Jones got so angry that he squeezed the liquor bottle tightly in his hand, yelling, What's all that crap about a person's worth not being determined by birth and that it can be changed through hard work? I dare anyone to stand in front of the eldest son of the Saxony family and see if they can still spout that absolute nonsense. The Dark Prince felt like an insurmountable wall blocking his path, and Jones yelled out in frustration as he walked. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more pissed off I get. Let's just drink. The lackey following behind him kept chiming in, Exactly, boss. There's nothing better than booze in this world anyway. The whole gang gathered around a campfire and started eating and drinking. Holding his cup, Jones remarked, You guys should have seen those noble young ladies throwing themselves at that 11-year-old brat. The other guy asked curiously, What did they do, boss? Jones quickly spilled everything, saying, Those noble ladies were shaking their hips so desperately just to get that kid's attention. It was disgusting to watch. The crowd quickly agreed, saying, Those nobles have absolutely no shame left. He kept rambling on drunkenly, saying, Strip away that noble title and we're all the same anyway. Everyone nodded in agreement, saying, Exactly, on the battlefield, it doesn't mean jack shit. Getting a bit tipsy, Jones brought the cup to his mouth for another sip and added, Speaking of which, does that brat even know how to handle a woman? The lackeys thought about it for a second and replied, Probably, boss. He's still a man after all. Dale suddenly appeared right next to them, giving Jones a massive fright. Seeing him, the entire group instantly scrambled to their feet. What? Since when were you there? Without saying a word, Dale sat down right next to Jones. Dale held a bottle of liquor out to him and said, What are you doing? Pour moi un drink. Seeing this, Jones quickly replied, Yes, sir. As Dale poured the drink, he said, You find this world pretty damnable, don't you? Jones shrank back timidly and shook his head, stammering, No, not at all, sir. Dale spoke in an incredibly calm tone. That's just how life is. Unfair, unreasonable, and there's absolutely nothing a human can decide on their own. Natural talent from birth, the environment you live in, among all those destinies, is there a single one we can choose according to our own wishes? Jones flinched as if his deepest thoughts had been pierced, replying, No, sir. Dale suddenly placed a hand on Jones's shoulder and patted it gently. He knit his brows slightly and said, So don't blame yourself too much, because in this world, a destiny that we can change with our own hands. Jones was completely dazed by his next words, which concluded, never existed in the first place. Jones suddenly covered his face and burst into loud laughter. He looked up at the sky and sighed. Right? Maybe what you said is true, young master. No matter how much I struggle, there was never any chance for me to begin with. Dale looked over at Jones and declared, the second son of Baron Kenneth's family, Knight Jones, I've taken quite a liking to you. He smiled brightly at him and added, both you and your mercenary group. Jones was a bit taken aback by the offer and froze slightly, stammering, Sir? Dale then asked, would you like to serve under me and wield your sword for the Saxony family? He asked back in utter confusion, sir. Jones looked surprised as if needing confirmation. Am I really allowed to serve under the Saxony family? Dale confirmed firmly, yes. Ahead of the upcoming battle, my knights will train you and your subordinates. Dale went on to explain that they would teach everything from how to hold a sword to the concepts of aura, and while Jones looked visibly thrilled, he also asked with a hint of anxiety, to be taught by the Dark Knight Order, is that really true? He couldn't help but feel deeply moved and found it hard to believe this dreamlike reality, realizing that the very person who taught him about the world's unfairness was now granting him an opportunity no one else dared to give, prompting him to ask, why are you going this far for me? Dale calmly gave his answer. I just happen to need some people of my own right now. Seeing the frantic look in Jones's eyes, he reassured him with a single line. And you just happen to be there. That's just how things go in life. This world is inherently unfair, but standing before him, it felt as though even that unfairness was entirely forgotten. A short while later, on a bright morning at the massive estate, inside the meeting room of Duke Saxony's castle, Alan spoke in a grave tone as he reported on the war situation. Currently, between the Demon King's territory and Duke Saxony's domain lies a colossal mountain range. At the perilous mountain passes, multiple layers of fortresses have established dense defensive lines, and the garrison knights stationed there are engaged in fierce battles to hold the camps. The continuous stream of reports indicated that the military situation was extremely tense, noting that at this current hour, the defensive forces of the Winter Guard Ranger unit that had deployed earlier had begun to retreat from Mountain Fortress No. 9 alongside the Northern Lords. Before retreating, they were reported to have burned all provisions that couldn't be transported in time, and while Alan listened, he evaluated the strategy, noting, good, everything is proceeding exactly according to plan. He continued to lay out the plan, saying, while executing a step-by-step tactical retreat to wear them down, we will bide our time until the very last moment. Once the enemy forces are exhausted upon entering the upper reaches of the Saxony River, we will block their main force from crossing and completely annihilate them. Right at that moment, Helmet suddenly spoke up. Then it's time to deploy our main army into the fray. Alan silently agreed with that and ordered, notify the lords of the deployment order. Just as Dale was about to leave the room, Alan suddenly called him back. Dale, I have a task to assign to you privately. He didn't hesitate to state his intention clearly. I'm giving you full command of the mobile cavalry unit comprised of members from the Dark Knight Order. When a large-scale clash between the two front lines breaks out, you will have full operational control over that mobile cavalry unit. Furthermore, Lady Cephia has also agreed to assist by your side. This left Dale completely astonished. He couldn't help but voice his internal doubt, knowing that refraining from interfering in secular disputes was supposed to be the core tenet of the Sacred Magic Tower. Alan answered him calmly. She is already the supreme advisor to our Saxony family. Moreover, fighting against the demon race can hardly be considered a mere secular dispute. Even so, a sense of anxiety kept swelling up inside Dale's heart as he wondered, Master, why are you participating in this war? He asked Alan dubiously. Was that Lady Cephia's own wish? The Duke replied expressionlessly, yes. His next words made Dale feel tense. Dale, you have proven your capability through your victory at the Black and White Gathering. I believe you will do well this time as well. Dale solemnly assured Alan, I understand. Father, finally, I would like to request one more favor from you. He didn't decline the request at all, responding, speak. Please assign the young divine sword to my unit. That was his sole request. Charlotte calmly put on her helmet, her silhouette appearing remarkably straight and uniquely valiant. Right then, Dale stepped up from behind and remarked, You look truly reliable. Charlotte instantly shed her previous cold demeanor and replied with immense pride, because this is the guardian knight who will stand shoulder to shoulder to protect the world-renowned Dark Prince. After all, Dale let out a sigh, accepting her words as he thought. That's true. She is no longer a little girl now. She genuinely looks like a real knight. Faint silhouettes briefly flashed through Dale's mind, and he looked straight into the eyes of the person before him, saying, "Promise me one thing." The sudden shift in the atmosphere caught Charlotte completely off guard as she replied, "Yes." Dale said very seriously, "Don't die out there." She tilted her head slightly in confusion, asking, "What did you say, my lord?" Charlotte fumbled over the information before answering hesitantly. "But risking one's life for their master is a knight's duty." Dale cut off the words she was about to utter, saying, "Charlotte, do I need to teach you what the true duty of a knight actually is?" Dale clenched his fist, speaking in a flat yet resonant voice. "It is to never betray your master's trust." He suddenly smiled, brushing away the suffocating tension, and added, "And I absolutely do not want you to die." Dale's subsequent words left Charlotte astonished. This is not the battlefield where you are meant to lose your life. He smiled with relief when he heard her firm affirmation, "Yes, I will engrave it into my very soul." Sometime later, the army continued its steady march forward to confront the Orc Legion that had begun its southward advance. The main unit led by Duke Saxony had officially commenced its deployment. Dale, along with Lord Vale, his guardian knight Charlotte, and Cephia, directly led the mobile cavalry unit consisting of Dark Knight Order members toward the upper reaches of the Saxony River, located a few kilometers away from Duke Saxony's main camp. Dale instinctively glanced back behind him, knowing that in this place, Cephia was no longer just his master. Early that morning, the peaceful scenery felt a bit unsettling. At the upper reaches of the Saxony River, inside the camp of the mobile cavalry unit under Dale's command, Cephia was taking a walk around the tents. Right at this moment, Dale suddenly appeared and called out to her, "Lady Cephia?" Cephia clearly recognized the person in front of her as the moonlight shone down. She asked with deep concern, "Are you still awake at this hour?" "Can't sleep." Dale hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "Lady Cephia?" He finally voiced the questions he had kept buried for so long, asking, "Why did you accept my father's proposal?" Cephia answered with a look of relief, "I am simply fulfilling my mission." The next second, Dale was stunned by the reason she gave. "Didn't I promise that I would stay by your side?" The corner of his mouth curved up slightly as he whispered, "Thank you." Right at that moment, a strange tremor suddenly occurred, causing Cephia to question it, wondering if this could possibly be. Both of them turned and ran as fast as they could in one direction upon hearing the command echo out. "All mobile cavalry units, prepare for battle. Move to the river crossing point immediately." When Dale arrived at the scene, he saw massive orcs everywhere. He couldn't help but curse silently in his mind, thinking, "Damn it, they dared to strike before we could even make a move." Right then, Vale stepped forward and called out, "Young Master Dale." Dale also responded to him, saying, "Lord Vale." Vale spoke in a serious tone, saying, "Please give the order." He couldn't help but analyze the current situation, noting that thousands of orcs were desperately trying to break through, and the fact that they were risking everything to directly cross this river, which was supposed to be a natural fortress, proved that their situation was extremely desperate. After a moment of deliberation, Dale maintained his composure and ordered, "Lord Vale, take 4 cavalry companies and deploy to the front line immediately. You must wipe out all the orc vanguards that have crossed the river before they can establish a bridgehead." At this moment, he looked more like a genius commander than ever as he added, "I will lead the other 2 companies to strike the enemy's rear." Without hesitation, Vale quickly accepted the order, replying, "Understood, young master." At this time, the soldiers and the orcs were fighting incredibly fiercely as the orcs kept pouring in. Vale stood behind, commanding the front line, shouting, "Do not let those monsters set foot on the shore under any circumstances. Archers, take aim and fire." Following the newly issued command, hundreds of arrows flew toward the orcs, forcing them to fall back. On another side, a unit was being directed to create a distraction. Dale sat on horseback, praying silently in his heart, thinking, "Just hold out a little longer, Vale." Not far away, A figure seemed to have been waiting for Dale's group to arrive for a very long time. They lay in ambush on both sides, merely waiting for the right moment to strike. Across the battlefield, the commander's voice continued to ring out endlessly. Archers, draw your bows. Arrows poured down like rain upon the ferocious orcs below. Some were wounded, while others fiercely managed to evade the volley and charge straight forward. The orc warwolves built up momentum and leaped, soaring into the air as if trying to attack from above. The wolves tore into the soldiers like hunting beasts, causing a barrage of painful screams to echo out. Help me! The orcs grew increasingly numerous and rampant, leaving the survivors feeling utterly anxious as they cried. They flooded all the way to the bridge. Even so, their fighting spirit never wavered. Don't let them take another single step forward. Even if we have to die, we must not retreat. They tried their best to hold the line to open a path for Dale, who was charging in a different direction. Dale was currently riding his horse like the wind, mentally calculating that since the enemy had marched at top speed for a long distance, it was highly likely their supply line had been cut. He had thought of a foolproof plan that would serve both purposes, declaring, "While Vale holds them down from the front, we will bypass the shallow stretch of the river upstream and ambush the enemy unit whose flank is exposed from behind." In his heart, he silently prayed, "Just hold out a little longer, Vale." On Vale's side, the situation was turning catastrophic as men continuously fell. The orc monster in front of him was colossal and far too powerful. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. "Right now, attack the rear." Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. "Right now, attack the rear." Vale rejoiced upon seeing Dale and his group rushing over rapidly, shouting, "Young Master Dale," while Dale also felt somewhat relieved to see that Vale was still safe. Vale shouted loudly toward his side, "Push the formation forward," and Dale quickly acknowledged the order. "Roger that, young master." He called out loudly to raise the entire army's morale. "The enemy on this side has been isolated. Do not fear. Close the encirclement together with the young master's cavalry." The two sides clashed against each other with utter savagery. Show no mercy. Dale had also joined the battlefield at this point. He channeled his power, aiming directly at the crowd of orcs in front of him. Shadow bullet. Dale smiled faintly because the situation seemed to be well within his grasp, with the young master leading the vanguard. Right at that moment, a massive orc blindsided him from behind. In the very next second, a silhouette rushed forward rapidly to block. The massive orc was taken down immediately after one powerful slash. Charlotte was executing her duty and mission perfectly, reassuring him, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." On the other side, Cephia was attempting to set up a barrier array. She reported the urgent situation to Dale, saying, "Dale, if we delay any longer, the orc unit will shift their formation," prompting him to make a swift decision. "We will retreat before they begin their encirclement plan." He quickly made a decision. "We will retreat before they begin their encirclement plan." Vale shouted a warning. "Young master, the orc cavalry is turning back." Dale turned his horse around without a moment's hesitation, intending to leave, retreat. The orcs behind them kept pursuing Dale's group relentlessly. He gripped the reins tightly, thinking to himself, "We have already achieved our objective. There's no need to win every single battle with overwhelming dominance. Now we just need to lure them far enough away so reinforcements can assist them, then wipe out every single one of them." Dale tried to calculate the distance, thinking, "Good, this range should be far enough." Right at that moment, Cephia noticed something unusual. A figure suddenly appeared within the orc ranks. That person was calmly walking alongside the monsters, making them wonder, a human? He instantly manipulated his power, creating a flame. Cephia panicked, sensing an imminent danger, and barely managed to scream a warning. "Dale, watch out." Cephia utilized her power almost instantaneously. A field of ice spikes erupted in the middle of the path to block the pursuers behind them. But the man riding the horse showed no signs of apprehension. He pulled his horse's reins and concentrated his magical energy. A fireball launched out, streaking rapidly forward. Ice and fire collided, the two magical forces struggling fiercely against each other. Eventually, the fireball gradually gained the upper hand, and the ice wall could no longer withstand the force. It shattered the ice spikes and surged forward, incinerating Dale's group of soldiers. He was horrified to discover that everything behind them had been turned completely to ash, making him wonder what kind of flame that even was. It burned everything to a crisp, leaving behind not even a corpse or a fragment of bone, and leaving Dale panicked with a grim premonition, wondering if they could possibly be. Immediately after, he turned around to issue orders to his subordinates. Everyone scatter. A purger from the enemy's mage tower has appeared. The enemy we are facing is a fire mage. Purgers are battle mages raised solely to incinerate the enemies of the Empire and the Red Magic Tower. They are the executors of the era's will. Cephia grew suspicious of this sudden development, thinking, for a mage from the Crimson Magic Tower to go through the trouble of coming all the way here means, while Dale gave a line confirming her thoughts, "That's right, they came for me." Charlotte nodded to signal Cephia, while Dale's voice continued to echo, "Keep moving. Don't bunch up in one spot." The whole group spurred their horses, relentlessly charging forward. Dale felt anxious in the face of this dilemma, realizing this was the absolute worst-case scenario. Dale felt anxious in the face of this dilemma, realizing this was the absolute worst-case scenario. On the other hand, if they scattered too widely and broke formation, the Orc cavalry would pin them down. Dale was silently weighing the pros and cons of a bold decision, concluding, so there is no choice left but to use that power. Right then, a voice snapped him back to reality. Dismount. Dale spurred his horse closer, and Cephia spoke up to his utter bewilderment. "Let me fulfill my duty as a teacher." He seemed to understand Cephia's intention. The horse's hooves abruptly came to a halt, kicking up a thick cloud of dust as the soldiers looked at him in surprise. "Young master," Dale calmly issued his directives. "The rest of the cavalry will continue to execute my orders as planned. Charlotte, you head back first to report our situation to my father." Charlotte hesitated, wanting to refuse, but she remained on her horse and reminded him, "It is my duty to protect you." Dale looked at her nonchalantly and said, "This is an order from your master." Charlotte fell into a brief internal struggle, listening to every single one of Dale's words. "Don't worry about me. Once you are on a horse, you must not slacken the reins for even a single moment." Ultimately, she accepted the decision given the current situation, replying, "Yes, sir." Charlotte led the remaining men as they dashed rapidly forward. On this side, Dale began to let out a sigh, lamenting, "Now we can't run anymore, even if we wanted to." On this side, Dale began to let out a sigh, lamenting, "Now we can't run anymore, even if we wanted to." He looked straight at her and spoke with complete sincerity. "How could I possibly leave you behind, master?" Dale let out a helpless breath, saying, "Even if we wanted to run away now, we can't." Hearing that, Cephia wanted to confirm his intention, asking, "Were you planning on running away?" To which Dale confidently refuted her, "Didn't he?" Cephia chuckled faintly upon receiving his answer, murmuring, "How could I possibly leave my master behind?" After that, she gently extended her hand forward, murmuring, "So that's how it is." Cephia channeled her magic while expressing her feelings, saying, "Thank you." Cephia channeled her magic while expressing her feelings, saying, "Thank you." The wolf-riding orcs aggressively lunged toward the two of them. Cephia remained completely unfazed, intently chanting her spell, "O Crystal Frost." Following her words, a layer of ice entirely covered the enemy as she commanded, "Freeze everything." The horses of the purgers behind them were also partially frozen. Standing beside her, Dale casually introduced her to them. "Your opponent right now is the Elder of the Blue Magic Tower, a Sixth Circle mage. If you wanted to start a war, you should have at least prepared yourselves for this level of opposition." Only then did he sternly interrogate them. "What is your purpose? Why is the Red Magic Tower operating alongside these barbarians?" A stubborn member of the group sought to launch an attack, shouting, "You guys are nothing more than targets that need to be incinerated." That man threw a blazing fireball toward Dale, yelling, "Offer up your deaths to the color red." Facing this technique, Cephia showed no fear whatsoever. She gently took action to dispel the opponent's magic, chanting, "Magic dispel, blue counterchant." With that taken care of, Cephia stood in a majestic posture and swept her hand behind her. Dale immediately called out loudly to command his men, "Knights of the Saxony family, Their attack has been neutralized. The cavalry knights consequently surged forward in droves, shouting, "Raise your lances and charge," while Dale immediately called out loudly to command his men, "Knights of the Saxony family, their attack has been neutralized." A sharp sword strike neatly severed the head of the massive orc. The clash between the humans and the monsters was unfolding with intense pressure. Elsewhere, Alan was sternly reminding the mages, "Young mages, what you are about to face is no simple battle." His powerful words echoed continuously. What awaits you is the abyss of the battlefield, where the stench of blood and fear blend with chaos and despair. Everyone listened with tense concentration as he added, "Don't be overly obsessed with victory or defeat. Let chaos and death become the source that nurtures you." After that, he placed his hand over his heart to instill courage, saying, "Carry your fear, but do not succumb to it. Every death you witness today will be the price paid to forge who you become tomorrow." Having finished his speech, he turned to call Eris. "Eris." She immediately responded with an extremely respectful attitude. "Yes, Tower Master." Alan assigned her the task in a deep voice. "The time has come. Take the children to the inner section," and Eris quickly accepted his command, replying, "Yes, my lord." Suddenly, someone rushed over in a panic, calling out loudly, "Duke Saxony." Alan recognized the newcomer's identity, asking, "Are you Lady Charlotte?" And having no time to waste, Charlotte reported the situation, crying, "The young master is in danger." At Dale's battlefield, the rapid thundering of thousands of horse hooves rang out. The cavalry knights, holding lances, continuously broke through and charged forward. But the Purger was not about to give up easily. He created a magical sphere and hurled it toward the crowd. Both Dale and Cephia combined their strength to block that attack, shouting, "Don't you dare." The collision between ice and fire erected a wall that separated the two sides. In his mind, he continuously calculated the pros and cons, thinking, "The wall has also blocked the cavalry's path of advancement, but this is still better than sustaining casualties." Dale created sharp shards of ice to launch a surprise counterattack, thinking, "Now is the time for payback. By utilizing the fragment from the ice wall, I will create countless ice spikes." Dale created sharp shards of ice to launch a surprise counterattack, thinking, "Now is the time for payback. By utilizing the fragments from the ice wall, I will create countless ice spikes." The ice spikes shot rapidly through the air, but they completely evaporated before the flame barrier erected by the Purgers. Dale couldn't hide his scowl when the plan failed. He had discovered their anomalies, realizing that the fire armor wasn't just ordinary protective gear, which meant the armor's power had allowed him to withstand Lady Cephia's attack from earlier. A knight shouted loudly and charged toward the enemy. "Your flames end here." The Purgers also got into position, ready to engage in battle. However, those men didn't strike the knight, but instead scattered unexpectedly. What? Their target is actually to attack Cephia. As the Purgers approached Cephia, Dale quickly stepped in to protect her. He effortlessly unleashed a move that made the Purger pay the price. Shadow Bullet. The man was struck, collapsing unwillingly as he cursed, "Damn it," while Dale stood before him to interrogate him for information, demanding, "Answer me right now. What is your true objective? Why are you targeting and attacking me?" Hearing his questions, the Purger smirked to himself and gave a highly cryptic reply, saying, "Before long, everything in this world will burn. And within this burning world, they will rise again from the ashes." Dale's eyes widened as he realized his intention in shock, thinking, could that possibly be? Only now did he fully grasp its function, realizing it was self-detonation magic, meaning the true purpose of the armor wasn't defense at all, but rather a self-destructive tool designed to incinerate the wearer's own body. Cephia also recognized the danger and called his name loudly, "Dale. Dale," while Dale could only shout a warning to her, yelling, "Master, get away quickly." However, the man's body had already been caught by the flames. It was already too late. He spread his arms wide while bidding farewell to the world, saying goodbye. Following that, a massive explosion occurred, creating a thick cloud of smoke. At the center of the explosion, everything had become barren and desolate. Fortunately, neither Dale nor Cephia was overly affected by it. He approached Cephia to check her injuries, saying, "Fortunately, you are safe, master." In his heart, Dale blamed himself deeply for being protected by her, thinking, just before the explosion, I received ice armor from Master and avoided a fatal wound, but Master was engulfed by the blast while trying to protect. He also felt guilty for failing to protect everyone else, thinking, and furthermore, even the Night Order was caught up in the explosion. One of the Purgers made a move against Dale, shouting, "The young Master is still alive. Excellent, he's mine." That man wanted to seize the opportunity to take his life, screaming, "Die." However, Dale used Blink to teleport away from that spot. He dealt with him using a few swift sword strikes. The power inside Dale's body erupted with extreme violence. Ultimately, that man's body exploded in midair. His face contorted as he remarked, "That makes two of them." Dale recounted the hardships he had experienced, saying, "I have endured and waited for this moment, never forgetting the days of being tortured and having my body modified without a single day of peace. Now, don't even dream of running away. I will return the pain I suffered many times over." On the other side, Cephia gradually regained her consciousness. She startled upon hearing a tragic, agonizing shriek. Before Cephia's eyes was the sight of Dale confronting the enemies. He ruthlessly swung his sword to launch a direct assault on the Purgers, and subsequently, the enemy's body also emitted a source of light. Afterward, another horrifying explosion continued to take place. The surrounding people were also incinerated by those flames. Cephia stared blankly at the scene unfolding before her eyes, thinking, the bodies of the knights I wanted to protect have been incinerated and vanished within the firestorm. Now, everything has gradually spiraled out of control. This battlefield is currently no different from a living hell, while those men thoroughly enjoyed the chaos, shouting, "Burn even brighter, noble blood." A second later, Dale's blade pierced through his chest, but what truly fit the word hell was that at this moment, he had lost the consciousness needed to control his mind. A cruel and dense darkness was sweeping across the entire battlefield as he muttered, "Wraithification." The others launched a coordinated ambush all at once, shouting, "Damn it, even the suicide attack didn't work." Everyone rush him, encircle, and attack simultaneously. Dale ruthlessly pulled his sword out of the man's chest, and then he spun around to strike back against the enemies who were lunging at him. Dale's blade, carrying dark magical energy, swung forcefully forward. At the same time, a man behind him attempted to blindside him, but as if all the accumulated and suppressed pain from over the years was bursting out. Dale quickly detected it and launched a counterattack. He vented all his rage through sword strikes that exploded like cold, sharp blades. The Purgers who had ceased breathing began to self-detonate. Within moments, a thick cloud of dust appeared in the sky once again. One of the Purgers couldn't help but marvel. "This is unbelievable." He looked at the murderous aura radiating from Dale's body and asserted that Dale was the very embodiment of vengeance. Standing before the Purger, Dale declared, "Your mission has failed." What Dale said didn't bother him at all, because he replied, "In the end, you guys can't kill me anyway." On the contrary, the Purger looked utterly smug, asking, Can you still utter the word victory when looking at this scene?" He continuously hurled verbal attacks at Dale, taunting, "Even if your dark magic tower manipulates death, do you think we would fear such a pathetic death?" The Purger lunged toward him, intending to take Dale down with him as he cried, "We are ready to embrace death and are always willing to incinerate this body." Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching Dale by surprise. "Did you say you are ready to embrace death?" The man arrogantly screamed his ideology, "Long live the Empire!" Witnessing the explosion from behind, Cephia hastily called out his name, Dale. But a strange occurrence left Dale astonished as he muttered, "What is this?" Because the Purger's body remained completely intact, meaning the Purger who was supposed to be dead was actually still alive, making him wonder what was going on. The person behind them spoke up, interrupting the standoff between the two sides. Contrary to what everyone thinks, being ready to embrace death is actually easier than you imagine. Immediately, everyone recognized the Dark Duke. Alan calmly advanced toward the Purgers and asked, "Do you have enough resolve to choose not to die?" Leaving them utterly confused as they faced this question, stammering, "What?" They faced this question in complete confusion, stammering, "What?" The Purgers lost their patience and lashed out, shouting, "Stop spouting nonsense." The purgers lost their patience and lashed out, shouting, "Stop spouting nonsense." Yet, they found themselves completely unable to use their abilities anymore. This time, while the enemy was still in a state of panic, Alan closed the distance and asked, "Haven't you realized it yet?" His entire body radiated a heavy, suffocating pressure as he added, "That I have not yet permitted you to die." Alan concentrated his magical energy into a small sphere, declaring, "In this place, there is no way for you to reach death." That sphere emitted dark streaks that enveloped the purgers as he chanted, "Curse, abhorrent fusion." Their bodies began to contort due to Alan's magical energy. He continued to cast his magic composedly without a shred of hesitation. Before them now was merely a deformed mass, and by forcing them to continue living, he made them pay a price far heavier than death, adding, "It is many times more painful and miserable than being ready to die." Alan frowned and bluntly expressed his viewpoint. "I won't ask why you follow the orcs and wanted to kill Dale, because there is absolutely no meaning in seeking the truth from those who have already discarded their own lives." Therefore, he used a different method to teach the purgers a lesson, concluding, "Live out the rest of your days in this grotesque form." A dying knight softly called out, "Young master." He painfully expressed his final wish, gasping, "Please, young master, even if I die, let me fulfill my duty as a Black Raven Knight." Dale gently propped up the knight's body, saying, "I understand your final wish." He sorrowfully acknowledged his dedication, promising, "I and the Saxony family will never forget your ultimate devotion." Only after hearing this was the knight able to pass away in peace. Witnessing this scene, Alan merely called out softly, "Dale." He made a brief assessment of the battle situation, noting the casualties seemed to be quite severe, while Dale also knew he had failed to fulfill his responsibility, replying, "It is truly shameful." Alan softly confirmed as a commander, "Are you blaming yourself?" He didn't shy away from it and admitted everything. "I pushed the knights of the Saxony family to their deaths." Hearing Dale's words of regret, he couldn't bear it. "You should have ordered the knights to retreat from the very beginning." Alan tried to calm his spirits. "Don't blame yourself so much." He calmly analyzed the situation from a different perspective. Hundreds of orc cavalry and purgers. Were you and Lady Cephia planning to face them all by yourselves? Finally, he gave him credit for his efforts. "You did your best." Even so, Dale's mood couldn't be bright. He raised his hand and softly cast a spell over the knights. The knights of the Saxony family had left behind their final words, saying they wanted to continue fulfilling their duties even after passing away. In an instant, Dale's mana flowed into their bodies, and this battle wasn't over yet. He fulfilled the knights' wish in a different way. "Please allow the knights of the Saxony family to finish their duty." At the same time, in an area where the moon had risen high, inside a magnificent and splendid tower, the Crimson Magic Tower, Crimson was gently stroking Elizabeth's hair in Marquis Juris's bedroom. His voice was very tender as he asked Elizabeth, "Did you have a good dream, Your Grace?" She sat up and softly answered Crimson, "Yes, I feel as if I'm still in a dream." Elizabeth praised him without any hesitation while being alone with the man famous for having the most handsome appearance in the Empire. Crimson only raised his wine glass and replied casually, "You flatter me." She was in a great mood and teased Crimson. "Am I that captivating?" He went along with the atmosphere and replied, "Then test it for yourself." The two shared a deeply passionate kiss, but in a split second, Elizabeth's face filled with horror. Red drops kept pouring all over the floor. She couldn't believe the reality unfolding before her. "What is this?" With a fully metallic taste in her mouth, Elizabeth realized the liquid she had swallowed. Could this be blood? Crimson just gently lifted her chin. "Oh dear." He questioned Elizabeth with a dangerous look. "Is the drink not to your liking, Your Grace?" He questioned Elizabeth with a dangerous look. "Is the drink not to your liking, Your Grace?" The fierce and hideous face of the orc appeared, and deafening screams echoed continuously. With a massive build 3 times larger than Helmet, it launched a fierce attack on its own initiative, but he evaded it with his agile movements. The orc refused to back down, slamming down the weapon in its hand, and Helmet managed to block it this time, thanks to his sword. While blocking the blow, he continuously gritted his teeth. This guy is the leader, the orc boss. Even though they had wiped out almost all the orcs, the final resistance was still incredibly fierce. In this critical moment, Dale appeared firmly and said, "Uncle Helmet, please step back." His voice was upright and full of responsibility. "Defeating them is the job of my knights and me." Something just landed, and a trail of white dust kicked up from the ground. It was the movement of the knights under Dale's command. They moved in a flash, their techniques clean and decisive. Helmet stood there frozen, blurting out in astonishment, "What on earth is that?" His face was filled with confusion. Can that kind of power really be achieved through the control of a necromancer? It's unbelievable. Has young Master Dale's swordsmanship talent reached that level? Finally, he charged into the fray himself. His sword strikes were powerful. A single slash was more than enough to make the orc back off in terror. But apparently because it was pushed back too quickly, the leader grew even more furious. Its eyes flashed with murderous intent, and a roar shook the entire area, even startling Dale with the echoing sound. Helmet urgently gave a warning. "Everyone, fall back. You won't hold." But Dale didn't do that. He walked straight ahead with dignity despite Helmet shouting, "Stop him, young master, it's dangerous." Dale said casually, "Don't worry." He stood still, his arms pushed straight out in front of him, calculating in his head. 300 GI, 10 o'clock p.m., 20 o'clock p.m., still not enough. He stood still, his arms pushed straight out in front of him, calculating in his head. 300 GI, 10 o'clock p.m., 20 o'clock p.m., still not enough. Suddenly, Black Goat appeared, hugged him tightly from behind, and whispered, "Shall I give you a hand?" Dale rejected her bluntly. It's not time for you to show your face yet, because he had calculated a possibility beforehand, where a single slip-up could lose him the initiative. Borrowing your power in front of everyone is too dangerous. But Black Goat didn't care about that. She chuckled softly, "Don't worry, I like your world." Her pitch-black eyes slowly opened along with an assertion, "I will absolutely never do anything you hate." Her arms held tightly onto Dale's shoulders while she still whispered in his ear, "So, feel free to use me as much as you like." With Black Goat's backing, Dale's entire body radiated a dominant power, enough to suppress the opponent without even lifting a finger. Black Goat materialized in a cloud of pitch-black smoke, with only her wide-open eyes being recognizable. The orc was aggressive and bloodthirsty, so it rushed forward regardless. Shadow Lurker. A simple strike, but it was enough to stop it in its tracks. A flexible, sharp object pierced straight through the orc's head. Its entire body froze just like that. Its eyes went dark, and red blood poured down from its head. The spear just fell from its hand, marking its official defeat. The other knights raised their hands and cheered. The young master has defeated the orc boss. Dale flashed a relieved smile. The Guardian of the North, the one who defeated the leader of Berg to stand against the grand migration of the demon race, the rightful heir of the Saxony Duke family. A new sense of awe was added to the notorious reputation and dread known as the Black Prince. When the battle was over at the Black Magic Tower, Alan was having a very intense discussion. "Are there any results from the investigation into the Purgers?" Facing him, Eris reported honestly, "No." Despite extracting the brains of the Purgers and investigating for 3 days and 3 nights, most of their brain functions have been removed, including being hit with a memory erasure spell. Alan clasped his hands and nodded. Must be so. He interpreted based on the information he had recorded. They knew in advance that I was leading the cavalry and acting independently. It was likely an insider who sold us out and gave specific orders to the Purgers, including Dale's schedule. Eris asked directly, "Do you have any other speculations, sir?" Only then did he drop a bombshell. "It's the monsters of truth." Eris asked back in shock. "Do you mean the hardline elders of the Black Magic Tower are colluding with the Crimson Magic Tower?" He explained calmly, "Have you forgotten the activities of the Black Crimson Orthodox Order?" The Black Crimson Orthodox Order was an unofficial force established for academic research and cooperation between the Black Magic Tower and the Crimson Magic Tower during the Imperial Unification War. When the war ended, this force was disbanded and all records were erased. The Black Magic Tower under the Black Duke chose to cut ties with the darkness of the old era. However, some hardliners viewed the unforgivable crimes of the Black Crimson Orthodox Order as a pursuit of truth. Those very monsters rejected the Black Duke's regime and joined hands with the Crimson Magic Tower. Understanding what Alan was implying, Eris sighed. A violent storm of purges is about to rise again. He looked dazed, his voice heavy with fatigue. Probably. A while later, Dale and Alan stood beneath the palace. Specifically, they were in the underground secret chamber of the Black Duke. Dale looked at the two people who were fast asleep. They are the knights who trusted and followed me. They passed away while trying to protect me, even when facing death. He emphasized as a lord. I have an obligation to fulfill their wishes. Dale straightforwardly requested Alan, please show me how to activate the dead order. He spent a few minutes pondering the potential that the child had shown. When he replaces him to stand at the peak of the Black Magic Tower in the future, out of this darkness that even he himself couldn't escape, how much freedom could that child achieve? And then he gently gave the answer. In the future, when you grow up, surpass me, and reach the peak of the Black Magic Tower. Alan's assertion made Dale freeze. This army of darkness will naturally belong to you. It was his turn to ponder. I can immediately understand those meaningful words from my father. Personally defeating the head of the Black Magic Tower, the best black mage on the continent. Dale said in a low voice, Father. He made a proposal that immediately caused Alan to smile with satisfaction. Right here, may I presumptuously request a duel as a disciple? He showed a ready attitude. What will you duel with? Dale raised his eyebrows, his expression highly serious. The peak you spoke of, I want to know what that realm is like. Please allow me to go all out. Alan was just waiting for this moment, the corners of his mouth curving up. Very well. A black aura slowly enveloped them in accordance with the tension of the match. Alan dropped a light provocation. Feel free to use your full strength. Dale opened his palm, facing down, and chanted the spell aloud. Awaken, O black swords of the Saxony family. Two shadow knights charged forward under his control. Alan praised. The chant is very fluent. As soon as he finished his sentence, he quickly tilted his head slightly to the side to dodge the attack. Dale warned, if they attack together, you won't be able to dodge. Father. The next familiar spell echoed in the secret chamber. Shadow Lurker. The next familiar spell echoed in the secret chamber. Shadow Lurker. Somehow, he made all of them stop attacking, standing still just like himself. Dale was astonished. The movements have stopped. Alan slowly explained that in duels between black mages, while speaking, his hand subdued Dale's two shadow knights. Losing control of your creation is more fatal than anything else. Dale's face turned pale. He didn't seem to have anticipated this, so his eyes widened. Observing Alan, he suddenly recalled, it's exactly like that time. Darkness always flows toward where it is denser and deep. With only a brief moment of panic in his heart before determination flared up again, Dale bit his lip. If that's the case, his hands decisively stretched straight out in front of him, and he clicked his tongue, telling himself, I will focus my consciousness just like back then. Once his mind was under control, Dale easily reclaimed his two subordinates from Alan's hands, and then continued to channel his mental state into them, forcing them to attack. A decisive sword strike severed Alan's head, but since he hadn't expected this situation at all, his face turned white. Yet, Alan could still speak. Incredible. Not only that, he could even express himself as if nothing had happened. To think you could take back control of the undead from my hands. In the blink of an eye, the head was back in its proper place. Dale was horrified. How on earth? Alan said calmly, Didn't I tell you? I don't allow them to die. He was filled with doubts. Could it be reality manipulation? Magic is the power to turn imagination into reality. However, human minds are inherently imperfect, so they cannot mold everything omnipotently. But if it's the peak of magic, one can use their own will to manipulate the very laws of this world. By now, Dale's brain was gradually clearing up. So it was the same when facing the purgers. You erased the very concept of death? His face contorted. From the start, this was an unwinnable battle, leaving him with nothing but a bitter smile. Time passed slowly. Not long after preventing the grand migration of the demons, the Emperor's people arrived to commend the Saxony family. Alan sat on the throne, listening to the report. During the chaos of the demon race's grand migration, His Majesty the Emperor expressed deep satisfaction with the loyalty and decisiveness shown by the Saxony family. He immediately frowned. Satisfaction and not gratitude? The other person continued. Particularly, despite his young age, the military exploits of the Black Prince with his outstanding performances have clearly spread all the way to the royal family. Every single word written in the petition was read out clearly to praise that achievement, while also promoting exchange between the Black and the Crimson. The final approval was what shocked both Alan and Dale. We would like to temporarily invite the young master of the Saxony family to the Academy of the Crimson Magic Tower in the capital. An invitation. Alan, sharp to the current situation, angrily stopped it. Too dangerous. Bringing you to the capital right now is too dangerous. He looked at Dale and asked a serious question. Are you planning to walk into your own death? Dale patiently presented his case to him. The son of Marquis Juris also said he would stay at the Black Magic Tower for an exchange. His thoughts were incredibly sharp. As long as our side is also holding the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower's master as a hostage, the other side won't dare to act rashly. Alan knitted his brows, his forehead furrowing deeply as his eyes stared intently at Dale. And then he strained his voice, word by word, recalling the event from years ago. Have you forgotten the ambush by the Purgers? Dale remembered, but even so, he still insisted on his intention. If they planned to make a move on the successor of the Black Duke in the capital, at the Crimson Magic Tower's Academy no less, the Crimson Duke definitely knows full well the impact that such an action would bring. His words were so firm and clear that Alan was left speechless. From the Empire's perspective, the one they fear the most isn't me, but you, Father. Then he asked about another related issue. Then how do you explain the ambush by the Purgers? Dale also replied quickly, perhaps the Crimson Magic Tower. He was a bit amused when mentioning a certain person is just testing you and me. Marquis Juris must be very curious to see how strong I am. Dale raised his voice slightly. If he really wanted to eliminate me, he wouldn't have sent only 12 men. At this point, Alan gradually gave in, only probing a bit further. Then do you have any other purpose you want to achieve in the capital? Dale clenched his fist and declared loudly, I want to see this country called the Empire with my own eyes. And since the Crimson Magic Tower has provoked us, the more Alan listened, the more his forehead wrinkled. Then we must definitely give them a proper response. Ultimately unable to stop Dale, he could only sigh. I really can't understand your thoughts. Alan looked down and said softly, You're right. As a father, I missed a judgment that a Black Duke shouldn't have missed. A moment later, he raised his head to look straight into Dale's eyes and instructed, Fine, but keep this in mind. The moment you set foot in the capital, the corner of his mouth curved slightly as he heard. They will only look at you as a mere brat. Getting his father's approval, Dale's joy showed on his face, his voice full of excitement. I will keep that advice in mind for you, for myself, and for the Saxony family. When night came, someone was giggling inside a mansion in a distant place. It's coming soon. This was Crimson. He lightly swirled his wine glass while murmuring in amusement. I'm really looking forward to this reunion. His manner was casual and haughty, mixed with a hint of disdain. Ah, youth, curiosity always triumphs over fear. Crimson turned slightly to look at the body that had been drained into a dry skeleton. Elizabeth, what do you think about this? This is what happens when you refuse to think. You end up rotting like this. He stood up, approached the corpse, and kissed the back of Elizabeth's hand. But your blood was truly magnificent. Crimson showed a look of satisfaction. Death is a blessing. It's just like petals blooming brilliantly and then withering beautifully. Saying that, he raised the wine glass in his hand higher again. Compared to that, an immortal life without death is truly fleeting, empty, and filled with meaninglessness. Suddenly, Crimson crazily crushed the glass, the red wine flowing through his knuckles. He leisurely walked over to the window and continued to utter the philosophies he had concluded, no different from weeds that can never bloom in their entire lives. Crimson looked outside and said joyfully, Welcome, young Master Dale. He made his anticipation clear. The top talent of the Empire will soothe this emptiness. The next morning, Dale sat in the carriage, leaning his arm to look at the scenery outside. Traveling with him were Vale and Cephia. At this time, Vale sat next to him, secretly observing his expression. He thought to himself, ever since he showed that side of himself, I can't bring myself to start a conversation naturally anymore. Cephia felt the same way. Once you've seen how I was back then, I know that no apology or excuse will work anymore. She glanced briefly and then turned her face away. The carriage carrying the three of them arrived in front of Crimson's palace gates in no time. Two guards on duty at the main gate stepped out to welcome them, and Dale calmly stepped down from the vehicle. A man stepped forward to welcome him warmly. The young master of the Saxony family has gone through a lot of trouble to come all the way here. Dale walked carefully, keeping his eyes open to scan the entire scene. This place was the Royal Academy, directly under the Crimson Magic Tower. Crimson stood, greeting him with a few attendants. "We have been waiting for you for a long time, young master of the Saxony family." He politely placed his hand on his chest and bowed. "Marquis Juris, it's an honor to meet you again." Though Dale was small in stature, his words were incredibly firm and proper. "I am the one who should be extremely grateful for the invitation from the master of the Crimson Magic Tower." Crimson shrugged and continued. "I've heard a lot about the young master's exploits against the grand migration of the demon race." He smiled superficially, showering him with praises, not only stopping at researching like a scholar, but also bravely becoming a warrior on the battlefield yourself. It's truly a heroic tale of glory constantly echoing throughout this entire empire. In stark contrast to the opponent's dangerous hospitality, Dale was extremely cautious in his probing. Looking at the innocent smile he wore on his face, he could only curse inwardly. The bastard who joined hands with the demon race and turned the Black Knights into ashes is right in front of my eyes. Clenching his fists tightly, Dale reminded himself, "But I have to endure it for now." Crimson continued to sweet-talk in a singing tone. "Every time I hear the heroic tales of the Black Prince passed around by curious folks, I really can't help but be amazed." Dale replied humbly yet profoundly. "People's stories are always exaggerated." He skillfully denied it instantly. "How could that be?" Crimson still held the initiative in this greeting session. "We are also looking forward to that talent, known as the #1 genius of the Empire, here at the Academy." Suddenly, just as he finished his sentence, Dale took a sharp step forward. He brushed right past Crimson without even glancing at him, making him burst into an amused chuckle. He walked up to the two people accompanying Crimson and bowed slightly. "Dale of the Saxony family greets the members of the royal family." The two of them were extremely satisfied. As expected, his etiquette is very proper. Dale intentionally went to greet them precisely because he wanted to hide his uncontrollable expression of anger. Under that bow were eyes burning with hatred. I must bide my time for the sake of the Saxony family. He didn't need to look, but could always see Crimson's malicious smile in front of him. "I will make you kneel first on the very chessboard you set up." And he was also extremely thrilled. "Interesting, young Master Dale. A gaze boiling with hot blood. Very well, I'll be looking forward to it." Inside the magnificent royal palace in the early morning, the night's class had been going on for quite a while. The professor stood on the podium, lecturing enthusiastically. In other words, Dale rested his chin on his hand and tilted his head, completely unfocused despite the words floating past his ears. The reason fire and water attributes are different is because besides the knowledge above, behind his back, there were whispers from other students. "Is that him? Is that the Black Prince guy? Rumor has it he's only 11 years old, but has already reached the three-ring magic realm." Dale let out a long sigh, bored by the thick gossip. Must be a lie. How can a brat from the Black Magic Tower in the middle of nowhere reach 3 rings? The rotation speed of his magic ring probably doesn't even hit 100 revolutions per minute, right? The more he heard those words, the more he complained about Crimson. Crimson, that sly bastard, actually deliberately shoved me into the elite class of the 3-ring level. Dale looked at the large lecture hall. A few weeks had passed since he arrived, and now graduation exams were drawing near. Graduating from the Royal Academy and becoming a mage of the Crimson Magic Tower was a guaranteed ticket for the advancement of the imperial nobility. For that very reason, the Academy couldn't possibly welcome the appearance of an outsider. Dale was completely immersed in his own space. No major problems so far, but Juris definitely didn't bring me here just to sit and listen to lectures. Suddenly a hand shot up, a sharp voice interrupting the class. "Professor." The professor looked toward the boy who was arrogantly sitting with his legs crossed right on top of the desk and stammered, "W, what is it? student Leonard? He commented without the slightest respect. Nothing, it's just that this class is too boring. The professor actually seemed subservient. Is that so? I apologize. Then what would you like to do? Leonard glanced down, grinning widely as he led the conversation. It's a rare occasion for the Black Magic Tower and Crimson Magic Tower to have an exchange, not to mention the young master of the Saxony family himself honoring us with his presence. A scheming proposal. Shouldn't there be a magic duel fitting for the occasion? The professor broke into a cold sweat. If you say a magic duel, could it be? Dale thought to himself again that this academy was no different from a miniature kingdom, where lineage and title determined one's status. And at the very peak was where the king ruled. Looking at the guy's haughty, audacious demeanor and the professor's cowering attitude, he guessed that the guy must be the king, right? Surely he's the son of the Crimson Magic Tower's flame blood elder. Walter. Leonard shrugged, making a casual gesture. Everyone says so. The one who passed the 20th floor in the tower trial. The #1 genius of the empire. The one who brought victory in the Black-White War. He was aiming directly at Dale. I heard you recently defeated the orc boss all by yourself, right? That's why I want to see that talent with my own eyes even more. Facing the praise coated in sarcastic disdain, he only smiled. Dale stood up straight, his voice just as dignified and powerful. Rumors are often blown out of proportion by the time they reach the listener's ears. Is that why you need to verify it for me personally? Leonard praised in amusement. Your eloquence certainly matches that reputation. Anyone can be a hero with just words. Prove it with your actions. Dale confidently accepted the challenge. Fine, I accept. The two walked straight up to the podium and stood facing each other, the atmosphere suddenly turning tense. The professor was extremely worried. Student Dale, are you clear on the rules regarding magic duels? Leonard frowned, his teeth gritting tightly, showing off quite a bit for a mere lord from the northern countryside. But this is the Imperial Royal Academy, and the elite class of the 3-ring level at that. I will make you kneel before the #1 talent of the Empire. Dale looked at the professor and asked an important question. Is it okay not to wear a life point ring? He hesitated as if trying to recall. A life point ring? Dale clarified his point. What if someone gets injured in this match and ends up losing their life? Although they hadn't officially clashed yet, a confident smile was clearly visible on his face. Who will take responsibility for that then? Is it really okay to use magic with the intent to completely destroy the opponent? Hearing this, the professor could only stand there frozen, staring. Then suddenly he raised his hand, shutting it down instantly. Leo? Leonard, this match is canceled. I'm canceling it. Leonard snapped back testily. What? The professor rushed over, using every word to dissuade him. Leonard, can you act as if this match never happened? Or at least put on a life point ring? As a result, he was tightly grabbed by the collar by the arrogant Leonard, who then barked at him. I can still beat that brat even without that thing. Leonard didn't even consider the professor's good intentions and raised his voice further. You just quietly do as I say. I'll show you what a real duel looks like. On the opposite side, Dale grew impatiently patient, hands on his hips as he strained his voice. How long are you going to stall for? Leonard replied grandly. I'm already prepared, northern young master. He proposed craftily, but I want to add one more condition. If the young master here loses from this day on, he will be judged as unqualified to attend the graduating class, and he can get the hell out of this classroom. Leonard pointed at himself, acting gracious as he said, in return, if I lose, I will forfeit this graduation exam. Dale listened while summoning his sword. Fitting for an exchange match, wouldn't you say? He didn't hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. Fine. Upon hearing the answer, Leonard immediately closed his eyes tightly and drew out the fire attribute that was his strong suit. An iron chain woven from scorching rays of light, as if straight from a volcano, appeared. Leonard lowered his voice. Then, knowing he could no longer do anything, the professor had no choice but to step in as the referee. The match between student Leonard and student Dale will now begin. Even before the sentence was finished, both hot-headed young men had already moved. In the blink of an eye, Dale and Leonard closed the distance, sword and chain clashing loudly against each other. The violent reactions scorched the air, and a thick cloud of fire rose up. The watching students couldn't help but be astonished. What is this? What's with this wind pressure? They watched intently, not daring to take their eyes off the fight. More than anything, their eyes couldn't even keep up anymore. Dale was incredibly determined, his eyes craving victory, and his limbs moved with lightning speed. Entering the battle, Leonard also carried a different mindset, firm, steady, and highly focused. He delivered his blows calmly and meticulously, completely unlike his previous arrogant demeanor. Leonard raised his hand to block his line of sight, narrowing his eyes slightly to observe. The moment he lowered his hand, he saw Dale just a hand span away, already thrusting his sword forward. A streak of purple light enveloped Leonard's upper body along with Dale's fierce thought. It's over. At the very moment he was about to grasp victory, he was suddenly startled by an oncoming light. A scorching fire rushed over as if it wanted to burn his face off. Dale lost his balance in shock. Due to the sudden ambush, he fell to the ground in a daze, coughing violently. Dale bit his lip, letting his eyes do the cursing for him. Looking at the students backing Leonard up, he cursed inwardly. This cowardly bastard. He yelled straight at his face right after. Did you bring your lackeys along from the very start? Is this the exchange match you were talking about? Leonard turned out to be a piece of trash after all. He laughed slyly. Cowardly? What do you mean cowardly? I knew absolutely nothing about this. He even used a psychological tactic to strike at Dale. It seems no one here supports the young master showing his face in this place. Not stopping there, Leonard was even disrespectful to his instructor. Professor, you'd better not mouth off about what happened today. He seemed to have practiced this script flawlessly. His smooth words stabbed straight into the professor's heart. Once this reaches my father's ears, your professor's chair is as good as gone. Having dealt with the witnesses, Leonard casually turned back to Dale and said, So, shall we start over? He didn't feel a shred of shame and even raised his voice. A battle to clearly decide true talent. But Dale suddenly wanted to call a truce. Let's just stop this battle here. If we stop now, this can still be considered a mistake. Leonard said snobbishly. Have you still not grasped the situation? Dale decisively denied it. No. He quickly suggested, you should look around for yourself. Instantly, that arrogant demeanor of his vanished completely into the thick fog that Dale had brought along. The students allied with Leonard panicked. What? What the hell? My mana. The students allied with Leonard panicked. What? What the hell? My mana. Compared to Leonard's taunts, Dale's words were truly much more profound. To call yourself a crimson mage and let your flame be extinguished this easily? The space surrounding them both was now a black veil covered in magical eyes. Dale proudly introduced, This is my world. He threw insulting words right at his opponent's face, struggling just to create a tiny spark. Yet you think you can endure my weight? Saying that, Dale waved his hand and sighed in disappointment to conclude the battle. He then opened his palm toward Leonard and muttered softly, How boring. Two long, black, elongated arms grabbed his teammates by the neck, and of course, Leonard was not left out. His face was in agony, drool dripping down because his neck was being squeezed tightly. Dale said gently, Let's end it here. At this moment, the professor panicked and shouted to stop them. Dale, stop. He completely discarded his pride and said, I will apologize as many times as you want. Just give me face and let this go. Dale saw right through his tangled anxiety and reassured him, Please don't worry. He turned his back as the opponent was dropped into a free fall. I have no intention of killing him. Dale left a warning that left Leonard paralyzed with humiliation. Next time, be prepared to wager your life before you come. The peaceful night finally arrived to soothe the tension on the crowded street, with passers-by moving along and lights from the houses shining bright. The respectable professor was punched square in the face, spitting out dark blood. You bastard! Leonard swung his arms and legs, kicking and punching him frantically while screaming, Who the hell do you think you are to represent the Walter family? He fiercely hurled insults straight at him. How dare you interfere on your own and tarnish the Walter family's reputation? You don't know your place, interfering and making the family lose all face. Even though the professor clung to his leg and begged, he only cared about venting his rage. You're just a measly academy professor. How are you going to take responsibility for this humiliation? Huh? The professor muttered, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Leonard grew even angrier. This time, he delivered a kick that broke the professor's neck. Forgive? "What the hell are you barking about, you bastard?" Having vented his anger, he plopped down onto a comfortable chair. But because his mood was still foul, Leonard found an excuse to kick out the tavern's patrons. "Too noisy. All of you get the hell out." Someone questioned, "What?" He glared and strained his voice word by word. "Didn't you hear me? Get that dead guy out of here. Everyone out. I want to be alone." Leonard's friends didn't dare argue back. They worked together to carry the professor away, but they all hid their mocking attitudes behind his back. He has no talent whatsoever, yet his personality is pure garbage. If it weren't for the Walter family, he would have been. Even though the gossipers tried to lower their voices, the words still reached Leonard's ears. "Did you see that just now?" Leonard was almost carried out. "How can anyone not know about that? I heard he can't even take the graduation exam anymore, right?" In front of the Saxony family, there's just nothing that can be done. Humiliation had dragged on throughout the entire day, so Leonard couldn't restrain himself any longer, crushing the glass in his hand. He let his hand bleed profusely with red blood. "You bastards!" Right at this moment, Crimson deliberately stepped in. "What a fascinating sight, Leonard." Leonard snapped angrily. "Who's there? Who gave you permission to come in here?" Crimson put on his signature innocent, guilt-free smile to casually taunt him. "For the eldest son of the prestigious Walter family, you look quite pathetic, don't you?" Seeing him, Leonard had to soften his tone. "The Crimson Duke?" He was a bit surprised. "Is there something you came here for, Your Grace?" Crimson stepped forward. "Is that really so important?" He intentionally rubbed salt into Leonard's wound. "It seems like you didn't have a very good day today." But dealing with this man, he didn't dare utter a single out-of-line word, choosing his phrases as carefully as possible. "Did you come here to mock me?" Crimson denied it. "If that were the case, I would have turned around and left a long time ago. I only came here to see if you still have any value left for me to expect anything from." He opened a wooden box containing a bracelet and enticed Leonard. "If used properly, this item can help you wipe out today's humiliation completely." Crimson manipulated him with just a few words, leaving Leonard mesmerized. Of course, this power doesn't come without a price. He still had a bit of sanity left to ask back. "But why are you giving this to me?" Crimson boosted his ego to the skies. It would be a pity for a talented person to fall like this. "Don't you agree?" He leaned his face in close, sweetly coaxing him. "Naturally, this isn't a treasure that just anyone can use. If an incompetent person touches it, it will be a double-edged sword that burns the user to ashes before they can even activate its power." His words flowed smoothly because it was all part of his plan from the start. If you can endure it, it will be an opportunity. If not, it will merely be a flame that accelerates your downfall. To trigger Leonard's malicious and competitive nature, he pressed him repeatedly. "What's your move, then?" Leonard officially took the bait, declaring strongly, "That top spot belonged to me from the very beginning." Crimson grinned with deep satisfaction. "Very well." In another mansion within the palace, a soft light was still reflecting outward. Dale sat on the bed, focusing on his meditation to restore his strength. Doubts arose in his mind. Did that guy Juris call me all the way here just to watch the clown acts of these brats? Why on earth did he call me here? As soon as the deduction began to form, he brushed it off. No, that's impossible. Unlike the battle that day, these rookies are nothing but a joke to me. Dale couldn't stop questioning. What Juris truly wants must be something else. Because he was highly focused, the knock on the door made him jump. An urgent call echoed. "Dale." He recognized Professor Cephia's voice. Dale slowly walked over to the door and opened it. Upon seeing her, he quickly said, "Please come in." The bedroom door closed to give the two of them a private space to talk. But several minutes passed without either of them saying a word, making the atmosphere awkward. Finally, Dale had to break the ice even though he was flustered himself. "Thank you for accompanying me all the way to the capital." Not knowing what else to say, he just kept repeating, "Thank you." Cephia asked gently, "Are the classes at the academy to your liking?" Dale answered honestly, "They can't possibly compare to your teachings, Professor." Silence enveloped the room once more. Cephia spoke up hesitantly. "That day, I saw the sorrow on your face when you lost your knights." "I'm sorry." Dale was flustered. "Please don't blame yourself anymore, Professor." He hurried to add, "You protected me. Losing the swords of the Saxony family was my own mistake." Cephia gently took his hand. That's not true. Her kind face broke into a smile. I promised that I would stay by your side to protect you. Her voice was tender. That doesn't mean just protecting you alone. I simply don't want you to have to suffer any sorrow. Dale stared blankly at Professor Cephia. She turned around and wrapped her arms tightly around Dale's small frame. Cephia smiled, but there was an indescribable anxiety in her words. Why does a child like you have such empty eyes? Surely, I can't completely understand it. She lowered her voice to leave him with a message. But it's all right, because I will always be on your side. Dale didn't know how to express it, so he could only return the hug and whisper softly, "Thank you, Professor." Dale didn't know how to express it, so he could only return the hug and whisper softly, "Thank you, Professor." The professor announced in a loud voice, "Now then, the duel between Dale and Valor may begin." A familiar voice cut in, "Hold on." The surrounding crowd immediately began gossiping. "Leonard? What's going on? Is that Leonard? Why is he here?" The professor was flustered. "The exam is already underway. If you cause trouble here again, I won't take responsibility." Leonard glared and snapped. "Responsibility? You actually dare open your mouth to mention the word responsibility?" He stabbed straight in his heart with a single sentence. "Stuck at the 4-ring level your whole life. Don't you dare bring up rules in front of me." And the one he was targeting today remained the same. "Dale, I came here to finish things with you." Armed with Crimson's precious item, Leonard was highly confident. "How about we start the battle to claim the title of the Empire's #1 genius?" Red dyed the entire space, just like last time, but this time, the battle was far more suffocating. Leonard desperately wanted to win. The expression on his face made that crystal clear. The fire chain swung relentlessly toward Dale without a single second of pause. Seeing that he wasn't actively attacking, Leonard taunted, "Where did your momentum from last time go? You only know how to run like a bunch of cornered rats." His smile twisted into something distorted. "Now I'm finally getting the hang of this power. With this strength, I will teach you a proper lesson." A greedy Leonard was blinded by the glory of fame. Who was truly the #1 talent of the Empire? Dale sharply noticed the change in his opponent. Overclocking his actions, forcing the rotation speed of the magic ring way past the user's endurance threshold. It was no different from a mage cutting off all their own escape routes. He also knew exactly where Leonard got that power from. It seemed that Ruby Crystal Bracelet was forcibly increasing his mana to duel with me. Did he secretly steal his own family's heirloom? Even as an opponent, Dale still felt a bit worried for Leonard. No matter what, Leonard didn't have the strength to endure that thing. If the artifact went berserk, he would ultimately be swallowed whole by it. But he was completely oblivious to that, his mouth busy provoking. "Just because you won once before, did you think the entire world was at your feet?" It lasted for only a few short minutes. He lunged forward aggressively. "Now it's your turn to taste that." The fire chain, acting in place of the rage boiling inside Leonard, struck Dale head-on. Flames trapped the lecture hall, and the students fled in panic. The professor standing by the main door urged everyone, evacuate quickly. Dale reacted calmly, spinning around in a flash to dodge the blow. Leonard grew crazier by the second, laughing with excitement as he fought. "Now you can't resist anymore, can you? You northern brat. Why don't you try opening that proud world of yours again?" Dale's face turned serious, his voice sharp. "It seems you're misunderstanding something." He didn't bother hiding it or using insinuations, insulting him directly to his face. "For someone of your caliber, I don't even need to summon my world." The hand holding the sword didn't have a single scratch. A purple light was spreading from... Leonard panicked. "What?" Dale grazed his blade across Leonard's body with lightning speed, catching him completely off guard. With a single strike, a ragged gasp could be heard from him. Leonard was stunned, dropping to both knees, too disappointed to even cry. Dale kindly advised, "It's still not too late. Give up here and throw away that artifact right now. You know full well the changes happening inside your body are gradually becoming too painful to bear, don't you? In the end, that artifact will only destroy you first." Dale was patient. "If you keep forcing it, everything will become irreversible." Leonard shouted down all his kind words. "Don't be ridiculous." He barked hoarsely. "What do you know to judge my limits?" Leonard pushed himself up onto his feet, asserting one thing. Nothing is irreversible. His chest heaved as all the resentment inside him exploded. Look closely at my true power. I am a #1 genius of the Empire. Walter Leonard. Raging flames surrounded them both, leaving no way out. Leonard was incredibly proud of his fresh achievement. I did it. I did it. I've reached the Four-Ring Realm. This place is my world. The one who will taste defeat here is you. Dale was genuinely worried for him. This has become troublesome. Looking at Leonard's delusional state, he analyzed. The mind world has corrupted the mage's reality. This is something that should be impossible for a normal mage. But paradoxically, this happened solely because Leonard possesses talent. The opponent couldn't see that at all. His scream was filled with utter satisfaction. I am Leonard Walter, the #1 genius of the Empire and the pride of the Walter family. Yet at this moment, the curses from his biological father, Walter, suddenly echoed in his head. Leonard Walter, are you satisfied with just that much? This success isn't yours. For the survival of the family, this is nowhere near enough. If you are truly the hope of the family, you need to show me much more. For some reason, Dale could see all of Leonard's emotions leaking out from his mind world. Sometimes, high-level mages would also actively project their mind worlds onto others. He saw right through his opponent, yet Leonard's mind world was different from those high-level mages. It was the result of forcing his way to the Four-Ring level, leading to a loss of control and causing his consciousness to go berserk. Leonard was completely lost in his delusion. All of you, look up at me. You must revere me. Dale sighed helplessly. What a pity. He really is a hopeless brat. He told him slowly, Leonard, I will show you that mind world you've always been searching for. He asked back in shock, what? Dale's voice was soft, but his eyes were full of fierce determination. It means I'm going to deploy my own mind world. But the question is, can you actually endure it? His hands went into action as he spoke. The resentment and emptiness that I once had to swallow down. A patch of darkness immediately broke free and surged toward Leonard. He was frozen in sheer shock, but within that patch of darkness, he saw the entirety of his own miserable past. Barely a second passed before Leonard couldn't hold on, collapsing heavily to the ground in absolute terror. He shrieked, What is this? What kind of monster are you, you bastard? Dale replied calmly, What's wrong? This is exactly what you wanted. You envied me so much that you drowned in your own inferiority, always craving this talent. Leonard crawled backward in fear as he saw him approach. Please don't come near me. Don't come any closer. In an instant, he felt completely suppressed by Dale's aura. Why are you trying to run away? This is the price for my talent that you craved so much. Leonard's face turned pale upon hearing. Are you ready to pay that price? The air was gradually restored to its purity, fire and smoke dissipating the moment Leonard came to his senses. I was wrong. I'm sorry for not recognizing you, sir. The professor, who was usually beaten by him, stood there dazed at the sight. Impossible? Oh my God. Dale looked over and smiled. You came just in time. Leonard clutched his head against the floor, muttering, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Dale instructed the professor. Take him to the hospital quickly. The students burst into exclamations. Oh my God. Look at his pathetic, groveling state. Now when he says, I'm sorry, everyone has to wonder if that's really Leonard Walter. That was how the berserk incident at the academy came to a close. Leonard Walter withdrew from school due to personal reasons, and afterward, a rumor spread among the students that Leonard had gone mad. On a terribly rainy night, inside the Walter family mansion, someone was completely consumed by rage. To think the blood of the Walter family would sink to this level. Clenched fists radiated murderous intent. No way, this is absolutely impossible. Walter, the head of the family, sat on his chair looking down at his son as if looking at a criminal. Dale of Saxony, that damn brat from the Saxony Duke family. I'm sorry, we don't know what else to say. No one dared open their mouth in front of Flame Blood Walter, an elder of the 6th Ring Magic Tower and the current count of the Walter family. Right during this critical moment, Crimson's figure made an appearance. Your heart is being torn to pieces, and to top it off, you are defeated by an underage young master of the Saxony Duke family. Crimson showed understanding. I can completely understand your fury and your cursing to the point of forgetting your own status. Walter hurriedly replied, I have been disrespectful, Tower Master. It's all because our Leonard was lacking. Toward him, he maintained a highly cautious attitude. Regarding the eldest son of the Saxony Duke family, whom you personally invited, I harbor absolutely no hatred. Crimson gasped in exclamation. Is that so? Walter rushed to confirm. That is correct. Please dismiss this misunderstanding, sir. He began to use his deceitful tone. Then that's a real pity. Just like what was done with your son. Crimson pulled out a gem-encrusted bracelet to entice him. And here I thought I came here to help Count Walter get his revenge. The long night passed, and sunlight once again blanketed everything. The lecture hall full of students operated just like any other day. But today, everyone had the same question. The professor is late today, huh? Yeah, that's right. The students made wild guesses. Leonard didn't voluntarily withdraw. He backed out before getting disciplined is more like it. It seems the school administration also wants to quietly hush this matter up. Dale rested his chin on his hand, his mind wandering. Leonard was a much weaker opponent than I imagined. He also predicted that Crimson probably wouldn't just sit still and take this lying down. While they were buzzing with chatter, the professor walked in and spoke up. Hello, class. It's great to see everyone. That highly familiar red hair, along with that same superficial tone. I feel very happy to meet you all like this. Crimson stood imposingly on the podium and clearly introduced himself. Today, I will be taking over this class to teach you instead of your usual professor. Seeing him, a nerve in Dale's head throbbed violently. A bad premonition spiked. He personally appeared here again? What on earth is he plotting this time? Crimson brought up the incident between Dale and Leonard. Not too long ago, right in this very place, a rather unpleasant event occurred, didn't it? Leonard Walter was truly a student everyone had high expectations for. He used his raspy voice to remind the students. Every single one of you present here used to tremble and bow your heads in front of him. I know there are a lot of rumors going around among you regarding Leonard's self-withdrawal. If it comes to the point where you have to grovel before a piece of trash who doesn't possess even a shred of talent, then surely you should understand what you need to do when standing before me in the future. With just those few words, Crimson completely captivated the psychology of the entire room. Everyone feared him, while he just basked in his own smugness. The story about the useless insects ends here. What I'm going to teach you here today is... Crimson deliberately lowered his voice. Dale raised his neck to look at him. History? He began the lecture, looking exactly like a qualified professor. The Imperial Unification War, as you all know, had a period where countless deaths were buried under the name of the greater good. Among them, the two black and crimson towers used the name of academic cooperation and research to establish a secret force to maintain post-war balance. That name was the Black Crimson Orthodox Order. Hearing Crimson mention this, Dale's heart skipped a beat. What? Why would he bring up a name that had been buried by the war in a place like this? Crimson continued casually, under the beautiful guise of pursuing the truth of power and the greater good. That was the place that used prisoners of war to conduct live human experiments, burning them alive to record their reactions, then sewing their torn bodies back together and forcing them to stand up. They had repeated those experiments countless times under the exact same conditions. He was truly a master at stirring the emotions of his listeners, because on the battlefield, morality is nothing more than a luxury. The Academy students were instantly captivated. The proof was how they immediately started whispering among themselves the moment Crimson finished speaking. Did a force like that actually exist? I had absolutely no idea about it. He chuckled. Well, that's a surprising reaction. Then he spread his arms and raised his voice. Are you, who aspire to become mages of the Crimson Magic Tower, really feeling guilty over a little petty morality? Be proud. It's thanks to the wisdom of our predecessors that you are here today. Since he never intended to leave Dale in peace, he immediately shifted the focus onto him. The young master's complexion doesn't look particularly good, does it? Crimson provoked him. Could it be that the young master also feels as uncomfortable as those children? He casually tossed out a disparaging remark. The young master is just like the Black Duke, choosing morality over the ultimate truth. Crimson sighed in disappointment. The Black Duke was once like that too. He was held back by cheap morality and ended up stopping on the path toward truth. Dale narrowed his eyes. I already know about this. After the war ended, the Empire wanted to maintain the organization, but his father took matters into his own hands and completely disbanded it. The records regarding the Black Crimson Orthodoxy Order should have vanished into the annals of history. Crimson continued to keep Dale at the center of attention. However, young Master Dale is very different. I see the shadow of a true Black Magic Tower Master through young Master Dale's talent and actions. His expression gradually turned bizarre, wearing a twisted smile that could never be compared to the garbage around here. That is truly the talent of a demon. He continued, one day, you will definitely stand at the absolute peak of the Black Magic Tower and lead the entire Black Magic Tower system exactly according to your own desires, young master. Having said that, he suddenly extended his hand. Crimson was full of sincerity, even though in his heart, he was just faking it. Would you like to grasp the ultimate truth and power in your hands along with me? Dale gritted his teeth upon hearing the opponent's hypocritical words. For the sake of a new bond between Black and Crimson, he understood all too well the true intention behind that mask. In the end, you're just planning to exploit my talent to revive the Black Crimson Orthodoxy Order, aren't you? Being naturally clever, Dale chose a gentle approach to reply. Thank you very much for the offer, but everything at least needs to have a proper order. He laid it out clearly, but anyone could hear the underlying rejection. When it comes to speaking about the future, my father is still in very good health right now. Crimson deliberately played it down. You don't need to worry about that, Matt. Snap. He snapped his fingers as if trying to pull out his trump card. Sure enough, a gust of wind carrying dark dust and ash suddenly surrounded the classroom. Dale's mouth fell open in astonishment as he stared blankly at a single point. He directed his gaze toward the falling debris. Could it be that winter snow was falling inside the mind of the Crimson Mage? Looking closer once more, Dale was certain. No, this wasn't snow. It didn't take him long to realize that this substance was ash. Dale looked up at the professor as the realization began to dawn on him. If that's the case, could this place be? He subconsciously clenched his fists. Right. How could I ever forget this scenery? Crimson stepped closer, chatting casually as always. It really is a wondrous and magnificent world, isn't it? He smiled warmly and open-heartedly. You are the only one permitted to step foot into my world. The other students won't be able to see it. Crimson's voice was brimming with pride. In this world, on every street corner, towers of bright steel are erected that no one dares to replicate. Steel dragons soar through the sky, breathing fire attribute magic at a realm that even I cannot reach. His creative yet highly dangerous inventions were also put on display for Dale to see. The cutting-edge technology devastated everywhere it went, leaving disaster in its wake. The sole purpose of existence in Crimson's world was probably destruction. The very first giant projectile fired caused a massive inferno, blotting out the entire sky. Crimson was absolutely thrilled. Behold the great empire of fire and steel that once subdued even those ancient titans. He took arrogant pride in the twisted truth he nurtured. That is exactly what we mages have always been tirelessly searching for. The ultimate truth and power. Dale seriously wanted to understand this man's psychology. For the sake of that so-called truth, did you summon the hero from another world? Crimson, of course, had no qualms about it. Indeed, but that existence was truly a wretched failure of a product. He judged calmly. As a soldier, he was actually quite useful. But among the truths that the great empire of fire and steel possesses, he was just a low-ranking grunt who couldn't grasp anything decent at all. Dale suddenly found it amusing, having to quickly cover his mouth with his hand as he listened to him ramble. There was absolutely not a single shred of truth that I could extract from him. He thought to himself with amusement, thank goodness, it's actually better this way. This man truly has no idea that I am the one who inherited the truth of that empire of fire and steel. At this moment, Crimson turned back to look. That is the reason why I called you all the way here, young master. Dale followed up his words. To once again touch that ultimate truth and power through the bond of black and crimson, Crimson didn't hesitate to lay it bare. That's right, he was still entirely intent on swaying Dale. So please take your time and think it over carefully. To me, time is a negligible thing not even worth mentioning. He snapped his fingers once more. Now, shall we head back? But then Crimson put on an innocent act, pretending he had just remembered. He made Walter briefly appear as a phantom and deliberately reminded him. It seems like the blood flame Count Walter harbors an immense hatred for you, young master. Leonard Walter was defeated by you, and his father was also one of the vice-captains of the Black Crimson Orthodoxy Order back then. At the same time, His Majesty also wishes that the number of people who hold the true facts about the Black Crimson Orthodoxy Order would decrease by even just one person. Crimson chuckled hypocritically. Please don't hold a grudge against me, young master. I can't go against His Majesty's holy will, and it wouldn't look very good if I personally stepped in. He strode over to stand right in front of Dale. Of course, at the end of the day, this is merely a transaction. Even if you clash with Count Walter, you can still refuse this deal and leave. Another malicious temptation slipped from his mouth. But if you handle him for me, I promise to give you a highly fitting reward. Having total control of the conversation, Crimson was always in high spirits. This time he actually snapped his fingers. Well then, today's lecture ends here. A sharp snap echoed through the silent space. The desolate ruins filled only with smoke and ash vanished. The cozy lecture hall returned. Crimson turned his back to leave. I hope we will have another chance to meet again. He still couldn't help but add a few more words. Whether you accept or not, the answer will surely reveal itself soon through your actions. That night, on the outskirts of the imperial capital, at the mansion of the Black Duke, Dale was sitting quietly on his bed, training his mind just like any other day. But today he didn't feel as relaxed as usual, his brows furrowing. The remnants of a metropolitan city being burned down into a pile of ashes kept playing back. Crimson's appearance stayed etched in his mind. The moment the old man projected that world and then mentioned the hero from another world. The words he spoke had burned into my mind like a warning. If I refuse, will I be next? Dale opened his eyes wide, fiercely promising himself, I will never let anyone use my life for their own purposes ever again. A loud noise snapped him out of his train of thought. A house had just been engulfed by flames, a massive explosion bursting from it. Dale quickly threw on his cloak, his stance ready as if he had anticipated this all along. They're here. Cephia panicked, bursting through the door and shouting, Dale. He seemed surprised to see her. Lady Cephia. The flames erupting right behind her made him freeze for a split second. But that merely signaled Walter's arrival. I thought you would run away, but I didn't expect you to be waiting here so obedient. He curled his lip. You brat from the Saxony family, the one who dared to ruin my son to such a miserable state. The bracelet Crimson had given him glowed brightly on his wrist. Walter said in a cold voice, Are you mentally prepared? Bloodfire stood proudly amidst the ruins, magical flames flickering in his hands. He smirked, remarking that he had expected Dale to run away, not stand there waiting obediently for his death. His eyes widened with rage as he called Dale a brat of the Saxon family who dared to ruin his son. His magic began to radiate an intense, scorching heat. Dale stood beside Cephia, his face hardening with grim seriousness at the threat of the price he would have to pay. A catastrophic explosion of fire erupted instantly, and thick smoke and dust engulfed them both. The pressure from the flames was overwhelming, forcing Dale to raise his hands in defense, his eyes narrowing in vigilance. Cephia stepped forward, a wave of icy blue magic radiating around her to block the conflagration. Dale could only call out her name in surprise. Cephia looked back and gave a gentle smile, reminding him that she had promised to protect him until the very end. Bloodfire paused, realizing the rumors were true. A sage from the Blue Magic Tower was indeed hiding within the Saxon family. But then he shrugged it off, his attitude remaining as arrogant as ever. He curled his lip in a wicked grin, asserting that once the Blood Duke had given his consent, no one could stand in his way. The surrounding space began to shift, revealing operating tables and corpses lying scattered about. A ghastly scene within his laboratory. Cephia didn't hesitate. She channeled her mana, ready to retaliate against the next attack. Two opposing forces of hot and cold magic collided violently, triggering a powerful shockwave right in the middle of the room. Dale stood behind her, his eyes wide and focused, as if he were meticulously observing every movement of his opponent. Looking down at the tools on the table, Dale muttered to himself, wondering if those were surgical instruments. In front of them, a man was chained to the ceiling, his mangled body wheezing and begging for the release of death. Bloodfire stood amidst his circle of vengeful fire, smugly asking if they knew why he held the title Bloodfire. Zooming in on his crazed face, Bloodfire began to explain the depravity of boiling a person's blood while they were still alive until it reached the boiling point. Memories of brutal experiments surfaced, Shadows tearing apart test subjects to find the perfect formula for slaughter. He laughed gleefully at the victim's pain, claiming that history always marches forward on the sacrifices of the weak. Cephia looked at him with eyes full of disgust, while Bloodfire continued to flaunt the morbid philosophy he called the law of nature. She reached out, and her ice magic radiated more powerfully, as if she intended to freeze the very cruelty before her eyes. Bloodfire cackled, calling them trash unworthy of salvation. He spread his arms wide in the blood-filled laboratory, proud of the empirical experiments that had helped him build his tower of wisdom. He shamelessly asked back, "Isn't that the very essence of magical art?" Cephia gritted her teeth in anger at her opponent's insanity. Bloodfire smirked, saying that the Blue Magic Tower crowd, who were so afraid of blood, couldn't possibly understand their essence. She replied coldly, asserting that his filth was truly a bottomless pit. Cephia's magic erupted, and blue light surrounded her in a fierce combat stance. Dale suddenly stepped forward, his eyes turning cold and bloodthirsty, which startled even Cephia. Cephia anxiously called his name when she saw Dale moving forward with a completely different expression. Dale walked silently straight toward the enemy. Cephia shouted for him to back off, but Dale firmly refused. Images of the victims painfully begging for death flashed through his mind. Dale said that he couldn't just stand by after seeing these scenes. Horrifying memories flooded back. Dale remembered being chained like an animal with a glowing red magic seal on his chest. He would never forget his deep-seated hatred for the Red Magic Tower. Dale clenched his fists, swearing to himself that he would never again let anyone treat his life as a tool to achieve their goals. Standing before Bloodfire, Dale faced the victims hanging suspended. The old man scoffed, thinking that a third circle mage brat couldn't do anything to him. Bloodfire began to lose patience, yelling at Dale that he was too delusional about his innate talent. The iron chains rattled violently and then shattered. He declared that he would make the boy regret it under the fires of hell. The charred corpses lunged forward crazily like living shields, while Bloodfire screamed about the dominance of blood. Cephia waved her hand, deploying a large-scale ice spell to stop the crazed army. A cold command rang out, and the chill immediately blanketed the area. The charging corpses were frozen solid into sharp blocks of ice, halting the attack in the nick of time. Bloodfire still wore a confident smile. He activated a magical artifact on his wrist, mocking them by asking if they thought that was enough to stop him. Bloodfire snapped his fingers, activating a deadly, glowing red magic circle. Heat began to radiate throughout the laboratory. The unfortunate test subjects screamed in agony as their bodies were scorched by the eerie flames and transformed into frantic fire monsters. Dale and Cephia took a step back from the blast of hot energy that had just erupted. Cephia began to chant, and the air around them suddenly vibrated intensely. She unleashed the spiderweb of discord spell to restrain the opponent. Icy blue magic threads poured from Cephia's hands, wrapping around and disrupting the enemy's fire source. A massive spider web blanketed the space, turning the laboratory into a land of ice and blue magic. Dale and Cephia stood firm amidst the magical battlefield. Cephia seemed to have gained complete control over the defensive situation. Cephia reminded Dale to be careful. Dale wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward with black wisps of dark magic churning beneath his feet. He gave a confident smile, asserting that with a reliable mentor like Cephia protecting his back, he had nothing to worry about. Shadow Lurker was activated. Dale stood amidst a thick pool of shadow, his blue eyes glowing brightly with provocation. Dale suddenly dived deep into the shadows, his body vanishing as if he had never existed there. He moved at extreme speed through the darkness, aiming straight for Bloodfire, who was standing in the middle of the circle of fire slaves. Bloodfire panicked and shouted, ordering the slaves to use their bodies to protect him. The flaming corpses lunged to block Dale's path. Dale leapt up, dodging attacks from the mindless monsters that were burning fiercely. A shadow pierced through the body of a fire slave, extinguishing his final spark of life with dark power. Dale appeared in the middle of the enemy formation, countless sharp shadow spikes erupting from the ground, impaling the flaming slaves around him. A violent explosion of fire erupted right at Dale's position, and smoke and dust filled the area. Dale lunged out of the smoke, a pitch-black mana blade in his hand, his eyes highly focused on his only target. Bloodfire screamed in frustration. He couldn't believe a cunning brat like Dale could get this close to him. He unleashed a series of extremely powerful firebolts, tearing up the floor to incinerate his enemy. The wide area flare technique was activated, creating a firestorm that covered his entire field of vision. Sephia calmly clasped her hands, her eyes focused intensely on maintaining her defensive magic. The fire serpent sparks rushed toward them, but were blocked by Sephia's ice magic right in front of Dale. Bloodfire attacked frantically, but in vain. Dale turned to look at Sephia with eyes full of admiration for her perfect protection. He cursed once and continued to pour his strength into the next attack, not giving the enemy a second to rest. Darkness exploded around Dale. He unleashed the Shadow Lurker technique on a larger scale, sweeping away the fire slaves blocking his path. Bloodfire laughed manically, calling Dale a fool for daring to enter the range of his final explosion. Blobs of blood and fire floating in the air began to rain down like bombs. He declared that this was the end for both of them. Sephia raised her hand, and a blue magic circle appeared, ready for a new level of defense. The quarantine spell was deployed, creating impenetrable polyhedral blocks surrounding Dale, shielding him from every explosion. Standing behind the perfect barrier, Dale smirked triumphantly. He knew he was completely safe. Sephia looked straight at Bloodfire, declaring that all his cowardly attacks would end here. Bloodfire trembled with rage, spewing insults at Sephia and those witches of the Blue Magic Tower. A giant black shadow loomed behind Bloodfire, making him jump in terror at its sudden presence. He frantically waved his hands to create a fire shield to block the attack, sweat dripping down his face in pure desperation. Dale stood proudly, reaching out with a condescending look and asking if that was really all he could do. The old man gritted his teeth and glared at Dale. The boy mockingly asked where that optimal slaughter formula he was so proud of had gone now. "Don't make me laugh," Bloodfire shouted in bitterness, his left hand gripping the artifact ring on his right wrist. The crimson fire flowing around Bloodfire's body suddenly became more unstable and chaotic than ever. Dale was slightly surprised by this change. It was a dangerous artifact, the same type that Leonard had once used, sacrificing his very life for it. Bloodfire screamed like a madman. The flames engulfing him seemed to want to incinerate their own master. He swore he wouldn't let Dale leave this place alive. Walter, also known as Bloodfire, was erupting a massive amount of mana from his body. Red sparks shot out in all directions, enveloping the entire battlefield. The old man screamed frantically, his face distorted by extreme rage. The flames from his overclock were burning the very space around him. Dale observed from a distance, his hand gripping his shadow sword. He realized the firepower of a six-circle mage using an auxiliary artifact was truly terrifying. A surge of dark mana erupted beneath Dale's feet, as if to resist the approaching heat. Without further hesitation, Dale lunged straight into the wall of fire with a powerful slash. He wanted to finish the battle quickly before Walter could accumulate any more strength. The sword collided heavily with the fiery membrane surrounding Walter, sending sparks flying everywhere. Walter was pushed back a step but held his ground. Dale continued to press in, unleashing a series of lightning-fast sword strikes to find an opening in his opponent. Walter roared, waving his hand to unleash a blast of fire that pushed Dale's attack away. He stared at him with eyes burning with intent to kill. A fire explosion erupted right between the two, blasting Dale back. Dale landed in a defensive stance, his breathing slightly labored. Cephia stood behind him, anxiously calling his name as she saw the pressure from Walter growing. Walter laughed gleefully at Dale's struggle. He urged him to keep struggling more until he was exhausted. 3 glowing red fire orbs appeared around Walter. He roared that the revenge for his son was only just beginning. Walter waved his hand, and the fire orbs immediately lunged forward like deadly arrows. The concentrated firepower caused the ground to explode. Dale was forced to retreat to avoid the continuous barrage. Debris from the surrounding structures flew everywhere. The heat of bloodfire made the air feel more stifling than ever. Cephia assessed that the situation was extremely dangerous. A 6th-level mage who risks his life to use overclock creates firepower far beyond normal levels. She looked straight at Walter and asked if he intended to let these flames consume himself. Walter had completely lost control by this point. Walter barked at Cephia, calling her a lowly elf. He was bitter, believing that Dale had tarnished the honor of the illustrious Walter family. With his madness at its peak, Walter poured mana into his burning hands. He swore he would reduce both of them to ash with this bloodfire. 2 giant streams of fire shot out, aiming straight at Dale and Cephia's position. Cephia quickly erected an ice barrier for protection. She shouted for Dale to be careful and hide behind her. Cephia coldly mocked his so-called honor. How could a family that specialized in dissecting living people for experiments have any honor to speak of? She asserted that Walter's pride was just an illusion built on the pain and blood of miserable test subjects. Struck where it hurt, Walter could only smirk. He didn't bother arguing and continued to accumulate larger fire orbs. Walter stood amidst the crimson halos, his expression cruel. He was preparing for an all-out attack. He declared that he would start by burning Cephia's insolent mouth first. The rain of fire continued to pour down on the barrier. The fire magic exploded repeatedly against the ice, causing Cephia's barrier to begin cracking. Dale watched from behind, waiting for the right moment. Walter screamed triumphantly, believing that hiding behind that shield had its limits. The commoners nearby were running away in a panic. The old man challenged Cephia to see how long she could hold out under this terrifying pressure. The barrier shook violently with every hit. Flames erupted right next to a man who was fleeing, showing that Walter's range of destruction no longer distinguished friend from foe. A massive collision sent dust and debris flying. The ice barrier was noticeably thinning. Dale gritted his teeth in annoyance. Being trapped in defense meant there was no way to get close and finish that old man off. He realized he needed a long-range attack strong enough to pierce Walter's dense defensive wall of fire. Dale whispered to Cephia, telling her to try to hold the front for just a little longer. He had a plan of his own. Cephia nodded, putting all her strength into reinforcing the barrier. Dale stepped back and began preparing a different kind of power. Walter mocked the shield he called pathetic. He raised his hands high, beginning to gather energy for the killing blow. The old man declared this would be the end of it all. He was about to perform the ultimate technique of bloodfire. A giant fire orb, as bright as the sun, appeared overhead. Its heat was melting the very ground beneath them. He wanted to turn everything to ash. The sky seemed dyed red by the incinerate spell. Walter looked down with the expression of a victor. The fire orb slowly descended, creating terrifying pressure that forced Cephia to strain to hold it back. Dale remained standing silently, his hand placed on the gem on his chest. He silently called to the Black Goat's daughter, hoping she could help him push his dark power to the highest limit. A magical entity with black horns appeared behind Dale. She smiled and channeled dense dark mana into him. Dale's plan to turn the tables was ready. Dale gripped his gun, feeling the dark mana swirling into the weapon. The dark sniper rifle, shadow rifle, fully materialized, surrounded by eerie black smoke. Facing the giant fire orb descending upon them, Dale and Cephia looked small but fearless. Dale focused intensely, awakening his battlefield instinct from his past life to lock onto his only target. One shot is enough, he whispered as his finger began to pull the trigger. A dark bullet flew out, tearing through space at a terrifying speed. It lunged straight into the heart of the blazing fire orb. The bullet pierced through every layer of the fire's defense. Nothing could stop it. Walter realized in horror that his ultimate incinerate technique was being pushed back hopelessly. He couldn't believe an attack from a level 3 brat could have such overwhelming power. A dark explosion erupted violently right at the heart of Walter's firepower. Walter's eyes were filled with shock as he saw death truly approaching before his very eyes. The dark bullet pierced straight through Walter's body. Its power threw the old man away like a rag doll. A large pitch-black hole appeared right in the middle of his chest, and fresh blood sprayed out uncontrollably. Walter collapsed onto the white snow, blood flowing in a long trail from his wound onto the ground. He struggled to admit his defeat before Dale's terrifying talent. Even though he was dying, he still tried to scream about the price to pay for anyone who dared to touch the blood of the Walter family. A sharp sound echoed, cutting off the old madman's final threat. Walter screamed in pain as dark blades sank deep into his body. Dale stood there with a cold smile, casually asking why he was screaming so miserably. He repeated the old man's own words about how progress must always be built on blood. Dale looked at Walter with cold eyes, completely devoid of pity for this villain. Walter begged for a quick death, but Dale just smirked in response. He promised to dismember every part of his body as slowly as possible. For every person he had trampled, Dale would make him die in the most extreme agony. Dale waved his hand, and blood splattered as he began his cruel execution. When everything ended, Walter was just a cold corpse amidst the white, snow-covered field. Cephia approached Dale in the strange, quiet atmosphere after the firestorm. Dale remarked that Walter was actually just a discarded pawn of Lord Crimson. Even until his death, the old man never knew he was just a puppet that had outlived its usefulness. Dale revealed the true identity of those behind it, the Black Red Enforcement Unit. Cephia was stunned, asking how a boy like Dale could know that high-level classified name. Dale nonchalantly recounted how Marquis Uries had visited the academy that day. This revelation from Dale left the elf mage shocked and suspicious. Cephia pondered the cruel truth regarding the Black Red Enforcement Unit that she had just heard. She agreed that this was certainly not a pleasant truth for the Empire. Dale lamented the cunning and danger of the one who had plotted to silence those who knew. The image of the sinister mastermind flickered in Dale's thoughts. Turning to Cephia, Dale sincerely expressed his thanks for her protecting him throughout the entire battle. Dale smiled with relief as he stood amidst the peaceful falling snow. Cephia looked at Dale with gentle eyes, silently noting that his world was beautiful but also very lonely. As a teacher, she could feel the emptiness and the burdens that Dale had to carry all by himself. Dale looked forward thoughtfully, feeling a deep connection between his soul and what Cephia had just shared. An endless void opened before them, reminding him of the lonely journey he had endured for so long. Cephia gently said that Dale was just like her, having to walk alone and endure endless solitude. Instead of answering with words, Dale suddenly stepped forward and hugged Cephia's waist tightly. "I really like you, teacher." Dale's sudden confession changed the atmosphere completely. Cephia froze at her student's bold action, while Dale whispered for her to wait for him a little longer. A gentle kiss was placed on her cheek amidst the romantic blooming flowers, causing the elf mage's heart to skip a beat. Cephia was shocked and speechless, while Dale affirmed that he would work hard until he became a man worthy of her. In extreme confusion, Cephia could only stutter her agreement before Dale's confident, triumphant smile. But right after that, she turned bright red and shouted that he didn't need to wait for anything at all. Silence! Cephia shouted to cover up her shame, which had reached its peak. Dale burst out laughing, remarking that her defensive ability turned out to be very poor against unexpected attacks like this. The magic barrier began to waver strongly, emitting green lightning bolts that lit up the sky. Below, the Saxon Knight Legion stood guard with strict vigilance. Sir Bale immediately ordered everyone to surround the area, bracing for another attack that could happen at any moment. The knights could only watch from afar because Walter and Cephia were confronting each other inside the mind world, a very special type of barrier. This was an independent space created by high-level mages. Unless the caster released the seal, No one could break it from the outside. Vale stood there with a worried expression, knowing only how to pray that Dale was still safe. Suddenly, the energy sphere before him emitted crackling sounds and began to fade. Vale shouted for the whole team to hold their formation, absolutely not letting anyone get past this perimeter. As the green smoke cleared, two figures slowly stepped out. It was Dale and Cephia. Vale breathed a sigh of relief. He ran over to ask if the two of them were hurt. Dale calmly replied that he was fine, then turned to ask about the damage to the knights who had accompanied him. Vale reported that a few were injured, but fortunately, no one had died in the clash. Vale bowed his head in apology for not protecting his master well. He hadn't expected a sage from the Red Magic Tower to dare attack so brazenly. Dale looked into the distance. He understood that an heir of the Black Magic Tower being attacked right at the academy would be news that would shock the whole empire. Cephia looked quite tired. The knights all understood that without her, this battle surely wouldn't have had such a good outcome. Dale demanded that all the Saxon knights keep their mouths shut about what had happened today. Vale intended to speak up and stop him, but Dale cut him off, saying he would handle this matter his own way. He explained that if the information leaked, the knights would be the first to be dragged into this political mess. Dale emphasized that this was a direct order from the eldest son of the Saxon family, requiring no one to act without new orders. Vale could only bow his head in obedience. Dale's decisiveness left him with nothing more to say. The knights placed their hands over their left chests in unison to swear their loyalty, while Dale quietly turned and walked away. Vale immediately urged everyone to check if there were any other witnesses around the area. Meanwhile, Dale was deep in his own thoughts. He felt that something was wrong. He recalled the images of Earth that Blood Duke Yuri's had shown him earlier. The mind world is a projection of a mage's mind, but why did those images of a modern city appear in the Blood Duke's mind? Dale was startled, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as a terrifying thought flashed by. He wondered if the man truly knew his real identity as a transmigrate, but then Dale quickly shook his head, denying it. He thought if he really knew, his actions wouldn't just stop at this level. He remembered clearly how the Blood Duke had treated him in his past life. It was nothing like this current concern. In other words, Yuri's didn't know who he was. He simply wanted to create a new bond between the black and red factions. Even so, what was the true goal behind his smile? Dale still couldn't find a satisfactory answer. He looked up at the bright moon and told himself this wasn't the time to be burdened by such distant speculations. His top priority now was to leave the imperial capital immediately. His life as an academy student was effectively over. Elsewhere, sunlight was blanketing the majestic castle of the Saxon family. Back at the castle, everything was quiet as usual. The Black Duke, Dale's father, sat at his desk, concentrating on writing with a stern expression. A knock on the door made him stop his pen. It seemed there was an unexpected guest. The servant announced that there was a visitor, and the Black Duke asked briefly for the person's identity. Upon hearing the name Ray Yuri's, his eyes flashed with a cold, unreadable look. He ordered the guest to be allowed into the room. Behind the large door, a blonde teenager was waiting. The door slowly opened, revealing the luxurious space inside the room of the head of the Saxon family. Ray Yuri's walked in with a calm demeanor, facing the Dark Duke directly. This young man was the heir to the Red Magic Tower and the adoptive son of Blood Duke Yuri's, so his appearance here was definitely no ordinary matter. Ray Yuri's was the sole survivor of the Blood Duke's brutal selection process, where children had to slaughter one another just to survive. On the surface, he was the adopted son of the Marquis house, but in reality, he was a chess piece hidden in the shadows to execute his father's every whim. The Dark Duke knew all too well the real reason Ray had been adopted, and he was one of the few people who held that secret. Standing before the desk of the head of the Saxon family, Ray began the negotiation in a deeply respectful tone. He spoke in the name of his father and the Emperor, but the Dark Duke didn't seem to care much. He demanded that Ray skip the meaningless pleasantries and get straight to the main point of this meeting. Ray didn't hesitate to toss a secret list right onto the Duke's desk. It was a list of those who were secretly cooperating with the Red Magic Tower, an act of treason that could not be tolerated. The Dark Duke glanced at the scroll, understanding that this was incredibly valuable information for the upcoming purge. Ray asked directly what he would get in return for providing the list of traitors inside the Dark Tower. The Dark Duke's answer was decisive. It was the Demon Legion known as the Black Red Corps. The Emperor wanted all past actions of this legion completely erased from history, and his gaze darkened at the thought of this unit, whose members had sunk deep into darkness and sin. Ray smiled with satisfaction, and since the agreement benefited both sides, he immediately agreed to hand over the list. He highly appreciated the Dark Duke's decisiveness in dealing with the extremist elements, and as the scroll sat firmly in the Duke's hand, it signaled the start of a bloody purge in the shadows. Those who dared to join hands with the enemy and oppose the system would inevitably face their unavoidable end. Everything was gradually becoming clearer, and those who needed to die had their fates sealed this very night. In the dungeon, a woman was kneeling flat at the feet of the Dark Duke. She was the female commander of the Black Red Legion. She repeatedly cried out her innocence, claiming she had done nothing wrong to deserve this punishment, her wretched pleas for mercy echoing through the gloomy room while the Duke's gaze remained ice-cold. He asked sarcastically if she truly thought she deserved leniency after everything she had done. She clung to his legs, sobbing and begging for one last chance to survive. She swore to dedicate her life and absolute loyalty to him forevermore. The Dark Duke looked down at the person kneeling at his feet and asked if she remembered what she had once planned to do to Dale. The moment his son's name was mentioned, a flash of extreme cruelty crossed his eyes, leaving her frozen in sheer terror. Realizing death was near, she suddenly burst into a manic laugh, completely dropping her previous begging attitude. She insulted him to his face, calling him an ugly hypocrite and a monster wearing the robes of a nobleman. The Duke maintained his calm expression, addressing her by her exact title as the commander of the 2nd Unit of the Black Red Legion. She began listing the bloody crimes he had committed, including the prisoners who were used as sacrificial test subjects. She screamed that the real monster here was him, the one who had bathed in blood just to open the gates of power. She challenged whether Dale would still feel proud of his father once the boy saw his true nature. The Dark Duke didn't bother to argue and muttered the name of the entity, Grim Reaper. A massive skeleton cloaked in black materialized from thin air, radiating a terrifying aura of death. His eyes blazed with a mysterious purple light as he ordered the Grim Reaper to end the existence of these people immediately. The Reaper entity swung its pitch-black scythe, preparing to end the life of the despairing female commander, who continued to scream frantically, claiming his mask had completely fallen off the second his son was mentioned. In her eyes, he was a true monster that even the worst of individuals wouldn't dare to imitate. Her final curse rang out, declaring that one day his son would find out all the dark secrets he was trying so hard to hide. But the Dark Duke would never let that happen. He would become a demon just to keep Dale's world perfectly clean. After delivering the cold-blooded order, he silently turned and walked away, leaving the Reaper entity to carry out the total purge. The entire Black Red Legion was wiped out before sunset, with every shred of evidence of their existence vanishing into thin air. The brutal purge order was issued with absolute ruthlessness, demanding every single traitor be completely wiped out before the day ended. And the massacre unfolded quickly and bloodily, as those who once ran rampant were reduced to lifeless corpses scattered across the cold stone floor. The Dark Duke swore he would never let Dale see these brutal, dark corners, even if he had to become a monster himself to protect his son's world. After traveling for a while, the magnificent Saxon castle finally appeared before them. Dale took a deep breath, his face filled with total satisfaction at being back home. The little guy stood with his hands on his hips, thinking to himself that there really was no place like home, as the familiar air felt so comforting. While he was busy enjoying the moment, a shout of Dale from behind startled him into turning around. The person who had just called out was none other than Charlotte, who appeared in her familiar silver armor, wearing a bright smile to welcome her young master. Seeing her, Dale brightened up too and didn't forget to ask how her swordsmanship training had been going lately. Charlotte confidently replied that it was going well, but seeing Dale's gleeful face, she told him not to get his hopes up too high regarding her. Seeing her reaction, Dale just chuckled softly, which started to fluster Charlotte since she couldn't understand what he was laughing at. She snapped, asking, "What are you laughing at all of a sudden?" To which Dale casually replied, "I just felt like laughing." He added, "It's really good to see you again. causing Charlotte's face to flush as red as a tomato. Seeing her stammering and unable to get her words out, Dale teased her, asking if she had just bitten her tongue, leaving her with no choice but to yell to cover her embarrassment. Looking at her flustered state, Dale breathed a sigh of relief, while she still hadn't fully recovered from her embarrassment. Charlotte affectionately called him an idiot, leaving Dale utterly bewildered about what he had done wrong. Even though she often snapped at him, it was clear that her feelings for the young boy were growing stronger day by day. The powerful sounds of slashes hitting the training dummies continued to echo through the castle courtyard. In another corner, Yona's mercenary group was eagerly training in a strict formation. Yones shouted directions loudly, reminding everyone to keep their center of gravity stable while moving. Dale approached the training ground and asked how the team's training was going. Hearing his voice, Yones quickly turned around to greet him, his face showing clear respect for the young commander. The talent of these men far exceeded their appearance, and their swordsmanship skills were improving at a breakneck pace, with each strike from the soldiers radiating decisiveness and power. Yones humbly said that all this progress was entirely thanks to Dale. The loyalty of these 100-plus soldiers now went far beyond a standard contract. It was a bond of comrades who had faced life and death together. After finding refuge in the Duke's territory, they had poured all their effort into ceaseless training. The shout to assemble echoed across the entire sky, and all the soldiers immediately stopped what they were doing, turning their eyes toward their young master. A chorus of "Greetings, young master," rang out in unison, showcasing the excellent discipline of the army. As Dale stood before the entire squad and requested that from now on, they address him by a new title, Commander. The soldiers, who were used to a wandering life, were now incredibly excited to serve under the young master of the Saxon family. Dale nodded slightly, looking very pleased with his subordinate's attitude. He officially appointed Yones as the division commander, and naturally, no one dared to voice any objections. Dale asked if the training was tough on everyone, and Yones confirmed that they were training to the absolute brink of death. The organization and strength of the division had visibly improved compared to before. Seeing that everyone was full of energy, Dale asked if it was time for them to see real combat, and the answer was that their hands and feet were already itching for a fight. He revealed his plan to start a new business venture in the near future. A heavy infantry unit was just the beginning of his grand plan. A professional armed organization would be formed, taking on every role from combat to intelligence. Dale flashed an ambitious smile, calling it a war commission corporation. The goal was to build the most powerful private military company on the continent. Hearing unfamiliar terms like corporation, the soldiers and even Yones looked bewildered, having no idea what their young master was talking about. Dale just told them to forget about it, as the sunset gradually faded over the Saxon sky. Dale clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that those soldiers really didn't know how to play along, completely ruining his mood. Oh well, whatever, they were the type of people who would follow his every word anyway. As he walked, Dale pondered what to name the new division. Black Iron? Or maybe Shadow? While he was deep in thought, a voice called out from behind. "So this is where you were." A blonde, red-eyed teenager approached. "You got back from the capital sooner than I expected." Dale looked at the stranger with slight surprise and directly demanded to know his identity. "I'm Ray, the eldest son of Marquis Uris, Ray Uris." Dale froze for a moment. He recalled that Marquis Uris had never married, and rumors said he had an adopted child who wasn't related by blood. Dale regained his composure and offered a polite, deadpan response. But Ray's expression was anything but friendly, prompting Dale to ask bluntly what he wanted. Ray stood at a distance, addressing him as young Master Dale of the Saxon family in a highly provocative tone. He asked if he could get a lesson from the person dubbed the Empire's #1 genius, issuing an open magic challenge. He smirked, claiming this was just a small match between kids anyway. Ray shot back, "Do you really think so?" And right at that moment, a surge of fire element energy began to radiate from his body. A bright red flame erupted violently, enveloping Ray's body as if it wanted to reduce everything around him to ashes. Dale narrowed his eyes to observe, internally astonished to see that it was second circle magic. It was an extremely pure amount of fire mana, blazing red like hellfire from the abyss. Dale realized this amount of mana wasn't something a normal second circle mage could ever produce. Ray suddenly asked if Dale really didn't plan on using his artifact, the Shadow Cloak. Dale was startled that his opponent knew his secrets so well, while Ray smiled maliciously and bragged that he had his own artifact too. Ray suddenly asked a spine-chilling question. "Have you ever eaten your friend's flesh?" Then he answered his own question with a manic smile, saying that he had. Ray spoke of his dark past, back when he was so starving that there was nothing left to put in his stomach. The image appeared of a scrawny young Ray, his mouth covered in blood, clutching a dead rat next to the corpses of his friends. At first, he survived just by eating rats and insects, but that wasn't nearly enough to sustain life long-term in that dungeon. Ray's face contorted, his eyes full of trauma as he remembered the disgusting things he had swallowed. He clearly remembered the sensation of eating everything from the flesh clinging to the bones, to the blood, and even the internal organs, describing every detail from the bone marrow to the brain fluid inside his best friend's skulls. In the end, I couldn't resist and ate them all clean. Dale listened to the horror story in stunned silence. A bizarre smile appeared on Ray's face, revealing teeth that were starting to deform into fangs. He licked his lips and remarked that humans actually tasted great, just as his artifact, the jawbone of dragon, began to fully activate. Dale recognized it as the worst type of biological symbiotic artifact, one that granted immense but utterly repulsive power. Looking at those transformed by artifacts, Dale thought to himself that the grimoire in his own heart wasn't really any different. Staring at Marquis Yuri's monster in front of him, Dale involuntarily let out a cold smile. Seeing that strange reaction, Ray grew irritated and demanded to know what was so funny. Dale casually replied it was nothing major, even as a pitch-black aura began to seep out from beneath his feet. He looked straight into Ray's eyes. "I just feel like we're actually pretty similar." Dale smirked with a highly loaded smile. Seeing this, Ray Yuri's asked what was so funny, to which Dale nonchalantly replied that it was nothing special. He just felt the two of them really shared some similarities. While Ray Yuri's fell silent, the flames and monster bones continuing to blaze fiercely around him. He stared intently and asked Dale if he wasn't scared. Dale replied casually that seeing just one more monster wasn't going to scare him. Ray Yuri's gaze flickered, appearing both surprised and thrilled. A massive wave of pressure suddenly hit them, jolting both teenagers. A man's voice rang out, asking what on earth they were doing here, as Duke Allen materialized right behind them with a stern expression. Dale realized his father had come to intervene, and Ray Yuri's immediately suppressed his aura, addressing Allen as Duke Noir. He explained that he was just having a little chat with Dale, touching upon the matter of who would inherit the Noir magic tower down the line. Allen cut him off, stating it was very late and telling them both to disperse and head to their rooms. Ray Yuri's bowed politely in obedience. He turned to walk away, but didn't forget to leave behind a loaded smile. He expressed his hope that they could talk longer next time and become good friends. Dale shot back with a cold glare. "Thanks, but I'll pass." Night fell, enveloping the magnificent mansion under the moonlight. Duke Allen returned home after a long, exhausting day. He took off his gloves, looking a bit reflective as he stood in the main hall. Allen stepped inside, opening his arms wide in anticipation of something. An eager cry of "Father!" echoed through the room as his young daughter, Lisa, ran out to greet him in her pristine white dress. Allen lifted his daughter high into the air, a rare, gentle smile appearing on the Duke's lips. Elena walked over to welcome her husband back, mentioning that Lisa had been talking about him all day long. Allen tenderly called his wife's name, and Elena smiled warmly as she watched the father and daughter. Allen pulled both his wife and daughter into his embrace, thanking Elena for her hard work today. Elena was slightly surprised by her husband's sudden display of affection. She curiously asked why he was being so out of the blue sweet today. Allen's gaze swept over the family portrait on the wall, and he remarked that coming home always made his heart feel completely at ease. Lisa had already drifted off to sleep in her father's warm embrace. Allen stood alone out on the balcony, looking out over the quiet night scene. The view of the entire estate appeared perfectly peaceful, standing in stark contrast to the storms raging outside. Elena stepped outside, finding her husband standing there lost in thought by himself again. Allen claimed it was nothing, just a few minor matters to sort out, but Elena took her husband's hand and told him he didn't have to say anything if it was hard to talk about. She assured him she would always walk beside him on whatever path he chose. Elena also praised Alan for guiding Dale so exceptionally well over the past months. Duke Alan looked at his wife with complete trust, stating that he always placed his faith in her. Alan held Elena tightly, offering a heartfelt thank you from the bottom of his soul, because she was the anchor that kept him from ever wavering. The scene shifted to the noir magic tower, standing tall under the cold moonlight. At the necropolis, the highest floor of the tower, a figure stood silently gazing into the open void. It was Edgar, the Grand Elder of the noir magic tower, a highly powerful seventh circle dark mage. He offered a greeting, remarking that he had been standing here waiting for the Duke for a very long time. The name Alan rang out with great familiarity, but also a distinct distance, as Alan stepped forward, responding in a cold tone that it had been a long time since they last met. He went straight to the point, asking Edgar why he had chosen the path of betraying him. Edgar just smirked, mockingly stating that Alan had changed too much and become incredibly weak. He blamed Alan for forgetting the true identity of the noir magic tower by letting himself be bound by ordinary morality, claiming Alan had refused to become a monster of truth just to live a quiet life. Edgar brought up the experiment of the Black-Red Enforcement Unit from years ago, a project that should have brought brilliant success. His eyes blazed with madness as he asked Alan if he had truly touched the truth behind death. Unable to comprehend why Alan would abandon the chance to reach the ultimate ninth circle just to return empty-handed, Edgar covered his face in disappointment, calling Alan an old friend who had betrayed their shared ideals, while Alan began to lose his patience. The old man screamed, telling him to look at how the noir magic tower was dwindling away because of a bunch of cowards who didn't dare get blood on their hands. Alan coldly declared that he really didn't want to have to kill him, but Edgar countered that Alan would be the one losing his life instead. Edgar desperately wanted the brutal seventh circle monster of the past to return and revive the glory of the magic tower. Alan maintained that he hadn't grown weaker. He had simply made a different choice for his life. Edgar flashed a sinister smile, acting as if victory was already securely in his hands. He wondered aloud what would be heavy enough to drag the monster inside Alan back out to the surface one more time. He casually brought up the pain of losing one's family as the perfect price to awaken that power. Alan growled a warning, telling him not to be foolish enough to lay a finger on his family. Edgar triumphantly revealed that it was already too late, as troops had already closed in on Castle Noir by this hour. The alarm bells rang out frantically at the castle. Enemy attack. All forces prepare for battle. The soldiers of the magic tower swung into action, the clash of swords and spears echoing sharp. The leader of the dark mages stood positioned high above, ordering a full assault and declaring that the time for overthrow had arrived. He shouted loudly, demanding his subordinates not take a single step back or hesitate in this life-or-death battle. Their sole target was to burn down Alan's weakness to resurrect the true monster of darkness. Back at the necropolis, Edgar mocked Alan's changing expression, knowing he had struck the ultimate nerve. A dense sphere of purple mana began to coalesce in the Grand Elder's hand. He was confident that no matter how strong Alan was, he could still hold him back here for a period of time. He even shamelessly invited Alan to sit down for some tea while waiting for news of his family's demise. Alan ground out each word. That will absolutely never happen. And suddenly, a surging wave of murderous intent erupted as Alan soared into the air amidst an enveloping shroud of dark magic. As thousands of razor-sharp black feathers began to swirl around, Alan asked Edgar if he truly thought he could block his path. Massive black wings sprouted from Alan's back, blotting out the moonlight and radiating a terrifying pressure. With eyes blazing with fury, Alan declared he would make Edgar bitterly regret ever daring to touch his family. The luxurious estate of the Noir family instantly became engulfed in a sea of fire and thick smoke. Enemy attack. Intruders. The panicked screams of the guards echoed through the corridors as they were completely overwhelmed. Lightning-fast slashes tore through the air, cutting down guards in the blink of an eye before they could even realize what was happening. Amidst the rubble, a towering man emerged, the great sword in his hand radiating a terrifying aura. He swung his sword to unleash a powerful blast of pressure, blowing away everything in his path like dry leaves in the wind. The guards realized in horror that the person destroying the place was none other than the light swordsman Helmet. Helmet walked leisurely, stepping over the corpses of the defeated and declaring that no one was allowed to insult the honor of the Night Crow organization. He growled in deep anger, calling the people in the estate a bunch of worthless pests. Suddenly, a dense surge of dark magic exploded, forming a pitch-black vortex that blocked Helmet's path. Out from the black smoke, a warrior clad in dark armor strode out, radiating a chilling, murderous intent. This was the result of a fusion between a raging body and the enchanting, pitch-black armor. The terrifying entity, known as the Avatar, officially revealed itself to protect its domain, slamming its black sword hard into the ground and releasing a wave of pressure that made the surrounding air feel thick and heavy. The force of the impact caused the ground to split open, sending thick dust swirling across the battlefield. The Avatar coldly declared that even death couldn't wash away the sheer stupidity of these invaders, before charging forward at a terrifying speed, turning himself into a brutal black vortex in the midst of the enemy encirclement. Driven by absolute power, he swore to rip apart every single bone of anyone who dared to set foot here. Savage slashes wiped out the ranks of the Night Crow soldiers in the blink of an eye, spilling blood everywhere. The mages on Helmet's side realized in sheer horror that the lunatic in front of them was none other than Duke Noir's Mad Dog. Helmet shouted loudly, ordering the Black Knights to concentrate their attacks on the legs of this black-armored monster. Consecutive magical explosions erupted, enveloping the dark silhouette of the Avatar in a blinding glare. The violent destructive force caused the main gate of the estate to shake and collapse into total ruin. Taking advantage of the smoke and dust, the black-cloaked figures of the Night Crow quickly closed in on the scene. They launched themselves through the shattered windows, penetrating deep inside the building to carry out their scheme. One of them triumphantly confirmed that the raid had been carried out successfully as expected. Their objective was to quickly locate the lady and the young mistress of the Noir family to make their move. But just as they were about to advance deeper, they were stopped by an authoritative and ice-cold voice. The one who appeared was Eris, the chief secretary of the Noir Magic Tower, a mage possessing formidable strength. The elder leading the invading faction scoffed, thinking she was too foolish to dare block their path all by herself. He sarcastically asked if she could see that the Noir Magic Tower was now nothing more than a ruined pile of ashes, claiming Eris had forgotten the true nature of Noir just because of the softness of family affection. Eris let out a small, mocking smile, her glowing red eyes exuding a deadly danger. She shot back disdainfully, surprised that a measly level 6 elder would dare to judge the level of the Tower Master. The elder stared blankly, completely failing to understand the meaning behind her confident words. Eris coldly declared that even if a wolf wears sheep's clothing, its heart remains that of a predatory beast. The high-tier destruction magic erupted, and pitch-black feathers began to encircle all the enemies. The Night Crow mages turned pale with horror as they recognized the power radiating from these Death Stars. They realized in shock her true identity, a 7th-circle Dark Grand Mage, bearing the title Princess of the Dark Night. Torrential streams of dense black energy rained down like magic bombs, wiping clean the main hall of the estate. The entire invading group was swallowed by the darkness amidst desperate screams, leaving not a single survivor. Eris let out a soft sigh, withdrawing her mana and regaining her calm demeanor after cleaning up the annoying pests. Unexpectedly, a beautiful elf girl with blue hair materialized amidst a beam of light, her eyes filled with shock at the scene before her. In the middle of the battle, the blue-haired girl activated a spell called Blue Echo, radiating a chilly stream of energy. The black-robed mage struggled within the dark encirclement, screaming powerlessly as he watched everything collapse before his eyes. In his despair, he swore to kill her at all costs to vent his hatred. But in response to his outburst, the girl just offered a leisurely smile and reminded him that a true mage should know how to maintain at least a minimum level of composure. The mage shrieked frantically claiming she was the biggest obstacle to the revival of the Noir Magic Tower. He swore to torture her repeatedly until she had to drop to her knees and beg him to end her life, while a burst of dark magic exploded, swirling deep into the air according to his brutal will. Tiny feet ran urgently across the stone floor of the estate as thick smoke and dust obscured the vision. A brown-haired boy was fleeing for his life through the deep corridors of the castle. He shouted his mother's and Lisa's names as he ran, extreme anxiety clearly written all over his face. He suddenly skidded to a halt when he spotted a figure standing motionless at the end of the hallway. The person standing there was none other than Ray Yuri's, a mysterious boy with glowing red eyes. The brown-haired boy asked if Ray planned to block his path like the others. Ray looked at his friend and softly shot back with a question of his own, asking why he would think that when the two of them were supposed to be friends. He explained that the elders of the Noir Magic Tower had split their forces to infiltrate deep into the upper floors of the castle. With a resolute gaze, Ray asserted that he was completely ready to fight to protect a friend. The brown-haired boy thanked him with emotion, though he still doubted Ray's ability to face the elders, before quickly running off, declaring that he too had important things he had to protect at all costs. Ray stood frozen, watching his friend's retreating figure, softly murmuring about the bond between the two of them. The moment his friend left, sinister cloaked figures began to emerge from the shadows. "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Ray smiled cryptically as the elders showed their faces. The intruders stood silently, radiating a dark pressure that closed in around the small boy. Ray licked his lips, revealing sharp fangs, and remarked that tonight's menu looked quite lavish for a hunt, before coldly warning them not to even think about escaping, because death would come very quickly. In another luxurious room, the image of a mysterious man was reflected through a glass of red wine. The noble, red-haired man was sitting relaxedly on a throne, savoring the flavor of the premium wine. He softly asked for his sister's opinion regarding Ray's current situation on the other side of the castle. He affectionately addressed the woman beside him as my beloved younger sister, who is none other than Lady Scarlet, a person who also possessed a radiant and deeply mysterious beauty. Scarlet expressed her worry that her brother might be placing his expectations too high on a child like Ray, but the man smiled reassuringly, asserting with absolute certainty that Ray would do an excellent job regardless of the circumstances. He invited his sister to raise a glass with him, as everything seemed to remain perfectly under control. The clinking sound of wine glasses echoed through the quiet space of the luxurious room. Scarlet took a graceful sip of wine, her gaze drifting into the distance as she thought about something. Looking at his wine glass, he nodded in approval, praising that the flavor tonight really wasn't too bad. Right behind their backs, the group of invading mages were now hung upside down from the ceiling like gruesome decorations. The man continued the conversation, reminding Scarlet that Ray was never merely just an adopted child. A night crow mage was struck with horror upon realizing that Ray carried the bloodline of a young vampire. The enemy couldn't believe how a child with only 2 circles of magic could possibly strike down 6 circle mages. He asked tremblingly who Ray's true identity actually was, while nothing but corpses remained all around them. Ray lunged forward at an unimaginable speed, leaving the enemy with only enough time to gape in shock at the approaching death. A streak of blood splattered violently across the dark wall, ending the life of the final invader. Ray buried his sharp fangs deep into the enemy's neck, causing the mage to only emit a weak groan in ultimate agony. He easily hoisted up the corpse of the 6-circled dark mage, casually commenting that this source of magic power was indeed a nutritious meal. With a face smeared with blood and a demonic smile, Ray declared he would continue his hunt so as not to disappoint father's expectations. Outside the Saxon estate, the attack was unfolding with extreme ferocity, with thick smoke and fire enveloping the entire area. Inside, Night Bale and the Graveguard squad had already deployed their ranks, protecting the critical sector. Bale was slightly surprised when he spotted a familiar silhouette approaching. Dale rushed over, his face unable to hide his deep anxiety. He quickly asked about the situation inside, while Bale tried his best to reassure the young master. He reported that the most elite guard squad was guarding this safe zone with extreme strictness. With a defensive line as solid as this, No matter how strong the enemy was, it would be difficult for them to break through. However, Bale also shared that little Lisa was currently very terrified because of all the tremors that had been happening. The moment he stepped into the room, Dale called out for his mother and sister. Lisa burst into tears and rushed over to tightly hug her older brother, her small body trembling uncontrollably. Dale held Lisa, gently comforting her that there was nothing to fear because he was right here now. The little girl looked up at her brother with tear-filled eyes, asking to make absolutely sure. Behind them, Elena was just as worried, softly calling her son's name as she stood there with her hands clasped tightly against her chest, looking at Dale with an anxious face. Dale turned to reassure his mother, firmly declaring that he would not let anyone lay a finger on the two of them. He asked Bale about the situation outside, and Bale informed him that Sir Helmet was successfully blocking the enemy's main force. These were knights who had sworn absolute loyalty, acting as the shadows protecting the Saxon family for life. And with the power of these Aura Masters, they had more than enough strength to protect this place from any intrusion. Even so, Dale had no intention of just sitting idly by to be protected, so he let go of his sister, a new determination clear in his eyes, as there was another place he absolutely had to go. He entrusted Elena and Lisa's safety to Bale and turned to walk away. Elena could only stand and watch her sons retreating back as Dale walked away with absolute decisiveness. He promised himself that he would not let any enemy step past this door, his gaze turning ice-cold as a faint smile carried a hint of overwhelming aura. Now was the time for him to take action, and Dale dashed quickly along the dark corridors of the estate. There was only a single thought in his mind. He had to make the invaders pay a heavy price. Smoke and dust filled the hallway, and in the distance, a figure was casually walking forward. That person stepped through the debris, not caring in the slightest about the corpses scattered all over the floor. He wore an elegant formal suit, calmly putting his black gloves back on as he walked. And this was none other than Balak, a divisional commander of the Black-Red Legion and an extremely dangerous sixth-circle dark mage. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Balak stopped and glanced toward Dale. He let out a soft exclamation of surprise, his face displaying a look of amusement. He sarcastically addressed Dale as the little Black Duke upon seeing him appear before him. Balak smirked, gleefully thinking that this hunt was far too easy with the prey delivering itself right to him. As the two stood facing each other in the empty corridor while the air grew thick with pressure. Dale wasn't scared at all, and he pressed Balak, asking if he truly understood his own situation yet. Balak burst out laughing, shooting back with a question asking if the title of heir to the Dark Tower was supposed to be something he should be afraid of. He reached his hand out, declaring that he simply wanted to confirm whether that title belonged to the hunter or the prey. Balak's face clearly showed the twisted, maniacal expression of someone who wielded dark power. Dale's gaze at this moment was as cold as ice, looking right through the soul of the man opposite him. Balak covered his face and chuckled darkly, promising to let Dale experience a true living hell. He activated his magic, causing streams of pitch-black aura to rise around him, preparing to begin his brutal game. A powerful surge of magic exploded, sweeping everything around them into a bizarre space. Dale was violently jolted, his body feeling as though it were being sucked into an illusionary dimension. He forced himself up, his gaze highly alert as he realized he was no longer inside the estate's corridor. Before Dale's eyes was a horrific scene filled with eerie green pillars of energy and wandering ghosts, while further away, Balak stood waiting for him. A heartbreaking shriek rang out from the corpses. "My leg! It's rotting away!" A female voice desperately begged to save the child in her womb, making the scene a literal nightmare, while Balak stood amidst the miserable victims with a relaxed posture as if he were enjoying a piece of art. He casually explained that this was a grand experiment to study the thing called maternal love. He recounted how the men could do nothing as their bodies gradually rotted away due to the magic. But the pregnant women were an entirely different story. To protect their child, they were willing to take a saw and cut off their own legs without any hesitation, their agonizing screams echoing all across the space. Dale stood stunned, witnessing the most brutal atrocities that human minds could possibly conceive. Another scream of ultimate pain rang out, piercing the dreadful silence as he asked him, "Isn't maternal love truly magnificent?" He and his accomplices had observed day and night just to see how much pain a human could endure, and Valak knelt down beside a corpse, his face showing a clear, morbid fixation. Their ultimate goal was to turn that very sacred affection into a deadly weapon, causing Dale to clench his fists as his fury reached its absolute boiling point. Without a moment's hesitation, Dale activated his shadow cloak, causing a massive surge of darkness to erupt from behind him. Valak burst out laughing, commenting that the little duke's brutality certainly wasn't just a rumor. Dale lunged forward, unleashing powerful strikes from his famous Cloak of Darkness. Valak looked astonished when he saw that Dale could already summon a shadow lurker from that artifact. He admitted that Dale's talent shown during the tower's test was indeed extraordinary, completely living up to his name as the Saxon family genius. While Dale stood in the center of the illusionary plaza, facing the demon hovering above, Valak feigned regret over having to kill a talent like him, and then blamed it on the weakness of the Tower Master. A terrifying explosion of darkness rained down, completely blotting out the vision. Dark tentacles pierced right through Valak's body, but it seemed to have absolutely no effect, as he mocked that this effort was completely useless. He asserted that such weak darkness couldn't even leave a single scratch on him, and Valak's body blurred as he activated Wraith form, turning himself into a ghost that couldn't be touched by physical attacks. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful blast of white light in response, blasting Dale backward. Valak glided through the air at a breakneck speed, continuously closing in and attacking Dale. He wanted to see how long this successor could hold out under these methods of mental torture. Valak dove down like an arrow, his hand gathering dense, dark energy aimed straight at Dale's head, shouting, "This is where it ends." Suddenly, Valak froze, his pupils shrinking in shock as he sensed another terrifying presence. From the darkness behind Dale, a white-haired girl with large black goat horns gradually came into view, signaling that an ancient entity had just awakened. The glowing red eyes and creepy smile of the daughter of the black goat made even a six-circle mage like Valak tremble. Valak scrambled back in a panic, unable to believe his eyes, stammering, "What the hell is this?" Cold sweat poured down his forehead as the pressure from this entity completely surpassed anything he had ever known, his face twisting in terror as he realized he had just messed with something he shouldn't have touched. The daughter of the black goat appeared incredibly thrilled, asking in an innocent yet bloodlust-filled voice, "Finally, you're personally calling me out? I've been waiting for this for so long." Dale smirked slightly, a cold smile that sent shivers down Valak's spine, replying, "That's right, I'm going to play with you today." The dark entity's smile grew wider and wider, signaling an absolute worst ending for the opponent, as Dale gave a brief command, "Grab him." A terrifying wave of magical pressure erupted, and darkness spilled out like a torrential waterfall, swallowing up Valak's illusionary space. The daughter of the black goat revealed her true form with a barrage of massive tentacles sprouting from her back, officially beginning the slaughter, leaving Valak as the desperate one now. Coagulated, freezing drops of darkness oozed out, marking the beginning of a true nightmare that Valak would have to experience at the hands of this ancient entity. Dale stood there alongside the daughter of the black goat, looking at Valak with completely emotionless eyes, while the mage was left totally frozen by the appearance of this dark entity. Valak backed away, drenched in sweat, tremblingly wondering what kind of monstrosity he was actually facing. The daughter of the black goat manifested as a mass of slimy tentacles, radiating a murderous intent that made the surrounding space feel completely rigid. The instinct of a high-level mage screamed inside Valak's head that this was an extremely dangerous existence, far beyond his ability to handle. With no way out left, Valak unleashed his ultimate trump card, Wave of Destruction, and a massive vortex of rotting magic erupted, consuming everything in sight. He shrieked frantically, wanting everything to turn to dust under the power of decay. Dale remained perfectly calm, only gently telling the little black goat to watch his back. He dove straight into the center of the decaying storm without a shred of hesitation. A beam of azure light tore through the dense black fog, opening up a direct path forward. Valak's eyes widened in sheer shock upon seeing Dale dare to directly confront that deadly wind. He thought to himself that this Saxon kid had definitely lost his mind and was actively seeking death. But Dale crossed through the magical smoke with ease, as if it were completely harmless. Valak went into a genuine panic, entirely unable to grasp why his decay magic was being neutralized so simply. Forcing down his trembling fear, he told himself he had to stop Dale at all costs. He instantly erected a wall of decay to block the path, waving his hands to control the dense dark energy in an attempt to create a final line of defense. But Dale was already right in front of him, his icy blue eyes staring directly into his soul. Dale coldly stated that decay was merely a natural process accelerated by thought, rather than any kind of divine magic. He explained that because Valak only understood decay through abstract concepts, he was losing this easily. The sword of darkness pierced right through Valak's chest, as Dale simply viewed this task as a process of sterilizing bacteria. Valak screamed in agony, collapsing to the floor, while Dale just curled his lip, mocking his overreaction. He casually declared that he didn't even need to use the power of a grimoire to take down someone of his caliber, leaving Valak clutching his wound, his breath shallow while Dale stood towering over him like a judge. The tentacles of the daughter of the black goat began to wrap tightly around Valak's body as he struggled in vain. Dale reminded him of his earlier promise, stating he wouldn't let him die that easily, saying, "I will give you a taste of true hell right here in this world." Valak's face contorted in sheer terror as he began to feel the ultimate dread associated with the Saxon name. A single tear rolled down the bloody face of the sinner as agonizing screams echoed throughout the room. Illusions of hell began to invade his mind, filled with masses of rotting flesh and the pungent stench of blood. Dale stood there, his eyes glowing brightly in the dark, watching Valak get hung upside down and begin to sink into the nightmare. Valak's mouth was tightly gagged by the pitch-black tentacles, his eyes rolling back from the ultimate pain, left with nothing to do but make muffled sounds begging in vain. He demanded that he reveal all the disgusting experiments that the Black-Red Heresy Legion had carried out on that day. Valak stammered that he didn't know the exact details, but Dale looked at him with a deeply skeptical gaze, as if seeing right through the lie. Noticing the uncooperative attitude, Dale threatened to send him right back to hell to recover his memory. Utterly terrified by Dale's ruthlessness, Valak screamed out the name of the project, Arrowhead. He confessed that it was a mad experiment aimed at reaching the ultimate nine-circle realm. Dale repeated the phrase with a pensive look, prompting Valak to quickly explain that even division commanders like himself weren't permitted to know deeper details. He went on to reveal the true purpose. They had to inflict pain on the test subjects to concentrate their negative emotions into one place. That energy derived from pain, called E-energy, would be used to open the gateway leading to the world of truth. Dale fell silent as he thought about his father, wondering how much he actually knew about these horrific things taking place. The daughter of the black goat stepped closer, calling Dale her older brother with a highly excited expression. She smiled mischievously, asking for permission to continue playing with the pathetic mage for a bit longer. Dale casually agreed, and Valak's shrieks rang out once more as the tentacles began to drain his life force completely. A surge of dark energy pierced straight through Valak, causing his body to convulse violently. He gasped for air, looking on in despair as his life and mana gradually dissolved away. Valak groaned as he felt his precious mana being forcibly extracted from his body, while Dale coldly declared that the price for daring to oppose him couldn't be paid with a simple life. He turned and walked away, leaving the little black goat to freely play with the defeated foe until she grew bored. At the exact same time, on the highest floor of the Dark Tower, violent magical explosions shook the entire space. A strike carrying pitch-black feathers tore through the night sky, bringing the battle to an end. The old mage Edgar was blasted backward, fresh blood pouring from the corner of his mouth after the fatal blow. Alan, with his 6 pairs of powerful black wings hovering high above, looked down at the defeated man with an expressionless face. He coolly asked if the old man's promise to hold him back turned out to amount to only this much. As Edgar lay slumped on the ground, Alan slowly descended and declared that he hadn't given him permission to die yet. The old man looked up at Alan in sheer amazement, unable to comprehend how he had reached this realm, hoarsely mentioning that he had once had the opportunity to visit that world in the past. Edgar suddenly burst into a satisfied laugh, realizing that his mad experiments hadn't been a complete failure after all. He laughed out loud, believing that everything he had sacrificed and carried out had finally yielded meaning. With a face full of ultimate excitement, Edgar declared that he too would soon reach the world where Alan stood. Alan looked at his old friend, his purple eyes showing clear sorrow at the old man's fanaticism. Edgar softly murmured that the ultimate truth is always found within the moment of death. The old man smiled serenely, closing his eyes as his final breath gradually faded away. His last dying words were that he would be waiting for Alan down in the deep abyss of hell. Alan silently spread his wings and took flight, leaving behind a solitary silhouette amidst the rain of pitch-black feathers. Edgar's body completely dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind not a single trace of the once illustrious mage. Alan softly whispered a final farewell to his old friend, concluding a tragic chapter at the Dark Tower.